It's Williams on the outside. Oh, so close. And the time is very, very fast.
Nina Kennedy off the three-quarter runner over at 66. Easily done.
Kennedy in front. Gout coming hard, hard, hard. And he's done it again. He's brilliant.
Well, an incredible night of athletics last night for day number 2. We're back here on Saturday for day number 3. It was action-packed. There was history, there was falls, there was drama, there was national titles, there was everything you could possibly want out here at Sydney Olympic Park. I'm joined, of course, by Nana Owusu. Nana, hello to you. Another beautiful day in Sydney.
I know, a perfect day to run, jump and throw. Yesterday, as you said before, there was drama, there was 9 seconds, there was records broken. But I think day 3 is going to be just as action-packed at the Australian National Championships.
So you can see on screen here, this is the qualifying from our men's hammer throw competition. 10 gentlemen out there competing. We're going to get to take a look at this weather. Look away if you're in a southern state. I heard a lot from friends and family in Melbourne this morning that it was sunny but cold. 24 degrees here, 13 kilometre hours of winds. Look, that's going to really play into the hands of what we're seeing later with these sprints, isn't it? With the 100 semi-finals and then, of course, the finals.
Definitely. The past 2 days, we've seen around 30 for the track. So it's a little bit cooler, but I don't think that will stop us. We have been told it is a fast track. We have seen it is a fast track. So I don't think the weather's going to stop any of the athletes.
So you can see here, we got our women's para 100 heats as well as our men. There's a stack of those, I think 5 or 6 each. We go into the 200-metre wheelchair final, men's para 800-metre final. Then we roll into 400-metre hurdle heats. Now, we've had a group of guys all really moving around the same mark, though. Hunt, the only one to get under 50 seconds this year. And our women's open 400-metre finals, we get another look at Sarah Carley and the rest of that crew. And then have a look at this. Women's para 800-metre wheelchairs rolls into women's open pole vault. Nina Kennedy is back out there contesting for another national title. Our men's open high jump final. And, of course, our 100 metres are a little bit later this evening, and some of our 800 metres as well.
I know, exciting on and off the track. Great to see Nina Kennedy back. I think it'll be really exciting to see. We saw her on a short approach at Maury Plant Meet, so to see her on a full approach to get that qualifier, it's great to see her back on the track.
So you can see that hammer throw will continue, but let's have a look back at what we did see on the track here last night, because it was drama, drama, drama. Now you can see this is the final 100 metres of the women's 1500. Jess Hull in front and just gets the clip there from Claudia Hollingsworth. Abby Caldwell outside of that. You can see it. And that's just such a hard fall. It's not what you want to see in the back end of this women's 1500 metres. It was built up to be this grand crescendo of this depth of women's 1500 metre racing. Of course, Claudia finishes the race there in first, and then it goes back to Sarah Billings, Abby Caldwell, Georgia Griffith. Now, if you're wondering why we're talking about so many names, it's because there's so many different people that were affected by this. The disappointment, the frustration, maybe the anxiety sets in there for Claudia Hollingsworth. And Craig Hook, he was pretty quick to have to be confronted by Team Hull and everybody else, of course, asking some questions about the appeals and what was going to be happening moving forward. You can see here, wears 2 caps, Simon Hull, because not only is he down there as dad, he's down there as coach. You can see the media man from AA just saying, maybe we go underground so that not too many other people media-wise can hear this. But no, it was filled with drama. Now, we watched it live, and I think it's a different view to what you might have watched at home.
I was at home when I watched the race, and I'm sure I've heard different opinions about what's happened, but it's good to know that all the girls are okay and safe. Hopefully we'll see more of the girls back on the track. As Jess was saying yesterday to all the fans at home, that it was a slower race, and usually she needs to take it faster, but she trusted her speed training that she's done over the past couple of years, and she felt really good. And then we just saw a bit of drama that affected not only Jess but a lot of the field, as we can see back on the replay.
Well, it's a hard fall, like we said. We're very grateful that Jess hasn't walked away with any broken wrist. We saw Robert Farkin take a similar fall in Maury Plant, and he broke his wrist. And this is one of the best, if not, it is the best 1500 metre runner we've ever seen in this country. Now, Claudia Hollingsworth is obviously on the way up. Now, yesterday we left the track and Claudia was disqualified. She was no longer going to be the national champion. It was Sarah Billings that had, for the moment, the gold medal around her neck. We've come back here today. The appeal has continued from my understanding. The Hollingsworth camp and the Hull camp both met with the appeals board. They put their, I suppose, conversations out there as to why the disqualification should be upheld, and obviously adverse to that why it shouldn't be. And in the end, Claudia Hollingsworth is back as the national champion. She's been reinstated that gold medal, which would be significant in the grand scheme of your traditional selection, because if she wins and she has the qualifier traditionally, you are automatically selected on that team. But I think part of the compromise of electing her to be the champion again was now that just sits with the selection panel, so they can decide what weight they want to put on that.
It's going to be very interesting. We have Com Games and Oceania champs, which are big points for all our athletes, and we have such a strong field. There really will be 7 girls that probably get that qualifying time, and it will be interesting to see how the national final that happened yesterday places when it comes to selection on May the 31st.
Yeah, and it's a tough one because obviously they're both great competitors. That entire field is filled with great competitors, and of course every athlete wants the opportunity to be a national champion and not have to deal with falls and everything of that such. So they're both phenomenal in their own right. They're both lovely people in their own right, and of course unfortunately that came down to racing, but we'll have to wait and see, because now they come back potentially for this 800 metres. We hope they're both healthy, particularly for Jess. And then again, you know, the thought process was to try and go for the triple, the 5,000 metres tomorrow as well for Jess. So we'll have to wait and see what the doctors say after that fall last night. But importantly, 2 great competitors, an unfortunate situation, but Hollingsworth now is reinstated as the national champion.
I know, a lot of drama in a 1500, and they say middle distance running isn't exciting.
Yeah, there's some argy-bargy in 1500 metre running. I'll tell you where there was no argy-bargy last night. A man who is chasing history, Lachlan Kennedy. Now, he got a slice of it last night. Have a look at this. So Kennedy third from the left here. It's that explosive start you're so used to, and just drove away from the rest of this field. You thought maybe he'd slow up, but no. He had history on the mind, Lockie, to be the first man under 10 seconds. The adulation, the excitement. Nah. Walk us through it from a sprint perspective.
I think as a sprinter, after 10 metres, I knew he was going to run 9 seconds. Lockie is a perfect example of fast running is relaxed running. No tension in the body, beautiful drive phase. He is a powerful sprinter, and he just looks so balanced. I think mentally he knew he was on track. The training has showed. He's come back from a back stress fracture. He went to Hobart. We saw him run fast. In Moree, we saw him run fast again. So I think mentally and physically he knew what he was going to do. And it's going to be really interesting to see how he pulls up and see, are we going to see 3 9 seconds today?
That was going to be my question to you. When you get into the semi-final now, he's broken 10, so that feels like it's out of the way. Now the next objective is to maybe break the national record and win the national title. But when you get into the semis, do we see him run 10.2? Do we just see him switch off to be fresh for the final? Does it depend on conditions? What are the thought processes that would be going through Lockie Kennedy's head?
I think from many interviews since Moree Plant, Lockie has stated it's not just about winning the national championships, it's about running 9.8 or around there. He doesn't want to limit himself, but I think he knows something we don't know, and I think his training over the past 4 to 5 months has shown him that he is executing so well that he knows at any track he's at, we will see a 9 seconds from him, and we saw that today. Yesterday.
So where do you sit in that school of thought? Do you think he's got a 9.8 in him tonight? Are we going to see something special?
I don't know about tonight. I was talking to a couple people, and he's just run 9 seconds. We don't know how his body is going to pull up, but he's done the training to run the 9 seconds. So I think Lockie is just going to focus his mind. He knows there are a lot of people watching him. I'm sure there's an added level of pressure on himself, but if he executes how he did before, and now that he knows he can do it, I think we're going to see another effortless race. And whether it is a 9 seconds or a 10 low, I think that he is ready to win whatever race, whatever conditions is put in front of him, or whoever's next to him, because we saw some cracking runs from Rowan. Josh has a party. They are slowly behind him, and they've seen what they can do, and they want to beat him.
Josh has a party for mine. I think he's going to be the man to push it. I would love to see him get down to that low 10-second marker. I think he's capable after that 10.22 last night.
He definitely is one of the most consistent runners we've had in Australia in the past couple of years. He's won windy and non-windy 10.0s very consistently compared to his other competitors. I know he said after the interview that he wished he ran through the line because he didn't realise how fast and how good the conditions were. So I do think that Josh will be pushing in the semi for a time rather than a placing, and obviously that fast time will hopefully put him in through the final. But It's going to be a cracking final to watch. I think they're going to be with each other for a lot of the way, and it's survival of the fittest. Who's going to cross that line first? Who's going to be the strongest? 3 rounds is a hard task. You might be the fastest out there, but having to back up, and a lot of them may have not done that this season. We've seen a lot of different paths with our sprinters. Josh, we saw him miss Maury Plant. Rowan started his season late. Lockie also started his season late. So 3 races is a completely different ball game. You might have the top speed to run fast, but can your body back up 3 times in 2 days?
It's going to be an absolute cracker. We might need you in here, I think, for the night then, when you dissect it like that.
No, I will leave it to the professionals.
Well, there was more than just those 2 races last night. The young wizard, the kid himself, Cam Myers, stamped his own piece of history here. And have a look at him. He's just 19 years of age. Can you believe that? He's a boy amongst men, really. But last night, he made himself a man, the man in Australian middle distance running. Now, he's had a year that's been undefeated. He's gone over and broken world records on the indoor. We saw what he did at Maury Plant. He had the all-comers record for the better part of 2 weeks, because last night, he just improved it. Now, I think we're going to get the full scope of the race here. And Cam Myers did what no woman did in the race before, and that was get to the front and push this tempo. And you're going to see here quickly just how quick this gets strung out as an individual line.
I think Cam was racing himself. He had a goal, and it was very interesting after he spoke to Richo, and you could see a bit of disappointment in his face. It wasn't just about winning the national title, it was about dipping under that Australian record, and he didn't quite get it, but he really backs himself that in the next couple of races, I'm sure we'll see Cam go overseas. He's going to get that.
Oh yeah, he will get that Australian record and some, I think. I love the work rate of Ollie Hoare behind him as well. It's been a hard couple of years for Ollie, I would say. Since winning that Commonwealth Games, he then went on and broke the Australian record only under a year later over in Oslo, and then since then has really just tried to find his form. I think his form's been there, it's maybe been confidence, and he missed that World Championship team last year. It was the first team he'd missed for quite some time, and you can see that he was running with somewhat of a chip on his shoulder. He came out and he said, I know I'm older than these guys, I get it. I'm actually now the unk of this entire group, but I've got the same fire, I've got the same determination, and the only man willing to roll with the pace of Cam Myers was Ollie Hoare. But the thing with Cam, when you watch him, if you're looking through the middle distance lens, is you never realise when he's accelerating, and you would never know when he's under duress. He's so calm.
Beautiful rhythm. You do not see any emotion through his face. And what I loved about Ollie and Cam is the respect they have for each other. You saw Cam after the race acknowledge that he knew that Ollie knew what his goal was to get his record, and he knew that Ollie would make it really hard for him to get that record last night.
So even through 800 metres, this is what I'm talking about. Look at Jude Thomas. He's in 3rd. He's a class. He was at the World Championships last year. He's a national champion as well on the roads. But the ease in which Cam's able to pull away from this field. Now, this is Jude's first real long race outside of the heats, because he did take the fall in Maury. But this is just as effortless as you could possibly imagine. He's a real student of the sport, Cam Myers. He's knockabout. He's an Aussie bloke, don't get it wrong. His 2 favourite things are drinking coffee and playing cards. So there's not really too much serious about him. But when it comes to his training, when it comes to his racing, it comes to his approach, he is like a surgeon. He knows exactly what he's doing.
I can see the comparison between Cam and Lockie. Fast running, whether it's 100 metres or 15 metres, is relaxed running. As you said before, the fluctuation between rhythm running and accelerating, you can't tell the difference with Cam physically through his face and his pace and arm stride.
And that's where you need to be. You need to be relaxed. You don't want to give too much away. Even if you were Ollie right now, you would have no idea whether Cam's hurting or feeling good. You know, that psychological game of trying to see who's in front of you and go, okay, maybe I can pick you off. You don't look great. Your form's deteriorating. Your head's starting to wobble. Your arms are starting to go. Can I use any of those cues to my advantage? He gives you nothing. He would be terrible to play poker with, Cam Myers, because he'd have one of the great poker faces. 100 metres to go. He needed 13 seconds to get down to the line. And look at the determination on him at 19 years of age. Now, when Gregson ran in Monaco, we thought no one's going to be better than this at this age. And this kid is moving right on past the great Ryan Gregson. 3:29 on home soil this early.
That you've said 19 years of age.
19.
I keep forgetting with the accolades he already has and the world records he has under his belt, the fact that he is 19 and he's been pro racing since he was 16 years old, I think it's really shown in the past 12 months that he understands how to race. I think Cam acknowledged in his first couple of years when he gave up a spot for an Australian team that he needed experience to run with the world's best, and now we're seeing that experience of 3 to 4 years of racing all over the world.
Yeah, he's your favourite runner's favourite runner, Cam Myers. I guarantee you that. He is.
That is a good title to have, not just world record holder.
Your runner's favourite runner, I'm telling you. All that would have, not only would, so all three of those would have made waves across the globe, right? Because there would have been a conversation about, you know, Jess and the fall and how unfortunate and what's going to happen from there. Lockie breaks 10 seconds. Sort of gets that narrative away, and of course we talk about the one TikTok influencer who seems to think that sprinting in Australia is fake. I won't even say his name; he doesn't deserve it. But you know, Lockie comes here and runs 9.96, and that's amazing. And then of course Cam Myers, what he did last night, everybody was already on notice. I think the Commonwealth would be scared of what they saw out here on a Friday evening in Sydney. And there's still plenty to come.
I think the world, we've put the world on notice. I woke up this morning and I was scrolling and it was athletics,
Yes.
Australian athletics, and that's what we love to see.
We absolutely do, so don't go anywhere. Men's hammer throw continues. Look at the kids, they're having fun out on the hill. I was taking a nap out there 30 minutes ago, so boys, knock it off. We'll be right back here on 7+. So we're back. Oh, there's something about this music that gets you just ready to digest an entire afternoon and evening of athletics, isn't it? Shout out to the DJs. Doing a great job. Don't bother going to Beyond the Valley. Just tune into 7+.
To Sydney Olympic Park or Channel 7+.
Just tune into 7+. We've got it all happening here. Have a look at the day. As I said, if you're in the southern states, look away. Look away. We can see here our para 100-metre athletes making their way out. So the men's hammer throw qualification continues. Oh, this is the final. I apologise. James Joycey, of course. Daniel Wells, Canna Hopgod, Ben Roberts, Jackson Mellor, Joshua Chen, Eddie Rousseau. He won't be too pleased with the 46 to start, and Ethan Adelaide. Now, these guys also throw discus too, a vast majority of them, but James Joycey, he's a pure hammer thrower from Doncaster.
He started off the competition with 69.09, and his season's best and PB for this year is 71.21. So not too far off his best for his first throw at the Australian National Championships.
So we're looking for 73 metres would be the Commonwealth Games qualifier. Now, we currently don't have an athlete with that qualifier. Costa Kasparis, Ned Weatherly among guys who have won these championships before. Jet Carlin won this last year. So James Joycey will be looking for his first national title, senior title if he can get it. Ned Weatherly, he was a competitor in 2018 in the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games. We've had some good history. Alex Harley as well for the women was a Commonwealth Games medalist in the Gold Coast. And so we're kind of looking for that next big step in hammer throwing.
We also saw Matt Denny have his attempt at the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games in 2018. So we have had some major success in the hammer throw, but we're looking for that resurgence in this sport.
So Joycey, 71.21 just last month in the US, over at the University of North Carolina in that collegiate system. He's number 10 all time on the Australian rankings. And he will love the chance to get over 73 metres. Now he needs to find a bit over 1.5 metres to get there. But to what we were talking about earlier in terms of the Claudia reinstating and being auto-selected, if Joycey throws it and wins, he books himself a spot in the Commonwealth Games.
I know. 2 birds with 1 stone today, if that's possible.
So Timothy Hayes as well, a good first round attempt of 67.34. He's a 69-metre man. And he was the state champion this year, 3-time New South Wales state champ at that. Seems to do it on odd years, 2021. Geez, if you did it in 2001, I'd be very impressed. 2021, 2023, and 2025. So his PB back here in Sydney in 2022. So it'll be 3 years between them for Timothy Hayes. We'll keep a close eye on that competition as it continues. And a good day for hammer throwing. You want a little bit of that wind coming back against you. I always find that fascinating in the discus. You want the wind coming back towards you slightly. I would imagine it's the same here. Here's Mellor in the ring. Just watch how quickly these guys get around the ring as well.
It's a speed sport, Just because there's no track doesn't mean there doesn't need no speed or velocity for our throwers.
Well, the velocity coming back at you is in the metric tons. So the amount of power these guys need to generate to get this out there, and also the rhythm. Just watch here. So there we go. Even the tight window to get out past the nets is difficult. That's a good throw there. I think Jackson might have improved.
It looks like it as well. We've got a bit of a hard advantage point. We're behind the cage right now, but it's looking like it will go over his first attempt of 58.83.
So he doesn't look too pleased with it. I thought it was a little bit better.
No, he's just thrown 56.68, so 2 meters under his first attempt.
Here we go.
Currently putting him in 6th place.
We're going to have to get the scope here, Nana. We're going to have to really refine our distance bearing.
We need the binoculars.
Yes. Well, no, I have binoculars at home, but my vision's still 20/20. So until my vision deteriorates, I'm trying to go no binoculars. Which
I just had an eye test last week. I've got my first pair of glasses now.
Oh, so you should have the binoculars.
I should.
Okay, I should have brought. You should have told me.
Just a 0.7 magnifying is all I need.
I would have brought them for you. So Chen out of the ring now.
And a no throw for his second attempt.
So he was just shy of 50 metres, wasn't he, in his first one? On watch for James Joycey. Benny Roberts. This is the man. He was a finalist last year in the national champs. 62.85 is his lifetime best. He's gone just shy of his season's best, so he's in form at that 59-minute mark. He was 3rd here in 2024. So let's see, a bit more speed in the ring here now. Let's it rip. Ooh, that got out clean. Ooh.
Just under the 60-metre mark.
So as I said, he's thrown 59.68 this year. That has to be 59.80 something.
I'm going to go 59.73.
That's just...
Not that I've seen it.
You've gone...
I've just gone a bit technical.
Oh, you went specific too. So we can see here on screen, this is the start list for our women's para 100-metre heats. Lisa Weingartner's in lane number 2. Sophie Hughes in 3. Izzy King in 4. Maria Strong, the multiple-time Australian representative, is in 5. So is Clara Campillos in 6. Talia Blacksmith in 7. Kim Newton-Kirchen is in 8. And Olivia Riley is in lane number 9. So a lot of these women have already competed here at these championships, and they will continue in the 100.
We have 4 heats for our women's para 100 metres.
So Talia Blacksmith is the current national record holder. That was set this year, so 12.24 we're on watch for Talia. Now, there's no automatic qualifiers out of these heats. There's 8 small queues, and that's due to, obviously, of course, there's so many different categories of para athletes here. They have a percentage that gets done after the finish line, and that will determine who's in our final.
Definitely. So we'll have to wait and watch for our judges who are working aimlessly hard for roster athletics to make sure the baselines are put in for our athletes and their point systems so we know who will qualify for the final.
So Maria Strong, another World Championship medalist. Clara Campillos, Lisa Weingartner, Olivia Riley. So 8 go through from across the board of these heats. 4 of them to come. This is the first. A good crowd building in here now this afternoon. I was in here very early and it was looking a little stark originally, but everybody flocking in numbers now. Para athletes have such, and I say this every day, and I mean it with all of my heart, a rich history of success on the global stage.
We do. We just saw from last year's World Championships how successful they were, that We have such a good program in Australia, and it's great to see so many para-athletes making Australian teams.
Yeah, some amazing coaches, some amazing communities around these para-athletes. So Weingartner, Hughes, King, Strong, Campillos, Blacksmith, Ewan Kirchen and Riley. Third from the left, Talaya Blacksmith. Watch.
Set.
The first of 4 heats away. We're on watch here for Talaya Blacksmith, who gets out quickly. So after that 12.24, if she can get it, she set it this year. Why not go one better here if she can? Talaya Blacksmith flying down to the line. 12.44 next through Weingartner, coming through Campillos, and the rest Maria Strong now as well. Good walk there from Olivia Riley. As the rest of this field, Ewan Kirchen is done, and Izzy King. Congratulations, that is the first of 4 heats here for our women's para 100 metres, and Talaya Blacksmith off to a good start.
She was so close to her PB, as we just see. She has an incredible drive phase, and you could just see through her face she was gunning for that time. We saw a 12.43 for her, just off her PB of 12.24, but she ran through the line, and she knows in that final, if she makes it, she is close to PB form that she had earlier on this year.
So a really strong runner, isn't she? She's just got so much power. We see it on the long jump pit as well.
She's not tired. We've seen her twice already in the past 3 days of these championships, and she's not slowing down. She is in PB form.
So our attention turns to heat number 2. And again, a slew of Australian representatives here. Tamsin Colley, Alexis Bruce, Sabella Wharton, Lexi Brown, Alison Reedy, Reese Pryor, Neve McAllister and Jada Burgoyne. You can see on screen here, you get those results. So what you're looking at on the right there as well, the result of time, and then that is the percentage next to those athletes. So we'll be looking for the 8 highest percentages will go through to that final.
So we have 3 more races, so that's why we see all small queues, as there's no automatic qualifiers for the first 4 heats.
So the start list now for heat number 2. As I said, Tamsin Colley, Alexis Bruce, Sabella Wharton, Lexi Brown, Alison Reedy, Reese Pryor, Neve McAllister and Jada Burgoyne. Even with the starter here. So, as I said, Lexi Brown, an Australian representative. She debuted last year. She was part of the universal relay team that won bronze. A 13.73, her lifetime best. That's also been set this year.
I think we might see a lot of PBs being broken on this track today.
Well, I hope so, because it's proven to be fast. And if we learned anything from yesterday, when you have an opportunity to run fast,
you take it.
You take it. So, Tamsin Colley, who's on the inside of the track, she's going to go out of lane 2. She was our youngest ever Paralympian. 2-time Australian representative now. And a medalist at that.
Paralympic medalist.
So how's that? No, this is what I keep
Only
saying.
at 23 years old.
So we can see here from the NT, Alison Reedy. And we've said it numerous times, the orange of Northern Territory.
Our favourite colour.
One of the coolest kits of those state kits available. Sabella Wharton. Here's Alexis Bruce, T38 athlete. And the youngest Paralympian we've ever had, Tamsin Colley from New South Wales. Inside of the track, lane number 2. This is heat number 2 of 4. We're waiting for percentages. Everywhere you look, an Australian representative.
Set.
Good start here in heat number 2. Sabella Wharton was away quickly, so is Alexis Bruce now. So Bruce starts to move through there. Alison Reedy as well, trying to get into this running wide from there is Pryor. So as they make their way down to the line, it's a good split, 13.76 for Reese Pryor. And that was fast. They all started to come together in the last 30 metres, but managed to pull away there here in the heats.
A really close finish. We'll wait for the replay to see who crossed the line first. But I was really impressed with Brown's first dry phase. And Alison Reedy with a PB of 13.75. So it is a fast track.
There we
but
go.
We will still have to wait for those qualifications.
See, now we've been saying that, and it's proving us right.
We've only had a couple of competitions at this track since it's been fully laid, and I think we'll be having nationals to here to come.
I think so.
I think it's going to be a fan favourite, this track.
It's always just the preemptive, well, let's just wait and see what the results come out to be. And thankfully, they've come out very, very quickly. So, again, we'll wait on the percentages after that heat. This is heat number 3. Danielle Atchison is on the inside. Precise Britain of the NT next to her. Michaela Ellicote is in the next lane. Layla Sharp, then Lucy Gilmore, Ayla Koljuwicz, Natalie Millard, and Ella Party. There's no introduction to Ella Party. Been such a stalwart of the Paralympic movement, the para movement, 11 times an Australian representative and a Paralympic bronze medalist.
One to also watch is Layla Sharp, who debuted in the Australian World Paralympics team last year in New Delhi. Heat after heat, we're seeing Australian representatives. Para racing has never been stronger in Australia.
Well, Precise Britain as well from the NT made her debut for the Australian team last year. There's the under-17 national record holder for this event.
Her PB and season's best is also from this year, 13.57. So another one to watch. The whole race is one to watch. These girls are on fire.
So we'd all love an opportunity to be crowned the national champion. You can see Ella Party here. She's had some great battles over in the West. We saw that at Perth Track Classic. We've seen it across the board this summer.
We've seen it on the world stage as well, 11-time representative. So, not shy from a national championship. Ella is.
Well, has the benefit of having Brown and Clark out west there. Clark obviously younger than Party, but looked up to her and now race off against each other frequently. Always a good battle.
The world's best competition is right in your backyard. No better training partner.
Right here at home. We love to see it. Here's Precise Britain. And Danielle Atchison. So a good field here. This will be heat number 3 of 4. Some of these women we may see at the Commonwealth Games. Not every para category will contest, but some will. Here we go. Atchison, Britain, Ellicote, Sharp, Gilmore, Koljuwicz, Millard, and the great Ella Party, closest to you at home.
Set. Stand up.
So we'll
Lane 3, 1 false start. You are lane 4, I apologise. You are disqualified.
So that's unfortunate.
4.
So sadly we lose Michaela Ellicote from this heat. That's a shame for the Queenslander. She made her debut last year as well, the World Aths Champs. Finished 4th in the 100 metres. She was the under-20 national record holder.
On your marks.
For T44, so unfortunate. Heat 3 of 4.
Set.
Good start here in heat number 3. That's Atchison on the inside. Look at Ella Party start to move closer to you here in the grandstand as well. So the Western Australian starts to move on through. Look at Atchison as well on the inside. So I think it will go Atchison first across the line. 13.45, then to Party, then Britain of the NT was next. And again, this goes down to percentages, so we will have to wait and see. But that was a strong performance there from Danielle Atchison.
Such a strong runner, and you could just see her drive phase really helped her open up, as we can see in the replay. She was the first to react. She was the first in the first 10 metres, and she's just a really nice, tall runner. You can see that her arms and legs are moving so well together. And then Ella from lane 9 just coming back with a strong finish that we like to see from Ella, and we've seen a lot of her races.
So 13:45, and then for Ella Party, 13:59.
Interesting to see from the past 3 races, it has turned into a bit of a headwind at this track, with that race being a -1.1. So not the conditions we saw yesterday. As we said before, we've seen 31 for the past 2 days. It's a bit cooler today with 24 degrees and a headwind. So it'll be very interesting to see how that affects the rest of the races.
We hope it spins around as we continue the night, because we would love to see some tailwinds like we saw last night for the sprinting. So the women doing a good job. Quickly back to the men's hammer throw here. This is Jackson Mellor through a lifetime best to move up in the competition. He's currently moved up into 7th place, and you can see here a little bit more speed in the ring and some good power. He loved it too. We love the grunt of the hammer throw. I'd love to know the science behind. Does that make it go further? I think Jackson Mellor proved it, because it's his first time out over 59 metres.
I know we've seen 2 throws so far on the live stream, and that one definitely looked a lot faster, and he looks a lot happier after that throw.
So Jackson Mellor, delighted with what he's been able to produce in the early stages of this men's hammer throw final. Loves it. He's not just happy about it, he loves it. So he should. So we continue there with the men's hammer throw, but while we're at it, let's go back to this world-class women's 100-metre para. Kira Post, Marley Lovell, Kira Wright, Amelia Parnell, Summer Giddings, Akeisha Snowden, and Rhiannon Clark. Of course, multiple-time Australian representative, global medalist 5 times, the record holder in the 100, 200, and 400 metres for the T38.
Only 23 years old, and we've seen her represent Australia on the world stage 7 times and medal as well 5 times. A name we'll be hearing in the future.
Well, there's so many here. The 21-year-old Marley Lovell, 4-time Australian representative, and she's also the record holder for the 100, 200, and 400 metres. There's just record holders everywhere, which always makes these fascinating. Kira Wright as well made her debut for Australia last year. She won a bronze medal in the shot put as well, so multi-talented. Summer Giddings, the 23-year-old, debuted last year at the World Champs in the 100 metres. Keisha Snowden debuted last year in the 100, 200 and 400 metres, current Australian record holder. So there's record holders everywhere we look. There's Akeisha. Here's Summer Giddings. It's great. We have all the different types of para categories coming up on screen here. Amelia Parnell, Kira Wright, the Victorian. You can see there, coached by Craig Chapman, debuted last year.
World Champs last year.
Kira Post on the inside of the track. So we'll try our best to keep you on national record watch, but there's 3 or 4 different national records to watch.
There are up in this race.
There we go. Shows you the depth and the difficulty of making a women's para 100-metre final. Post on the inside, Lovell, Wright, Parnell, Giddings, Snowden, and Clark. The final of 4 heats. Opportunity beckons. A spot in the final awaits.
Set.
Good start there. We can now see Rhiannon Clark get into her running, so moves away from this field. Marley Lovell moving with some pace as well. Kira Post not far behind, but Rhiannon Clark is here to stamp her authority early in the heats. Watch the clock, 13.17. Next through was Lovell, then Post. Akeisha Snowden not far away either, but the track is quick, and that's a good start there.
A nice little season best for Rhiannon. The way she looked so determined in that race, I think she's been listening to us that we know it's a really fast track, and she was running through that line because she wanted to hit that 12.72. But just a strong finish for Rhiannon Clark.
Yeah, such a technically sound runner as well, just so powerful. So you can see that was up into her running quickly and so strong over the 400 as well, the 200 metres. That's why she's the multiple-time record holder. But
and Australian representative at 23 years old.
Well, she seems almost like a veteran on the circuit now, Rhiannon Clark. We've seen so much of her on the international level. We're going to come back and tell you exactly who has made that final for the women's para 100 metres. Don't go anywhere, Sydney. It's turned it on.
Ooh,
So we're
Benny.
back. Bit of Benny.
Bit of Benny for day
of
3
Benny.
of the Australian
We didn't even
Athletics
roll it
Jams. Not on live TV, maybe some practice.
I just about stitched you up.
I know, I tried.
Seven
but it
plus
wasn't-
viewers are about to get an absolute show. I wish they could have said that was pretty good.
I think it was really good, but more importantly, on the screen now we have the women's para 100 metre top 9 who have qualified for the final.
So Danielle Atchison, Talaya Blacksmith, Marley Love. This is just all Australian representatives at this point. Rhiannon Clark, Kira Wright, Akeisha Snowden, Izzy King, Maria Strong. So hold on. So let's go back. Sorry. So that was, we're looking for the cues. So Lisa Weingartner, I was getting excited. I thought, geez, every Australian representative's made it through. Lisa Weingartner is the one to make it through here. You can just see, look at the depth of talent we have here. In terms of how many people contested these heats. Clara Campillos, Olivia Riley gets on through to this final as well. So as we said, it's 8 small queues. If you've been watching on over the last few days, you would have seen the big queue, little queue qualification system. So here we go. So now I'm going to get this right. So Talaya Blacksmith, Izzy King, Maria Strong, all will make their way through here. So sure to be a great women's para 100 metre final. Our men's para 100 metre runners are out here. I can see a couple of familiar faces. Chad Paris, Jaden Page.
We saw Chad Paris run yesterday in the able-body 100 metre with an 11:01, so I know he'll be trying to dip into that 10-second mark this afternoon.
Well, I hope they have, and I hope they haven't, but I would love to see Jaden Page and Chad Paris in the same heat because these guys love racing each other. We can see here Jackson Mellor back in the ring for round number 4.
Looks like he's getting faster and faster in that hammer throw ring. And again,
He's been consistent,
in
hasn't
that
he?
59, 58 range. We just saw a PB in his last throw. He doesn't look too happy with that one. I think his second attempt of a 59.77 will be his ticket into the top 8.
So, Etienne Rousseau fouled on his 4th attempt. Now we go to William Brown. Now, I heard a rumour that when William Brown goes to the gym, he doesn't lift. They just ask him to move the equipment. They say, can you just please move all of these exercise bikes and everything for us,
That is
mate?
a
Because
smart
look at
gym.
him.
That is a smart gym.
He's a free bulldozer, this man. There's someone out there on a job site.
That's his warm-up.
I'll try and find William Brown's number for you. Plenty of strength here for Brown. So he was out over 61 metres during the competition. Just clipped the net slightly. Still nearly got it out over 60. Did William Brown.
Currently in 6th place. I think that might be enough for him to make the top 8 with 3 more throws.
So for all those fans of William Brown at home, here he is, throwing fantastically in Sydney. The men's hammer, as I've said, there's a strike of ballet attached to it, the way they have to pirouette around the ring.
Some elegance
There is some
to
elegance.
the art of throwing.
It's tough.
It's also interesting to see, I'm probably not going to get the terminology right, but a lot of these throwers have some bandages around their arm, I'm assuming for gripping. And we saw Brown with 2, 1 on each hand, but some throwers have the traditional 1-hand sleeve.
So into the ring now, just checking the coast is clear. Daniel Wells. 61.43, 61.44, so he's consistent. Can he improve? He needs to get up over 61.88 to move up the competition. Daniel Wells, that looks good.
Oh, that looks well over 60 metres. things, I think we will see an improvement from his previous throw.
Does he go past 61.88? That's what we're looking at.
Yes, with that smile, yes.
Okay. All right, let's test your radar. So
I back
Connor
him.
Hopgood is currently in fourth. No, 61.88. 62.50 would put him in a medal position past Ben Roberts. So you're saying over 61.88. Ooh, you were close.
I was very, very, very close. 61.30.
So Connor Hopgood can breathe a sigh of relief for now, though he would love to improve because he's currently off the medal board here. He's 61.88, needs 62.50 or beyond to get past there. Here's the first heat for our men's power 100 metres. Daniel Ganambar from the Northern Territory, Ridwan Azam from Victoria, South Australia's Nathan Woods, Gabrielle Wilson from South Australia, Patrick Rahm, Xander Field, Blake Carr, and Sammy Mwamba as well will go out of lane number 8. Joshua Chen as well, and oh no, sorry, that is the entire field. Sammy Mwamba rounds it out. So Daniel Ganambar, I learned a lot about this young man the other day from the officials at Northern Territory. Trains up in East Arnhem Land, I believe. He's in a community of about 60 people. Now, he's completely deaf, Daniel, but he trains on the airstrip of how they get in and out of the community. He's training on the airstrip. He's training in his backyard. He's putting in the work. They're doing a phenomenal job up there in the NT. Of course, we're going to see our Oceania Championships in Darwin.
Very excited for that. It's been a while since we've had a national or global championship in Darwin, so I know our athletes are vying for a spot at these championships. Hopefully we can bring the good weather of Sydney and the good track up there.
So you can see on screen here Mwamba.
Oh, the watch is matching the singlet. I am loving the colour coordination.
So am I. Blake Carr, a T20 competitor. So only Daniel, T01 competitor for him. The rest of this field are all T20. Here's Patrick Rahm, the Queenslander. Gabrielle Wilson of South Australia. His fellow statesman Nathan Woods here. So again, 8 small queues to make it through to the finals. The sun's setting over this beautiful Sydney landscape, cooling things off again ever so slightly. We've seen some plus tailwinds through those women's heats, so maybe a little swirling wind.
A little bit of a swirl, it looks like. There's not many flags around the track for us to be able to tell. I remember in Perth, it was
socks.
Really easy for us to understand where the wind was going.
So the first heat here for the men's para 100 metres, Ganambar, Azam, Woods, Wilson, Rahm, Field, Carr, and Mwamba in the red and green.
Set.
Start cleanly across the field. We can see Samuel Mwamba, closest to you, is out there with a mission. Moving through is Azam as well. Now getting into it there is going to be Rahm, but Mwamba is out. He'll hit the line first. Then it goes Rahm. Back then to Azam. The South Australians, Wood and Wilson moving through. Ganambar through as well. 11.37 minus 0.4.
So we see the wind is slowly going towards our favour, but Mwamba, when he gets nice and tall, you can just see his front side mechanics really kick in, but we see him ease, put the gas on the brakes as he's going through the line. So an 11.37 for him. That may be rounded down, but a great race for our first heat of the men's para 100 metres.
So well done there. They'll wait on those percentages to your point. A very strong performance there from Sammy Mwamba. Hey, don't go anywhere. There's plenty more para 100 metre action to come, as well as the rest of this schedule here on day 3. So we're back, and we're back quickly. Look at this drone footage flying over the top of Sopak Stadium. It's not the only thing flying around here. I hope it doesn't get too close to the men's hammer throw, because I don't think one of those things is just going to knock it lightly. I think it might take it out of the sky. And so you look at our competition leader. We're through 4 rounds, and he's only holding on by 10 centimetres at the moment. Is James Joyce. It was his first round attempt of 69.09 that set him up. You can see with the Peninsula colours on here. Can't miss him. And we thought we liked the speed of what we saw earlier. This man's the quickest in the ring. Look at this. 4 rotations and lets it fly. And he's chasing over that 70-metre marker. He's falling just shy at the moment, though, Nana. He's 69.09, as I said, is his furthest. That one was better, though. That was 68.83.
I know the height that he's getting and the speed he's producing in that circle is why he's leading the competition as of now.
So heat number 2 here for the men's para 100 metres. And I said the dream situation would be to have these two gentlemen in the same heat. I don't know if they were listening to me or they changed it on the way out, but Chad Peris and Jaden Page, they'll race off here with Anthony Jordan involved as well. So this is a really good trio of Australian representatives. So we can see here Nathan Jason. He'll be closest to you, the Queenslander. He is looking for his first sub-11 seconds as well. 11.04 is his best. 11.28 this year. And would you believe that Jaden Page and Chad Peris, they've run the same time season's best-wise this year, 10.87.
It's going to make this race very exciting.
So they love racing each other. So Peris is on the inside. Engel, Thapita of Laos. Then Jaden Page, Anthony Jordan, Thomas Carano, Mathama Gamaj Nawan and Kinda from Sri Lanka. Then James Tradaro and Nathan Jason. There's Jaden Page next to Anthony Jordan. No big cues, only small cues, so time important.
Set.
Clean start there. They're all trying to look around that 11-second mark. You can see Jaden Page moving well with the Peter of Laos, but now Chad Peris just gets up on the shoulder of Page. This is oh so familiar. 11.14, the White Tiger gets it ahead of Jaden Page.
What a race. I was watching Jaden Page very closely. He was not letting Chad out of his sight. Slightly slower than what we saw them run yesterday, but better conditions as we watch the replay now as well. Chad had the best start out of the two of them, and we just see Page open up a little bit more, but Chad got the dip at the end, and 11.14 for our White Tiger, Chad Peris.
So Nathan Jason as well, Nana, looked like on the outside. Started to get moving late, so he won't be under that 11 seconds.
What
that
a
he was
photo finish. The race Mitch wanted to see. And Chad's time has now been rounded down to 11.13 to Jaden Page's 11.14. So if they're both got a big queue to get into the final, it will be the two lanes I know a lot of us will be watching.
So a great result in Heat 2. Chad Peris, Jaden Page, Nathan Jason, James Tirado as well, Anthony Jordan. So everywhere you look, again, Australian representatives. Another here on the inside of the track, Ulrich Müller. He debuted last year in the 100 and the 400. He was a finalist in both of those as well. Jack Netting, William Steadman, Alexander McKillop, Thomas McGough, Sean Moroney, Shannon Winchester and Ori Drabkin. The Victorian goes out of lane number 9.
So Mueller's season's best is 11.23, just off his PB of 11.18. So we know he is in shape right now.
So Ulrich Müller, the 19-year-old. That's the other thing about this para movement. A lot of them so young, still developing, which is ultra exciting. We talk at length about able-bodied juniors and how significant they are on a global scale. Our para juniors as well doing remarkable things.
I know, it's great to see such a young field representing Australia so many times. They'll be veterans by the time they're 21.
Look at Jack Netting at 25. He debuted last year at the Paras. He made the final of the 100 metres. He's 13.00 set this year. So the South Australian. And that is what makes these so interesting, of course, because there are no big queues. You don't just get that guarantee of making a final. So
no, we are looking at their baseline and their points at the end of each race to dictate who makes the final, as we have 5 heats and 8 qualifiers.
So we continue down the line here. Here's Tommy McGough. Victorian, 11.44, his best. Alexander McKillop, the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, produced many a good athlete down there in Tasmania. Will Steadman of New Zealand, Jack Netting, who I've mentioned, and Ulrich Müller. Here he is, chasing that PB, 0.05, as you said, Nana, off it this year.
On your marks. Set.
Come back. Oh, geez,
Winchester just looked like he took off a little bit too early, but there was a slow reaction from the starter, so it'll be interesting to see.
Disqualified.
So lane 8, Shannon Winchester from Tasmania, has sadly been disqualified from heat 3 of the 100-metre men's. As we see the replay, he's just taken off before the gun has gone.
So that's a tough one. It's a tough way for your nationals to end. And I would imagine you don't want to beat the gun, but you want to go in line with it. It's probably hard to tell at times.
On your marks.
So we're without Shannon Winchester, the Tasmanian, who was an 11.7 6-man at his fastest. Mueller, Netting, Stedman, McKillop, McGough, Moroney, and Ori Drabkin. Heat 3 of 5 here in the men's para 100.
Set.
Away now cleanly, we can see Thomas McGough off fast, and so's Ulrich Mueller, the Australian debutant of last year. So Mueller's away, he's flying down the final 30 metres here. What's he going to stop it at? 11.21.
Wow, he has just set another season's best. He was the first off the blocks, and what a strong drive phase. We will see the replay again, but he just pulled away from the field. He was the first one to get his first foot on the ground, and you just see him drive for about 30 metres, and once he gets really nice and tall, you see him pulling away from the field. His eyes were on the clock, and he knew he wanted to get that 11.18. Just shy of that with 11.21.
So just driving down to the line was the Queenslander. He's happy with his work.
I think he'll be very happy with that race.
There we go, the thumbs up. That's always a good indicator.
And we're seeing the wind change. We had a 1.9 for that race for Mueller, so it is perfect for PB racing.
So rounded down in the end to 11.20. So
he's not far off that 11.18.
He's gone close, Nana. As we continue here, this will be number 4 of 5 for our men's para 100-metre heats. And I think everybody's getting used to the colour of the track. Keep a close eye as well. James Joycey about to step into the circle for the men's hammer throw. It will be his 5th round attempt. He's still in front. He's 69.09 from round 1, still doing enough. As we see Thomas Owens preparing for his 100 metres, but here he is, James Joycey. So 73 metres is that Commonwealth Games qualifier. Significant if he can get it and hold the lead. He would find himself on his first Australian senior team. He's already steering down the barrel of his first Australian senior title. That would be the only thing you'd think that could one-up it for him. So he wants a bit of crowd support here. It's actually building around that hammer throw as well. So he's got quite a few nanas pseudo clapping up here in the booth. So the energy is right with the young Victorian, James Joycey. He's applied his trade over in the US collegiate system for the last few years. He's back here at home, and he wants to throw big, and unfortunately clips the net. And
he looked like he had a lot of speed into that circle.
So I wouldn't want to be the man to get that hammer throw down. You'd be steering. Now look at the technical work that goes into getting rid of this hammer throw. So big shout out to our officials down there. Here's the start list for heat number 4 of the para men's 100 heats. Thomas Mattinson out of 1. Zach Enbury is in 2. Thomas Owens, the Northern Territory man, is in 3. From New South Wales, Edward Parker. Mutsara Tay is in 5. Sam Lefebvre is in 6. Christopher Albert in 7. Benjamin Callanjuk is in 8. And Timothy De Brera goes out of lane number 9.
In these heats so far, we've seen a lot of low 11 seconds, so it would be great to see someone dip under that 11-second mark because they're close.
We've been waiting for it, haven't we? We might get to see it in the final, hopefully. And again, a good mix of different para groups here, T72s, T71s, some T20s, T21 athletes as well.
Right now on our screen, we have our dabbing long jumper.
Benjamin Kalinjak, T21 competitor. Loved the screen time that he got in the long jump, and he was entertaining.
He was. For us at home on day number 1, he was putting on a show.
He made the most of the screen time, I'll say that, which I absolutely love. Here's the Victorian, Tay Parker of New South Wales. T20 man. Here's Thomas Owens of the NT. Zach Enderbury, the youngster from Victoria. Thomas Mattinson is the next. Heat 4 of 5. In the hands of the starter.
Set.
So strong across the board there. Edward Parker from New South Wales is up and moving through the opening 50 metres and shows no signs of slowing down here. So it's Parker of New South Wales out. Kalinjak in second, but 12.08 for Parker. And Kalinjak, those arms are up. And so they should be. The rest of this field makes their way on down here as well. To round out their event, that's Christopher Albert and Thomas Owens. Tom Mattinson as well. But that was quick at the front of the field.
What a run from Parker. At the start of the race, he looked the most nervous, and I don't know why, because he just had one hell of a race. After 50 metres, he really broke away from the pack. We saw him run straight through the line. I think he had a time in mind, but it was great to see him run so fast as we watch the replay again. He's really nice and tall, and you just see him at 50 metres hit another gear, and I don't know if he realises how far in front he is, but he pulls away so well, and a nice dip at the end for a 12.08 and a nice little PB with a 0.1 wind.
So all very happy with their work, it appears, in these heats, which is fantastic. And the camaraderie in and amongst this group is beautiful to watch. I think that is such a great part of Australian sport, is the camaraderie. Everybody loves everybody, which is
We're
beautiful.
all happy for each other. You'll always see a handshake at the end of the race, win or lose.
And the crowd
Happy or
support as
not.
well. Listen to this. I don't know if you can pick up on that in the feed. It's so much love for our athletes. And we'll see. This is the final of our 5 heats for the men's para 100 metres. Liam Wyatt, the Queenslander, Alex Majanovic from New South Wales, Jackson Love, Liam Kenrick, Maximos Papakostantinou is in 6th, Zach Harding, Ramon Lewin, and Tame Raripa. And have a look at young Albert here from Tasmania. He's G'ing up this crowd.
They are getting excited for the 5th and final heat of the men's
Yes,
100
there he is.
Parameter Championships. Look at Albert.
That was amazing. You got everybody involved there. He high-fived the cameraman. I think he might have high-fived the camera, which is even better. So he was giving you a virtual high-five at home. He wanted you to be a part of what's
For those on
happening
the
here.
7+ stream, you are here with us.
Exactly right. I mean, he did travel overseas for this race.
He did. Tasmania is a passport away.
So, from the Apple Island.
It's great to see so many New Zealanders coming down for our national championships. We don't see it so much in the reverse, as it's the middle of our season, and our national championships tends to be 6 weeks after this. So it's great to see them continue on their season and come and represent their country in Australia.
And it's good that our track is proving to be quick.
I know we might have the whole team come next year.
Might not be able to get too many Aussies in these heats.
No,
There's
watch out.
too many internationals knocking down the doors. And Sydney's done a great job to put its hand up to maybe host again. You can see Love there, the New South Welshman, Alex Mljanovic. Now this is the kit. Now this, Josh, as a party, wears this, and we've seen this
On
over the
your
first
mark.
2 days. That kit remarkably similar to the athletics track.
The
So
track skit.
at one with the track here. This is the final heat of our men's para 100. Wyatt, Miljanovic, Love, Kenrick, Papakostantinou, Harding, Lewin, Waripa. The hands of the starter.
Set.
So away well there. Jackson Love of New South Wales will come back. And I hope I haven't put the commentator's moz on him, but he did start well.
False start, lane 4.
He started very well.
A little too well, unfortunately, for Jackson. So
Lane 4 for the 5th heat. We sadly will not see compete in this final heat of the men's 100-metre para.
So we can see a conversation being had with our starter. Now, if there's compelling enough conversation here or compelling enough evidence, they can run under protest. They won't get the disqualification overturned, but they can still run to get a run in. And we see this on the international level at times.
Many occasions.
And it's been something that's been introduced over the last few years. You remember, cast your mind back to 2022, Devon Allen.
Yes.
At the World Championship
did
100-metre hurdle
or did
final.
he not false start? The question on everyone's mind. Well, the Seiko timer said he false started, but the human eye
1,000th of a second.
wasn't so sure about that one.
And his frustration was that he still wanted to run. He said, I want to run in this final. Don't have to count me. I want to run. They said, no, Devon, I'm sorry. That's not a good enough reason. And
I think that's a pretty good
I
run.
thought it was a
I wanna
good
run.
reason, yeah.
I love the sport that much.
He
I
was
want
an
to run.
American. He went to the University of Oregon. He was in front of his home fans. And they said, Devon,
Not
it's
today.
not going to happen. So I wonder if Jackson Love tried a different
On your
tactic,
mark.
but unfortunately he's been marched. So it's a shame to lose him. But Wyatt, Miljanovic, Koenig, I'll take any excuse I can to say this name, Papakostantinou, Harding, Lewin, and Waripa. The final heat of our men's para 100.
Set.
Good start here the second time now. It's pretty close across the board there. You can see Harding moving through, Waripa as well. The New Zealander in red got Lewin on his shoulder, but on the inside, Miljanovic is away. 11.48 for him, plus 0.9. That was strong.
Did you see that finish? The way he dived through the line, he hit a second gear with 40 metres to go, and I'm sure we will see that in the replay.
So Miljanovic, once he was into his running, he wasn't going to be beaten, was he?
No, he was not going to be stopped. We see the Victorian Kendrick in the middle have a great start, but then Miljanovic just comes in with 40 metres to go, powering through. He's leaning forward, he wants a time and he wants that win to put himself in the best position to qualify.
So quite remarkable. Well done there. We're going to get the full field, and while we continue with this, I believe our men's hammer throw has just about been sorted out in terms of medals. Ben Roberts looks like he'll stay for third, although right now in the ring, this is the only man who can get the gold. In fact, this is Hayes.
That
Lets it
looked like
fly.
a good turn. Oh.
I don't know, Nano, if it will be enough to get over Joyce's 69.09.
From up here, it looks like it may be a 66, but no, nonetheless, a 68.99 for second place.
So Tim
for
Hayes,
Timothy.
he won in Adelaide, or he came second. He was the first Australian. Shota Fuduka from Japan threw over 70 metres. And Hayes, he was second in 2025. He was second in 2024. He was third in 2023. And he will continue with his silver medal streak. He's second here in 2026, which means this man about to enter the arena claims his first Open national title.
What a feeling he must be having right now. But I know he's reaching for that Commonwealth Games qualifier of 73. If we can get the crowd around him like we had before, we get a clean throw, I'm sure that James can get that.
So when he threw in Adelaide, it was his first throw in 3 years. So for James Joyce, the opportunity awaits. Is this the throw that puts him on his first Open national team? He's got the gold medal. That's not up for debate. He wants some crowd support. He wants some love out here in Sydney. So can we see something amazing? Can James Joyce get out over 73 metres. He's thrown 71.21 this year. It's not out of the realm of possibility for James Joycey in the ring now. Lets it fly, and I don't think he loved it off the hand, but it looks big.
It does look big.
He might be on the 70 metres there, but I don't think he'll do enough for 73. So the Commonwealth Games qualifier goes wanting, but what won't is a national title, and that belongs to James Joycey.
His first one. Congratulations to James Joyce, who's now being crowned the hammer throw men's winner.
So congratulations to James Joycey. 68.01 for him there. So he is the national champion, the first one crowned here on a Super Saturday. It's so packed. Don't go anywhere. More para action right after this. So we're back here. The summer of athletics continues at the National Championships day number 3. This is the women's para 200-metre wheelchair final. This went on during the break. This is Amy Fisher, Coco Espy and Madison Kent contesting this one. And we can see coming into this home straight, it is Amy Fisher, our T54 athlete. So Fisher so strong into this home straight and just continued to move away from this field. That's Madison Kent at the top of the screen entering into the home straight as well. But Amy Fisher was too strong and finished first here, 37.12 for her. Coco Espy came through next, and then Madison Kent, of course, will wait for the percentages to be done, but it was great racing across the board. So it continues here. Look at this night of athletics. Look at the crowd. They're into it. They're invested. We've got the clappers down here as well. There they are. No wonder it's so loud. Can't even hear myself think they're so loud down here, this crowd. Which, contrary to popular belief of people that do know me, I do think, you know, I do have a lot of thoughts going on.
You do. There's a lot going on up there.
That was way too much surprise in that.
No, I'm supporting you.
Oh,
I back you.
Oh, okay,
I've known you long enough to know that.
Sorry, yeah, no, just so used to people.
No, I've got your back.
Oh, we're a good team, Nana.
That we are.
So this is the crew around the men's hammer throw final. And you can see this crowd building in Nana for good reason.
We have some cracking field and track events coming up. We have the women's 400 and the men's 400 hurdles tonight. We have the 800 heats. I know we're very excited for that. Of course, the 100-metre men's, women's semi and final. Will we see 9 seconds again? And who will be crowned the fastest man and woman in Australia? But we can't forget Nina Kennedy back on Australian soil going for that national championship. And will we see a Commonwealth Games jump?
So Nina Kennedy off that three-quarter run-up was impressive in Maury Plant. She was able to take down the two Mole sisters from America, who themselves have been world-leading through the start of this year. But this is what makes her such a champion. It doesn't matter whether it's a half run-up, three-quarter run-up, full run-up. She just wants to win.
I know, I've had the pleasure of knowing Nina since World Juniors, and her story is amazing. And I just think it's a testament to keeping going. She's won an Olympic medal, but she's also had many injuries in between, and we never see her give up. And it's great to see her, as you said, Mitch, whether it's a half run-up or a full run-up, she's going to give it her all, and hopefully we'll see a gold medal around her neck this afternoon.
Yeah, well, she'll be running off the three-quarter run-up again, so the same system she had in Maury Plant, she's kept here. I think she's saving this full run-up for the international scene. She'll go back over to Europe, and for the first time at a Diamond League will be introduced as the defending Olympic champion. She missed out on that opportunity last year due to hamstring injuries and a plethora of other reasons, but now she gets that opportunity to relish in the international glory of what she's achieved.
It has a nice ring to it, and I'm sure she is super excited to compete back in Australia and on the international circuit.
So you can see here, everyone making the smart call to get their food and get everything in that they can, because there's going to be para 800 metres up shortly. And followed closely after that is our women's 400-metre hurdle heats, as well as our men's 400-metre hurdle heats. And We talked about it a little bit ago, Nana. It has been a great spectacle to watch all summer long. So Sydney's turned it on. We can see the sun starting to set. The night is starting to
Take shape here. Plenty to come right after this.
What
So
a
not
drone
quite set,
view.
Nana.
I was just about to
No,
say.
you go.
No, you
No,
go.
you go. No, you
I
go.
was just going to say the drone views we have of Sydney Olympic Park is picturesque. I am loving the view that we get to see of this new track, the fast times, the high heights, the long throws. I'm just saying it's a beautiful view and it's a great day to watch athletics.
Oh, you nailed that, Nana. You absolutely, you took a picture and you absolutely nailed it.
Put it on
I'd have to get you to
Instagram.
sign us off, I think. I don't know why I'm bothering to take us into an ad break. You've got it all sorted.
Oh, look at the fans out there tonight. It is building up at Sydney Olympic Park. As you know, we have some great finals and heats that are coming this afternoon.
And we're going to start them off with our men's para 800 metres. So we've seen so much para talent on display here to start this Saturday. For all of you at home, thank you for watching wherever you are. Look at that. Sydney at its absolute finest. So Jack Conroy, Jordan Rudd, Aaron Houston, William Weiss-Moyne and Zachary Barwell will contest this men's 800 metres. Aaron Houston, one to watch. He's a 2:06 man at his fastest. And it's a good group here. So we've seen world records in the 1500 metres set by Angus Hinksman. Only 2 days ago, he came out and won that title yesterday against Reece Langdon. We've seen some great national titles thus far in the field as well. And now it's our men's 800 metres turn to have a go at it. A couple of these guys would have already competed. As we said, it's no stranger to these para-athletes to double, if not triple, at major championships. They just want every bit of competition they can get.
It's great to see them across so many disciplines at these championships.
This is the Victorian Jordan Rudd. Seen him a few times already. Jack Conroy from New South Wales. So it's a heavy New South Wales feed. In fact, it's Rudd versus New South Wales. He's the only Victorian.
The state of origin we want to see.
Yeah.
Victoria versus New South Wales.
Well, you are about to upset a lot of Queenslanders. A lot of Maroon fans.
I know. But Victoria needs one of their own. No one like Rudd to represent us.
So Jordan Rudd for the Victorians. We can see Jack Conroy. He's a T38 competitor. Jordan Rudd, T20. So it's T20 and T38 runners all the way through here. Aaron Houston, also a T20 competitor. William Weiss-Moyne, you're about to see on screen. He's a T38 competitor. And our final athlete in this field, Zachary Barwell, also a T20 man. 2:07, his fastest time. So these men stare down the barrel of an opportunity to crown themselves a national champion, an open champion at that. And it's something you never, ever can take from somebody, those national titles. It's always on the piece of paper. It's always on the description. How many have you won?
Oh.
Well, Tamsin has joined us in the booth.
Tamsin's counting them for me. She knows more about my career than I do. Not any recently, I can tell you that much.
They started calling them the Manus after a while. She just kept winning so many.
Yeah, juniors was okay. Seniors, yeah, not so much.
Well, I don't have any, so I'm really out of my depth
So I've
in
won
this
you.
booth. Yeah, I'm out of my depth in this booth. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in this booth, how many
Incredible
national
women on my
titles?
left, yeah. Between the three of us, guys, we've got so many.
We've got a lot. More on this side of the...
Yeah. Some amazing female athletes next to me. I'm just the personality hire at this point.
You're the one with the knowledge.
There we go, I'll take that. I can't say that's been said a lot during my lifetime, but I will take it now.
When it comes to athletics, I should preface that.
Okay, good. So our men are ready to go. Thankfully, they're not hearing me right now, because I would say, please get this guy off the microphone. But Jack Conroy, Jordan Rudd, Aaron Houston, William Weiss-Moyne, Zachary Barwell. Such a great final. the lay ahead.
On your marks.
So the men's para 800 metre final is underway. Some quick gentlemen out here from Jack Conroy, Jordan Rudd, Aaron Houston, William Weiss-Moyne and Zachary Barwell will close in on this field as they make their way around this back straight. And it is Zachary Barwell off to a quick start. It looks like Rudd will be close to follow along with him and Aaron Houston too. So they jostle for position slightly there to get on the coattails of Zachary Barwell, but he set them off with a good tempo.
It seems like we're going to go through in about a 33-34 for the first 200 for our 800 metre boys. But Barwell is taking the lead, but Rudd is slowly catching up to him.
Yeah, so just wants to breathe down the neck there of Zachary Barwell, who's a 2:07 man at his fastest. So that 33 seconds will be around a pace he's very familiar with. You can see here now he wants to see what the likes of Jordan Rudd has behind him there. He hasn't put too much distance into him, but enough to feel a little more comfortable. Aaron Houston's in that third spot. That's 61.98, so we're quick here, Nana.
I know, a quick first lap for our first two front runners of Barwell and Judd. Judd is slowly behind the tails of Barwell, but the gap hasn't stretched for the past 500 metres.
Now you can see Jordan Rudd's finding a little bit of something, because we know over the back end of an 800 metres anything can happen. If you're in the potential to win, you really can. But now we start to see the work rate of Zachary Barwell moves away here from Jordan Rudd. Back further is Houston, still in that third spot. But how quick can we go here for Zachary Barwell? 2:07.25 is his lifetime best, and there's no better place to do it than at home here in New South Wales at a national championship. So 110 metres to go here now for Zachary Barwell. He'll need all the crowd support he can get because he's out on his own here. It's him versus the clock. He seems like he's going to strike the line first, but how quickly? Just on 2 minutes now. That 2:07.25 is well within the realm of possibility. And you know what? It's gone. 2:04.56 for Zachary Barwell. That's enough reason to celebrate.
I know, nice 3-second PB for Barwell. He took out the field after 100 metres, and it was nice to see him pull away with 200 metres to go. You could see that the speed started getting into his legs and he was pulling away, and about 150 he knew that he was on track for a PB.
So amazing work, as we said, over the back stages there. He was out on his own. It was a great piece of effort from Jordan Rudd to stay as close to him as long as he did. I would love to know whether that's a lifetime best for him, and I would think Aaron Houston wouldn't be too far away either.
It looked like that was a personal best for Rudd. He used working off the coattails of Barwell, and he stayed with him for as long as possible. We saw the gap bridge with about 150 metres to go, but he kept his stride length going, and we didn't see him slow down, and that has resulted in a second place in this final and a PB of 2:08.57.
So look at this replay here. We're just watching Zach Barwell, the New South Welshman, come down to this finish line, and just from strength to strength, it was fascinating. The opening 200 was 33, then went through in 61. He was squeezing this field. He was getting faster and faster and faster, and ran that 800. If you were a coach watching at home as a middle distance coach, you would show this to your athletes and say, this is how I would love for you to run these 800s.
This is how you close a race. It was giving Cam Myers with strength to strength for every 10 metres, and we saw a nice PB for our first place.
And relaxed and calm.
Very relaxed. We've learnt today that whether you run one lap or you ran 1/4 of a lap, fast and relaxed running will get you fast times and PBs.
So we can see here, we swallowed the thesaurus up here in the commentary booth. We need
a new word. Apparently relaxed has been overused, but it's true.
So Zachary Barwell, 2:04.55. Jordan Rudd, 2:08.57. Aaron Houston's 2:12.85. 2:25.78 there for William Weiss-Moyne, and Jack Conroy, 2:28.73. So the whole field under 2:30. Fantastic to see. And some more now of our para 800 metre runners are ready to go. Would be inspired by what they saw out there a moment ago. And it's a good field assembled here Emma Papatanui will be on the inside. You can see Belinda Scott, Emily O'Mahony, and Tamsin Colley, who, as mentioned, we've seen these athletes compete here already tonight, not even across the weekend, only a matter of an hour ago.
And today. Very busy schedule for our para women.
So Tamsin Colley is our younger ever Paralympian. She's represented Australia twice at a senior level. She's a finalist at that. Now gets the opportunity to be a national champion here in this women's para 800 metres. O'Mahony as well. Nana was in those 100-metre heats not too long ago.
So she's warmed up, she's ready to go. We know she's got the speed. Now it's great to see her over the 2 laps.
And this is that range we're talking about here. All across the 100, 200, 400, 800. They really can do it all. So a strong field of 4 assembled.
I know we've seen Colley over the past couple of championships run strength to strength from the 100 to the 800 metres.
So T36 competitor. O'Mahony T20, Belinda Scott a T20 athlete. Papan Tontanui, T01 competitor. Papan Tontanui, for anyone watching at home who is related, forgive me if I don't quite nail the execution of the last name.
On your marks. Stand up.
Just a bit of an unsteady.
Nice and still there, please, ladies.
We did see someone last night put their hand
your marks.
down on the start line, which was interesting. So away cleanly, this is the women's para 800 metre final. Papatanui on the inside, Scott, O'Mahony and Tamsin Colley, who we've seen so much of. She was our youngest ever Paralympian. She's represented the country twice. And she's going to be behind Belinda Scott in the opening 100 metres. They'll make their way down to this rail now. So Belinda Scott, a 240.69 athlete at her best, has just decided that the best way to get ahead is to get moving.
Scott is not slowing down. Over the past 2 days, we've seen her in several events, and we can just see that her speed is not tiring her down because she has had a great first 250 metres.
And so Belinda Scott has the best part of 30 metres on the rest of this field, and that's Tamsin Colley, who sits back just behind her there in that second spot. But with 500 metres to go, it is Belinda Scott of New South Wales. I'm sure she has friends and family in this grandstand right now prepared to cheer her on in a quest for a national title. So Belinda Scott in front, Tamsin Colley doing a good job just to maintain some distance. But with 400 metres to go, the greatest sound in middle distance running is about to approach the bell here for Belinda Scott.
So 1 minute 13 for the first lap for Belinda Scott right now.
So well under that 240 prescribed lifetime best. So putting herself in a great position here. Papatanui now through from the nation's capital. And then it's O'Mahony from New South Wales about to get her own journey with the bell. So Papatanui doing a good job to just maintain some distance there from Tamsin Colley, who's in that second spot, but up this back straight at the moment. It's all Belinda Scott. She got to her work early. She didn't want anybody running alongside of her. She put her foot on the gas and wanted to see who could follow along, and nobody could quite go with her. So 200 metres to go, the grueling stages of the 800 metres await. 1:56 strikes the clock. We're looking for 240.69. Would be a lifetime best here for Belinda Scott. And rounds 150 metres to go. Colley now with 200 metres of her own, and Papatanui still hasn't given up that chase either. But 120 metres remains here for Belinda Scott, and we're looking at 240, so we'll need a 20-second final 100 metres to get there from Belinda Scott into this home straight now. The crowd behind her, 25-26 on the clock here for Belinda Scott, giving everything she has in this women's para 800 metres, 32-33. This will be down to the wire for Belinda Scott, 37-8-9, right on the money. 240.16, that's better than 240.69.
She has done it. Her first 100 metres really set up that race for her, and a PB for Scott.
Oh, the pure adulation, the deserved adulation. The crowd behind her. We see Tamsin Cully, Papadanui finish off here as well. But you can tell that one meant a lot. It's a lifetime best, and it's first across the line here as we see Emily O'Mahony finish off her 800-metre journey here as well. The women's para 800 metres about to be finished. We can see the camaraderie on the line. Belinda Scott is giving everybody at home something to watch, that's for sure. But well done here to Emily O'Mahony. Finishes her 800-metre journey. But the headline, Belinda Scott, we can see here for everybody watching on at home at 7+. A great result.
You can see how much that meant to her, especially already doing 2 races to come back with her third one with a PB of 2:40.14. What a great run as we watch the replay again, going from strength to strength. With 50 metres to go, she had 8 seconds to get her PB, and that is what she did. She did not slow down. She had a number in mind, and boy, did she get it. Just by the teeth, but a PB is a PB and a win is a win.
Just amazing, and it's so hard not to get drawn into that crowd support. You can hear this entire arena rallying around
when
Belinda
we're in
Scott.
this box, I can see Mitch and I, our hands are waving, we're clapping, we're trying to make sure you don't hear how excited we are when we see these athletes compete.
Well, it's a strange one here in Sydney because everybody can see inside the commentary booth as well, so they would have seen us jumping up and down and cheering and supporting, and look at that.
This one meant a lot to Belinda Scott.
That's amazing. That is what it's all about, is it
Does
not?
put a chill in you, doesn't it?
If that doesn't inspire you to get out, I don't know what will. Belinda Scott, 240.15, but it will be Tamsin Colley who will take the gold with her 253.15, 94% for her, and then Emma Papadanui from the ACT, 72% for the bronze. Emily O'Mahony will go for 4th. That's one you won't forget for a while.
No, as you can see from the results, due to their baseline and their point system, Belinda Scott will get the 2nd place, even though she crossed the line first. But nonetheless, a PB for her, and congratulations to para 800 metre.
So our para athletes continue to impress here. They've really set the table for what's to come because there's so much more remaining here in Sydney. Thanks for being here on 7+, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. So we're turning purple now. You can see that means that it's nearly business time for a lot of our athletes here. We've got 100-metre finals. We've got some 800s to come. We've got so much athletics, but right now in front of us, you can see that they're all set up here on the track. The 400-metre hurdle heats. This will be young Cameron Badger. Now, he had such a promising junior career. He now transitions into this senior stables, but the New South Welshman,
He'll go out of lane number 4, and he's got the man in form here, Matthew Hunt. He's gone under 50 seconds. He's been undefeated on the domestic calendar this year.
He's one of 2 men who have gone under the 50-second mark, and the other one is his brother, Thomas Hunt. So I know Mum and Dad are probably eagerly watching, hoping there's a holding hands across the line and a nice sub-50 for both sons.
Well, I feel for Bryce Collins. He's between the two, so let's hope they're not angry at each other.
No sibling fighting. You've got a mediator in the middle.
Poor Bryce could get stuck in the middle of it all. So Matthew Hunt looking to... I would be fascinated to know the statistic on this of brothers winning back-to-back national titles, because it was Thomas last year, and Matthew would love to go one better of his own. So inside of the track, Angus Proudfoot. It looks like we'll be without Matthew Crowe. Then we've got Cameron Badger, who I mentioned. And no Thomas Hunt either. He will not be contesting. So Thomas Hunt, unfortunately, the brothers won't be running off with each other. Bryce Collins, Matthew Hunt, who I've been speaking of, the sub-50-second man this year, Max Burns and Jasha Koda out in lane number 9. So, Nana, we're going to need the first 2 here will be the automatic spots, and then we're going to go the 2 fastest times from there.
Be a very interesting race with 2 participants not competing, how the stagger really affects the people on the inside and the outside of lanes that are missing in this first heat.
So it's a shame we won't have Thomas here. But Matthew will fly the flag for the Hunt clan. Our season's best goes in heat number 1. It's been a while since we'd had a man under 50 seconds. He moved to the 10th fastest Australian of all time in Adelaide. That was back in the early stages of March. He's been impressive since.
On your marks.
He was just shy of the 50-second marker in Hobart. But all he needs to do here, this is always the hard part with hurdles, be clean, stay out of trouble.
And getting the right stepping in between each hurdle.
Set.
So the first of our men's 400-metre heats is underway, and we can see Matthew Hunt wasting no time to get into his running. So it's a good field. You need to be in the top 2 to get through to the final automatically, and the class of the domestic season is starting to show. So that's Hunt with Burns outside of him, inside of the track from the ACT Proudfoot, doing a really good job to keep that pressure on. He has Hunt in his sights here at the moment. He'll be able to work off the stride rate of Matthew Hunt, but rounding into the final 150 metres, Hunt now with a slight gap then back to Proudfoot. We'll get a good picture of it as they make their way in here. Proudfoot fighting on strongly. In front of Hunt is Collins. You have to be in the top 2 to make this final automatically, and it's Matthew Hunt who leads from Proudfoot, a slight stagger step. Now Collins sees his opportunity, gets into the second spot, but Hunt switched off 52.26, and Collins joins him there, automatic into the final.
What a race. We will actually see it in the replay, but it took Hunt to about the 5th hurdle to really catch the stagger of Brian, but Collis on the outside really started to make his move with the last 100 metres, but then Hunt did what he needed to do to control the race, and we saw him switch off because he knew he needed to come top 2 to make the final. As we see them come off to the final 100 metres, Proudfoot on the outside is actually making a lot of space while Collins in the middle of Hunt, but as they go over the last hurdle, we see Hunt use his speed to get in front to get the automatic qualifier of the top 2, followed by Collis. Proudfoot will just have to wait to see if he gets the small cue as we have a couple more heats to go.
Well, you called it perfectly before the race started, Nana. It's not just getting over the hurdles, it's the steps, it's the rhythm, it's making sure you're able to maintain. And we saw that stop and prop from Proudfoot just prevented him from being able to get over that last hurdle and secure that automatic spot. 52.94 is what he will be waiting on for a spot in that final. Jasha Coaster as well got through for 4th, 54.13. But Matthew Hunt, it's one thing to be the fastest this year. It's another to find yourself in a final. He's done the job.
It's always the scariest part of the qualification. You might know on paper that you deserve to be in that final, but it really matters about that heat and where you're placing. You do not want to leave time to chance.
So heat 2 is here. We can see Lee Bennett, Daniel Harlow, Kyle Bennett. He was second last year. He was at the World Under-20 Championships as well for this event. Harvey Morant, Miller Smith, Rowan Laundrette, Fraser Parker, and Jackson Love. So this is the next group to try and find their way into the final.
Lane for the Queenslander, Carl Bennett will be one to watch. He has started his season off with a season's best of 50.72, but his PB is 50.7. So he is in PB form. So it will be exciting to see what he does. Does he go for it? We know it's a quick and a fast track. Is he going for the time, or is he just going for that automatic safe qualification?
So the 22-year-old winner of the Melbourne Comedy Festival way back when. So he was an under-18 comedian. He might be a senior national gold medalist. We'd have to find the stats on how many comedians have won a national title.
I know. I wonder if he was telling some jokes in the call room, or was it all calm and serious with Carl Bennett?
Do you keep it locked up? Do you keep it all business?
Maybe after the race, once the hands have been shaken, you say a good old dad joke, or maybe a hurdle joke.
Well, this is Lee Bennett, a 40-year-old in this field. Now, he's run 50.34 at his fastest. At 40 years of age, he's still dropping 54.96 this year. So he would be one of our Masters athletes. Amazing to see him here on the start line of the heats in this men's 400-metre hurdles. But only 2 can go, and it's close across the board. Now, Kyle is the fastest with his 50.72 this year. But Rowan Laundrette and Jack Love,
On your marks.
also 51 second men this year. They're going out of lane 7 and lane 9, so that will be, well, hard to tell on the circular track, but starting closest to you at home, finish closest to you at home. You'll look pretty wide on the back straight. This is heat number 2, men's 400-metre hurdles.
Set.
So 2 go through here. Number 2 of the men's 400-metre hurdles. The one to watch is Kyle Bennett, the 22-year-old. He was a World Junior representative across this event now, and he's out into his running very quickly. He's so technically proficient over those hurdles. Just look how quickly he whips that lead leg down. So minimal time in the air as the rest of this field fights it out for that second spot. Rowan Laundrette and Jack Love have been the next 2 fastest this season, but he's the only man in the 50-second marker this year at the moment in this field, in Kyle Bennett, and he's away from them. So Bennett leads out into this home straight. It's a jostle for that second spot at the moment, but as they make their way on there, Rowan Laundrette there is in front. He's got company starting to charge down on his inside. So Kyle Bennett is away though. He'll go through automatically. They'll all try and push for that automatic spot, but Bennett switches off. Laundrette gets there and the rest will wait on time.
Bennett, his speed really showed on the back straight. Also similar to heat number 1, we saw him take up the whole stagger of the field when he got to hurdle number 5, but you really saw him put a gap in the first 2 hurdle legs.
So again, who we thought would get through, gets through.
Love was really impressive with the last flight of hurdles. As we watch again, we've got 100 metres to go. We've got 3 flights of hurdles, and Bennett is really controlling the race. Harvey Morant is in second position, but when we get to 50 metres to go and the last flight of hurdles, we just see Love look left and right, see where he's placed to get that automatic cue.
So Harvey Morant has a small queue right now, Nana. It's a good point. He was in second coming into those last 2 flights, but 53.47. Enough at the moment to hold that small queue. And we were talking about this off air. We're going to get to the next heat in a moment, but we'd seen Connor Fry walking around in some casual clothes. We were wondering whether that meant he wasn't competing. He is there. So maybe he just came into this feeling confident.
Maybe that. Cool, calm and collected, ready to run. He'll leave it on the track.
So he's a man who's been long after that sub 50. 50.17, his best.
He's been very close to it on many occasions. He's run 51.29 this season, off 1 second off his PB of 50.7, 1.7.
For the 28-year-old, he was the national champion in 2022, and if you take a look at the lane next to him, Ash Maloney. That's right, Ash Maloney, our decathlon, our bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. He's here now, trying his hand at 400-metre hurdling. He started the year a little slowly, and he's built into it, and you can see him on screen here. He's a big hulking figure, is Ash Maloney. He's actually got a lot better technically over the hurdles. He is quick. At heart, he's a very, very quick athlete. So it was fascinating to see how he would transition into doing just one event. But Ash Maloney seems to be making it his own, and it's one of the healthier seasons we've seen from him in recent years.
If you've been watching Ash's career, especially in his decats, the 400 metres was one of his strongest events. And we've seen him, as you said, injury-riddled over the past couple of years since the Olympics. But he's tried his hand in hurdles. Bit of a slow start to the year, but we've seen him technically get really better. And it's great to see him on the national start line, fit and healthy, and in a new event. So we'll be very excited to see Ash in lane number 6.
So the entire field there, you can see the Western Australian Jacob Eddington, Nicholas Pavia, Blake Dobe, Connor Fry, who we mentioned in the 2022 national champ, Ash Maloney, your Olympic bronze medalist in the decathlon. He's also the national record holder, indoor and outdoor, for the decathlon. Josh Fabiani, Sam Scarman, and James Harden out in lane number 9. So they know what lay ahead, need to be in that top 2 or run quick chasing it.
Currently, the small queues are 53.47 will get you into the final, and that is Harvey Morant from the last heat. So 52 is a safe spot to make the final.
So the 2 to watch for you at home, it's our man with the pink silk across his chest. That's Connor Fry, the 2022 national champ. And your Olympic decathlon bronze medalist, Ash Maloney, he's 4 from the outside in the colourful Nike strip. This is the last of our heats, the last opportunity to book yourself in a national final.
Set.
So the last time around here to find themselves in a national final, and we're going to watch closely on Connor Fry and Ash Maloney. And Ash Maloney, he almost beat the gun out there. He is flying in the opening stages of this men's 400-metre hurdles. So he's got better and better as the year's gone on, has Ash. And we can see Connor Fry in that second spot. Contesting inside of him might be Dobe, but Ash Maloney is out here to prove a point that now he is a 400-metre hurdler. He's leaving his decathlon days behind. He's swapping legs over the top of the hurdles. Just clips it there. So we need to find that strength. We know he's got plenty of it and has recovered well into the final 100 metres. So Ash Maloney just goes to find his stride. A little proppy over the second last. Needs to get clean over, and he is. So Ash Maloney's away from this field. He's chasing a time here as well. Just over 50 seconds. A lifetime best for Ash Maloney in the heats. Connor Fry will get that second spot. Well, that's impressive. 50 point with the stumble.
What an interesting race. The first 200 metres of watching Ash run, I was thinking speed, 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 but it seemed that he got too close to the hurdles and he wasn't getting even strides in between. And we saw him stumble over most of those hurdles, but he's such a strong athlete that he really knows how to get his footing back. As we watch the last 100 metres, it's not the cleanest race over the hurdles for him, but he's so strong and tall, we know that he can get himself back into a position to get his speed and his steps through that. And we saw a lifetime best. And I think he really set that up in the first 5 hurdles because he ate the field really well.
Yeah, well, he's improved his 400-metre hurdling 4-5 seconds this year, of course. When you start to step into it, you're going to see a massive improvement. But that, to me, Nana, was a real warning shot to the field that says, OK, we've seen Matt Hunt go under 50 seconds. I'm not far away from that, boys. I'm 50.57 right now. Looks like Jacob Eddington is going to do enough for the small queue as well, the Western Australian in third. So 50.57 for Ash Maloney. That is a talking point. Connor Fry makes his way into another national final. And Jacob Eddington, the Western Australian, will be there too tomorrow. Oh, that's going to take me a second to calm down from. I think Ash Maloney.
What a race, because Ash has put himself as the fastest qualifier in the final with a PB, followed by Matthew Hunt, Connor Fry, Kyle Bennington, Bryce Collars, Jacob Eddington, Angus Proudfoot and Rowan Rollington to finish off.
So a great final that's going to be. Maloney, the fastest qualifier by a second and a half. Admittedly, Matthew Hunt, Kyle Bennett, they both switched off at the conclusive stages of their heats. Connor Fry was impressive. Collins, Eddington, Proudfoot, and Rowan Lauren Day will be in that final. Oh boy, we've set up the night for something extraordinary. It started with our para-athletes, and then following on was our men's 400-metre hurdlers. Up next will be our women's 400-metre hurdles turn to book their spot in a national final.
Who will it be? Who do you want to see? Don't go anywhere. We'll show them to you right after this. Now, how's that music in the background?
It's getting us ready for a great night of finals and heats. Up next is our women's 400 hurdles, and I'm actually quite excited by the rivalry that we have been seeing in the 400 women's hurdles. We have Alana Ukid, she's back home, she's back in Perth, and Sarah Carley. Last year I got to call this race and we saw her get a world champs qualifier and set up a great campaign for the Tokyo World Champs. But the young star in Marley Wilkinson has had a great season in the 4 flat and in the 4 hurdles, followed by Alicia Bennett, Isabella Guthrie. We've got some great stars that we are going to see on display. Top 2 from each heat and 2 little queues up for grabs.
So you set that up beautifully, Nana. Everybody at home is informed of what we've been seeing. Sarah Carley, I can't think of the last time Sarah Carley lost a race here in Australia. She's the 3-time national champ coming into this. Would love to make that 4. Has not lost on the domestic season this year. Has Sarah Carley improved upon that flat speed? We've seen that now at the World Championships. We saw it in Paris. It's just getting better and better. She is going out of lane number 8. Some more names to take note of here. Isabella Guthrie, another athlete who's class, but Claudia Hughes will go out of lane number 1. Marie Duvois from France in 2. Grace Van Zella is in 3. Isabella Guthrie, I mentioned, in 4. Emily Holler is in 5. Susie Douglas in 6. Imogen Johnson, 7. Sarah Carley, the class of the field, in 8. And Vivienne Letessier from Western Australia is in lane number 9. So we do have a few under 60 seconds here. Obviously, Sarah Carley, the fastest, but Susie Douglas, Guthrie, and Duvernay from France, the others.
So we've got Isabel and Sarah Carley, both trained by hurdler and coach Abby Taddeo.
So Susie Douglas, she was a finalist last year at the Australian Championships, 24-year-old. She's run 58.79 this year. Her lifetime best is 58.76, so she's right around peak form. She'd love to bring it here in Sydney and make her way to another final.
And if my eyes deceive me, coached by Alex Beck, who we saw run in the 400-metre heats last night.
So this is sure to be a cracker. It's a great way to start. Our athletes walking off track, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Nicola Oleschlagers, Curtis Marshall, collecting their awards.
For Athlete of the Year
and
for Nicola.
Ella Nelson, we could see out there. So great to have Ella Nelson and her young daughter back here at the track. Should have been an Olympic finalist in Rio. You remember that, the queen of 200-metre running, Ella Nelson. Giving a good long yarn with Curtis Marshall, which is unlike Curtis. But our attention goes to the track. An opportunity to be in a national final. Many of these women would be there first. It would be just another year
On your marks.
for Sarah Carley. Hughes, Dauvigny from France, Van Zella, Guthrie, Holler, Douglas, Johnson, Carley, Letessier. Watch second from the right. Sarah Carley, first of 3.
Set.
So the first of 3 here for the women's 400-metre hurdle. Sarah Carley was a little slow out of the box, but quickly there to hurdle number 1. So Carley is away, and going to go with her there is Susie Douglas. She's run 58.79 this year, just 0.3 seconds shy of her lifetime best. So she loved that chance to be the second automatic qualifier, moving through well as Guthrie as well. So they're around the 58-second marker together. They would have known that coming into heat number 1. And the athlete to chase is Sarah Carley, looking to book a spot in another national final and go and get after another national title with 120 metres to go. So Sarah Carley it is that leads out. The battle now begins between Johnson there, or Douglas and Guthrie, I should say. They're in that second spot together, but Sarah Carley is clean. She's been working on this flat speed all year long, and we're seeing it here now. Guthrie's just in front there of Douglas for that second spot, tightening up though, but will hold on. It's a great run there to hold to that second automatic. Douglas was quick. We'll have to wait. 58.10. Those small cues, so important.
Sarah Carley is one to watch. If you've been following her on social media with her new coach, Abby Taddeo, you've been seeing that they've had a really big focus on her speed and her power. And we saw that in the first 200 metres. But with 120 to go, I think she knew what spot she was in. We saw her pump the brakes on the gas a little bit and do what she needed to do with a qualifier of 58 to get her into the final.
Sarah Carley, there's no better technician of round running than her.
No, she is beautiful over the hurdles, and it shows in every race. As we watch the replay now, Sarah just looking effortlessly coming through the last 2 hurdle heights, but Guthrie's really hanging in there because she knows she wants that automatic cue, and she's just losing her form a little bit, but she does enough to get that big cue and see her in her national final.
So Sarah Carley, if she can win this year, she'll have 5 on the trot. Wouldn't that be something?
Sarah knows how to get it done when it needs to be get done. As we saw it last year when she got that qualifier for Tokyo, you saw a sigh of relief because it knew she didn't have to go overseas and chase that in Europe, and she could do what she needed to do and get her speed, which we saw in the first 200 metres.
So Sarah Carley on screen there. Always a great interview. Such a great talker, such an inspiring athlete. Her career was nearly over a few years ago after a horrible gym accident, but managed to come back and be the incredible athlete she is now. So Carly 58.09, Isabella Guthrie's 59.30, enough for a big Q. So Susie Douglas at 59.51. Duvnier of France at 1 minute .23. We'll have that nervous weight of watching these next two after them. And for good reason. It's a quick heat after them here, highlighted by our Olympian Alana Jukic. We can see here our ambulance shot put final for our men. So continues what's been a great night of para-athletics. Cameron Crombie the furthest, 15.16. Leo Halloran's thrown it out over 14 metres, 14.41. Todd Hodgetts as well, 13.18. I saw him competing earlier today in the qualifying. You can see them all here. And our men's discus final as well, about to begin. So someone will crown themselves a national champion. We spoke about it yesterday. Matt Denny over in Ramona, Oklahoma, chasing a world record. Got it out over 74 metres. In fact, every throw over 70 metres. One of the most consistent discus throwers in the event's history. He's chasing his own piece of history in Oklahoma. And behind the blocks here, it's heat number 2 of our women's 400-metre hurdle. Sienna Farrell out of lane number 1, the Texas State athlete. Went to the World Juniors for this event. Leon Villet from France, then Ashley Spencer, Shakira Harding, the Victorian. And this is a very talented athlete on the rise, Nana. Sophie Harden's in 5, Alana Jukic, our Olympian, world champion representative, travelled to every corner of the globe to try and qualify for Paris and got there. Talan Parky's in 7, Ashley Palmer is in lane 8, and Taxi Algen is in lane number 9.
What a field. We have Taxi Pardon, who's just moved to the 400 hurdles. Ash Palmer had a baby a year ago. Sienna Farrell is now competing in the US. Alana Jukic travelling across the world, back home in Perth now training. And Harding, of course, what a talented family. We've seen her and her sister win multiple state championships this year and multiple PBs.
So has that World Under-20 qualifier as well, Shakira Harding, but so does Maya Hewitt, Mia Shelley, and Madeline Marston. So watch for Jukic in lane number 6. And Algen, England, the Queenslander, also was at those World Under-20 Championships in 2022. Heat number 2.
Set.
So quickly away here, heat number 2, we are looking at Alana Jukic. She's the fastest in this field, though. Algen outside, the Queenslander, has been strong. She was that World Under-20 representative in 2022. Farrell on the inside as well was a part of a World Junior team. But Alana Jukic is out here controlling things on the back straight for the moment, all trying to keep up there. Looks like Harding doing a good job, who has the current World Under-20 standard. But Alana Jukic going strength to strength here in the opening stages of this women's 400-metre hurdle. So it's been an up and down year for her. She's been getting faster and faster and would love to sharpen things up here at the national titles, and she's doing just that with 100 metres to go. So Alana Jukic is in front, moving through well as the French woman as well. Villet in that second spot. Wide there moving is Anglin Palmer, the Victorian, also wants to get into that second spot, but Alana Jukic has it. Villet, the French woman, is in second. That's going to be the 1-2, and just behind is Anglin, 58.20, the time to stop the clock.
Just like heat number 2, we saw Alana Jukic have a great sprint start, and she was the first over the first hurdle, and the race was her to control. We saw a bit of a stumble at the 150-metre mark, but as you know, she has crossed the globe to run many races, so she knew how to stand tall and how to keep that rhythm in until she finished the race. As we watch the replay right now, she is in control of the whole race. We have the French woman in the inside coming second, and Sienna Farrell going for that 3rd place. But Alana Jukic has done what she needed to do to book herself another national final spot, and it will be great to see Sarah Carley and her fight it out for the finish.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see the best in the country competing for the national title. Alana Jukic really strong, really confident in that race. So books herself a spot in another national final.
So we see Alana run 58.20 to qualify her second into that final, following Sarah Carley with 58.09. We see our small cues come from heat number 2 and heat number 1 of 59.51 and 59.57.
Okay, so have to be under 60 seconds. There's a few athletes here who can do just that. In heat number 3, we can see Alana next to Nicola Olaschlager's signing autographs. So the best of the best are here in Sydney. Let's look at heat number 3 after we see the results of 2. So to your point, England 59.57. Will it be enough to hold on for a final spot?
It'll be interesting to see what these girls can do. The qualification for Com Games is 55 flat, and we just saw the girls do what they needed to do. So we saw slower times from our star Olympians of Sarah Carley and Alana Jukic, but not to fret. I'm sure we will see them gunning for that 55 flat in the final tomorrow.
So in this third heat, Marley Wilkinson in lane 5. The fastest, 56.64 this year. Matilda Ryan's in lane 2. Siobhan Bales in 3. Amy Bailey in 4. Marley Wilkinson, we mentioned, she was a silver medalist in 2024. Goes out of lane 5. Scarlett Pye's in 6. Anika Boy's 7. Claudia Chapman 8. And Alicia Bennett's, another from the ACT, one to watch, goes out of lane number 9. She was 5th last year at the World University Games. Semi-finalist in the World Under-20 Championships in 2024. She was the junior champion in 2023. So making a good name for herself in these senior ranks now. 57.88 this year, but Marley Wilkinson, Nana in the middle of the track, she is the one to watch.
I know, before we were saying that we've really seen her work on her flat 400 speed. We saw her go to New Zealand and we saw her in Canberra early racing with the Gemma Pollard getting a PB. So Marley will be the one to watch.
So Wilkinson been a feature in the last 3 national finals, including that silver medal, so would love to find her way back onto a podium, deserves it. Has beaten Alana Jukic once this year. And Sarah Carley, of course, undefeated and has been for quite some time. So 2 to go through, so many under 60 seconds. Matilda Ryan, Wilkinson, Chapman and Bennett, all capable, and meaning all capable of running that small queue as well. So I would think that they're not going to wait around. I wouldn't think there's going to be too much hesitation over the sticks. They're all going to be chasing. If you can't be in that top 2, top 4 sounds pretty good as well. This is the last opportunity here to get into a final. They've got the benefit of knowing what's been run before them. They know where they need to be. It's all about execution now. Women's 400-metre hurdles heats.
Set.
So Wilkinson was upright quickly. She's in the middle of the track there. Wide, though, Alicia Bennett is quick to hurdle number 1. So Wilkinson beats her there just. Then Chapman and Bennett's out wide on the track. You need to be in that top 2 to be in the final automatically, or let's make this one quick. So Wilkinson, middle of the track, would have the best of this field at the moment, though Bennett's doing a mightily fine effort to keep her honest in the middle. So Bennett's maybe now through 200 metres. Then to Wilkinson. Back further is Chapman. The rest of the field trying to pick up this stagger. As I said, only 2 will be going through. Wilkinson now starts to show her strength. Moves past Bennett into the final straight. Only has 2 flights of hurdles remaining to book herself a spot in another national final. Marley Wilkinson out there from Alicia Bennett. These 2 are clear from the field, so that will be your 1-2 as they're over the last flight, and it's an all-out pursuit now for a small qualifier, but Marley Wilkinson stops it at 58.23.
Marley's first 200 really shows that she has been working on her flat speed, and we saw it there tonight. But we can't count out Bennett. The 20-year-old, coached by Banny Beckingham, had such a strong 300 metres. But the likes of Marley, slightly faster PB with 56.11 from 2024, as we show in the replay now, gets on top of her with the last 100 metres to go.
Yeah, it was a strong performance, wasn't it? I thought maybe on the back straight that she was going to be challenged a lot by Alicia Bennett, and Bennett's put up a mighty effort, but Wilkinson just showed what she's been doing all year long. That strength is on display, and the big 3 are through to this women's 400-metre hurdle final. Not even a slight bit of concern on the face of Marley Wilkinson. Totally in control on her way to another national final.
No, out of the three girls, she's probably done the most amount of racing from them. So, as we see on our screen now, Olympic defending champ Nina Kennedy on the screen getting ready for the women's pole vault championship. I know everyone is very excited to see her back at a national championships.
So here's the results from heat number 3. Marley and Alicia will go through. Matilda Ryan's 1 minute 65 won't be enough to book a spot in the final. Chapman, Boys Pie, Ballet and Bailey miss as well. So we'll get a look at that final field in a moment. And this will be the women's 400-metre hurdle final. So Sarah Carley, Alana Jukic, Marley Wilkinson, Alicia Bennett, Isabella Guthrie, Loan Villay, Susie Douglas and Taxi Algen. That is going to be an absolute showstopper tomorrow afternoon.
I know we can see the girls go faster. They did what they needed to do to get into the final. Very reserved racing from our top 3, as we've seen them run about 3 to 4 seconds faster during the domestic season.
So Nina Kennedy continues her warm-ups. As you said, loves the opportunity to compete at home. Just loves the opportunity to compete, really. Nina Kennedy.
She is a competitor. I love seeing Nina's journey over social media, coming back through hamstring surgery, having to make that choice before Tokyo, sadly injuring herself in her last session before getting on the plane. She's had to make a lot of tough decisions to protect her body, but it's great to see her fully healthy, off a short approach and seeing what she can do at the national championships.
Well, this is Ethan Ayadeli in the ring as well for his first round attempt. Seemed rather lackadaisical in there. Just didn't seem too interested in the first round, did Ethan? So unsure whether he's proppy or what the situation there is. Darcy Miller's the furthest. It's a no throw for Ethan. So 55.88 currently leading this men's discus competition.
Coming up soon, we have the men's final of high jump. Their qualification round was cancelled on the first day of the Australian Championships. I think some of them were very happy to see that they only had one jump this weekend.
And it's a good field as well. And you can see Yoel Reith out there setting up. Men's discus continues out of the hand cleanly, but maybe a few more revolutions than he would have liked. And Yoel Reith marking out his run-up. We just saw Brandon Stark jumping over the mat. Haven't seen him this year.
Yes, this will be his first competition. We saw on Instagram a big chunk of his ankle in a little box.
And so that men's high jump is sure to be scintillating. The discus will continue as well. We've got more of our para finals here in a moment's time. Live from Sydney on day number 3 of the Australian National Track and Field Championships. We've already seen fireworks on day number 1 and 2. I dare say we're about to see plenty more here on day number 3. From wherever you're watching, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with some more athletics action. Well, I told you it would be quick. A nice ad break there from Chemist Warehouse. You can see the crowd building here in anticipation. The Easter show going on in the background there as well. And I would hope that Easter show makes their way into the real show here at SOPAC. This is the final of our women's 800-metre wheelchair race. Madison Kent, Coco Espy and Sarah Clifton-Bly will compete here. And we've seen them so many times already. We already mentioned that. We saw Madison Kent, Coco Espy earlier.
Names. An hour turnaround for these lovely ladies, and they're back on track for 2 laps.
So, Espy, Kent, Clifton-Bly. Clifton-Bly, multiple-time Australian representative. She's the widest on the track at the beginning here. And we can see our young Western Australian there, Madison Kent, the 18-year-old, Coco Espy as well. These two have raced off plenty of times at junior nationals. And now here as senior athletes, ready to give it their all. Espy debuted for Australia at the Para Championships last year in this event as well. There's the 100 and 400 metres, and Clifton Bly, as I mentioned, coached by the great Louise Savage, just 22 years of age, 4-time Australian representative.
On your marks.
Here we go, women's 800 metre final. So our women's wheelchair 800 metre final is away. Sarah Clifton Bly in the white there, Coco Espy in the blue, and we can see Madison Kent wheeling along nicely here in the opening 100 metres. So Espy was a representative in this event last year at the World Para Champs. That's again in those blue colours. Sarah Clifton Bly 4 times has been an Australian representative, and Madison Kent moving along nicely in the opening stages.
And we just see the girls hit the 100 metre mark as they're about to cut into our first 2 lanes.
So it's Coco Espy who's pushing on well, but you can see Sarah Clifton Bly now just starting to find some strength up this back straight. So the 22-year-old will try and go up on the inside of our 18-year-old Madison Kent as well, making her way through the opening 200 metres. But it is Coco Espy who manages to hold on in front here and just goes to the arms and really starts to see what Sarah Clifton Bly has behind her. So Coco Espy doing a great job there. Clifton Bly not too far away. You can see Espy a little wide into this home straight.
We see the girls go through the first 300 metres in 1:10.70 seconds for the first 300.
And Madison Kent of Western Australia into this home straight here now as well. So Coco Espy out from Clifton Bly. You'd think this last lap might see a couple of moves here because Sarah Clifton Bly looking strong. That's 1:31, maybe 1:33 there for Sarah Clifton Bly. But every time it looks like she's getting a little closer, Espy finds a little something and just really tests how much she can hold on to this pace. Madison Kent in third, Nana, but it looks like now Coco Espy finding a little more.
I know she's done great to keep the gap, and it seems like just as they have 300 metres to go, she is slightly pulling away.
So it's on these bends where Coco Espy really does her best work. Clifton Bly on these straights has been able to bring back a little bit of distance each time, but right now it looks like the spirits are trying to be broken from Coco Espy. Sarah Clifton Bly will find everything she can to get after Espy in front of her. Madison Kent into the final 300 metres of her 800 metre racing as well. But Coco Espy, this has been magnificent here in the 800. She's been able to move away. It looked like she'd be challenged by Sarah Clifton Bly, and she was for a long period of this race. But when it all came said and done, Coco Espy was able to find a little bit more strength as she rounds into the final 100 metres here in the Women's Para 800 metre Wheelchair Championship of Australia. Coco Espy, with less than 100 metres of racing to go, has moved away here from Sarah Clifton Bly and made this her own out into lane number 2. And it's coming right down here to get under 3 minutes. 2:55, 6, 7, 8, well under 2:58 high there for Coco Espy. A magnificent performance. Sarah Clifton Bly into the home straight now as well. Put in a great effort here, did Sarah Clifton Bly, so long with Coco Espy.
Espy seemed to be her strongest around the bend. It seemed where she could really pull away from Clifton Bly.
And Madison Kent now with 100 metres to go. So Sarah Clifton Bly done, the Western Australian, with 110 metres to go here in the Para 800 metre Wheelchair Championship of Australia. Into this home straight now. There'll be a time in mind here for the Western Australian, and we'll give absolutely everything to get down to the line with 50 metres to go. So the race is nearly done. It's been an almighty effort. You can see the grimace on the face, putting everything into this final 50. It's been magnificent from our T53 athlete, and she will finish off here in the Women's Para 800 metre Wheelchair Championship.
I think Madison Kent will be really happy to see herself go under that 4-minute mark.
So well done to Madison Kent. Fantastic from our women there. So we will get to these results as they're done. As we said, it always goes down to the percentages, but well done to all of our women here competing in the 800 metre Wheelchair Championship. For all you watching on at home, we're going to continue with the 800 metre Wheelchair Championship. It's our men's turn in a moment. Sydney is about to be host to a great
athletic spectacle. 100 metres to come, 800 metres. We'll be right back. So welcome back to all our 7+ viewers here at SoPac. We continue with athletic action. It's our men's 800-metre wheelchair final of Australia. And this is a class field, a few Australian representatives in here. Ones to watch:
Sam Carter and Samuel Rizzo, Cormac Ryan, Warwick Holmes, Robert Hooton, and Tristan Orchard as well. Some class competitors. No, this is sure to be a good one.
I know we have a couple different baselines in this race, T54, T34, that will be competing. So we will have to wait for our judges to calculate their points before we know who wins the race in the 800-metre wheelchair final.
So, as I said, Carter and Rizzo, Australian representatives. Carter on multiple occasions. But this is an event that requires so much power from the shoulders. And these men, they will fly, don't you worry about that. And when they are trying to pass each other, it is a spectacle. The crew is making their way in here. And you can see there is a man quadruple fisting hot chips. Now that is
a talent. That is a power sport.
There better be a very happy family on the end of that. Rachel Lindbergh, we can see as well, getting into her pole vault final. But on this track, most importantly, is this 800-metre wheelchair final. Cormac Ryan, Warwick Holmes, Robert Hooton, Sam Carter, always classy. Tristan Orchard, Samuel Rizzo. Here we go. So away, a really good start here for this group, but getting out quickly is Sam Carter. So Carter and Rizzo were the first two. Inside as well, Cormac Ryan from New South Wales, but Sam Carter setting a vicious tempo in the opening 100 metres. They'll cross across here shortly, and Carter wasting no time to see what the likes of Rizzo and Ryan have within them.
I was so impressed by Carter's start. He was the first off the mark. He was the first across the first 100 metres and leading them into the first 200 metres.
So take a look at Sam Carter here, wasting no time to assert himself in this field. They're starting to pick up a little bit now on this distance. You don't want to let him get too far away. He's a multiple-time Australian representative. He's been all over the globe as Sam Carter, so this will be no strange territory for him to be leading out this field. So Carter into this home straight for the penultimate time, moving so smoothly. That's 51.93 on the clock. Next up there is Rizzo, moving well as well is Cormac Ryan in that third spot. But Samuel Carter looks like a man possessed with 300 metres to go.
Keep your eye out on Rizzo. He has not let the gap get bigger since the first 200 metres.
So Rizzo will have to find something in the final 250. Cormac Ryan going strength to strength as well. But it's the Sam Carter show here at the moment in the 800 metres. Rizzo will have to find everything to go and get after our man out in front. But that violent tempo we set early has continued. And with 140 metres remaining here in this 800 metres, Sam Carter appears to have an unassailable lead on this field. Rizzo continues to move strongly. But Sam Carter, ladies and gentlemen, this is world class in front of you right here and right now. He's been good for so long for a reason, and he gets to the line at around the 144. Sam Rizzo comes through next. Cormac Ryan, the youngster from New South Wales, is in the third spot. That's been a great effort from him, just under the 2-minute marker himself. And wow, Sam Carter, he made his intentions known early.
As soon as the gun went, Sam Carter was in the lead of the race. Such an explosive start, and he held about a 20-metre lead for the rest of the race.
So well done. The rest of this group now finishes off their 800-metre journey in this men's para wheelchair final of Australia. This is Warwick Holmes finishing off from New South Wales. Well done to Warwick. A great effort. He's under the 230 marker. We have one more remaining down here in the final 100 metres of this event. And you want to go under 3 minutes if you can, so he's at 2:40 here now. It's well within the realm of possibility, and he's doing a great job here is Robert Hooton. So Hooton, with 50 metres to go of his national titles, he's at 2:49, 2:50. Oh, he is easily under the 3-minute marker here is Robert Hooton. At home as well, 2:56 unofficially. A great effort, all waiting for him here at the finish line, but Sam Carter, the strongest in the field.
The strongest and the one to watch. I mean, an Australian representative, and it clearly showed from strength to strength. He kept that gap between himself and Rizzo the whole race, and he blew it out with 100 metres to go.
So what a performance that was. I told you it was going to be world class. Every time we have a para event on the track, it is world class. We've got half of them here in Australia. It's amazing. So well done to Sam Carter. First across the line there. We'll wait on those percentages. And we can continue with our amazing para athletes because our women's para 100 metres is the next event on the track. Here we go. We can see here Sam Carter and then Rizzo and then Cormac Ryan. So well done to the 1, 2, 3 there. 145.05, impressive. 148.54 and 156.45 for Cormac Ryan, the youngster from New South Wales.
Continuing with our para events, I am really excited for the next event. We have the women's 100-metre final. And I know we keep harping on about this and I know we keep saying it, but we have Australian representatives in every lane.
So many records up for grabs as well, Nana, because of so many different categories we've mentioned, but this is a really, really strong field. So we'll wait for them to get behind their blocks before we start announcing them. We can certainly begin talking about them, though, because I think there's 5 or 6 Australian representatives, and I think there's 3 or 4 national record holders in this field alone.
We will see women competing from T72, T37, T38, T36, T20 across this race.
So have a look at this as well. This is Roman Anastasios. He made his senior debut for Australia last year. He was a medalist at the World University Games, then went over to the World Championships. He is one of the great budding film directors here on the Australian film scene as well, is Roman Anastasios. So he's very, very talented, this man. It's great to still have him here high jumping. And
he's actually not the only one in the high jump field. Jono Tishma, if you follow his YouTube, we have a great group of filmmakers in our men's open final for high jump.
What's that conversation like out there?
What camera lens are you using?
Who's your favourite film director? What's
Valencia
your
background.
You'd love to be a fly on the wall, wouldn't you? So we can see here they continue through the warm-ups. The jackets are staying on. You can see that the temperature's dropping slightly. That sun has gone away. The track will still be warm. Don't worry about that. But having to stand around in some of these field events, it can get chilly. So the jackets are on in the crowd as well.
Jackets and tights for our high jumpers.
In our women's para 100-metre field, setting up for a great event. Here's Yuval Reith, the entertainer. That's what he likes to call himself. Now, last year, Yuval Reith in Tokyo said that he was hoping the city of Ballarat would give him a monument by the time his career's over. They said, I don't think Mona's got one yet. He said, I'll take mine first if you wouldn't mind. So he's confident in his own abilities, is young Yuval Reith. And here's our field for the para women's 100-metre final, Nana, and we've talked about it at length. It's so strong. Maria Strong in lane number 1, Akeisha Snowden in 2, Rhiannon Clark is in 3, Marley Lovell is in 4, Danielle Atchison's in 5, Talaya Blacksmith in 6, Kira Wright in 7, Ella Party in 8, and Sabella Wharton is in 9. It is the who's who of 100-metre running here.
It is going to be a very close race, and I really don't think we can call it all strong competitors, Australian representatives in their own classification and benchmark.
So this group, you can see Wharton looks around and it's holding the nerve here. Ella Party's been in so many of these national finals before. She'll rely on experience here to not let the nerves get the best of her. Kira Wright, the 18-year-old, in a senior final. Talaya Blacksmith. And hasn't she burst on the scene over the last few years? Caught the attention of the world as a 16-year-old. Now here in a national final. Atchison, the New Zealander. She was impressive in the qualifying, 13:45 for her.
Great starter.
Marley Lavelle, the 22-year-old. Rhiannon Clark has been so impressive over the last few years. Out of Western Australia, Akeisha Snowden of South Australia. In lane 2, another of our Australian representatives, and Maria Strong, the global gold medalist, out of lane number 1. So this is sure to be a blockbuster. And as we've continued to say, but if you're just joining us now here, thank you first of all, and second of all, who crosses the line first isn't the indicator of who will be the champion. It goes to the percentages after this, which will be done by our team here in Australian Athletics. They do such an amazing job. all of these women, Nana, you would think will fancy their chance of being a national champion.
I know, I'm very excited to see who crosses the line first.
So if you were to go by times, if we just looked at it for that face value, Talia Blacksmith's 12:43 was the fastest. We had quite a few women here in the 13-second marker. So for Talia, she'll need to run faster than 12.24 to break her national record. Rhiannon Clark will have to run faster than 12.72 to break her national record. Continue to look through for national records here.
We saw most of the field so close to their PB in that qualifying round, so it's exciting to see what they will come up with now.
Marley Lovell, 14.36 in the qualifying. 14.24 or faster will see her break her national record. So there's 3 already. Now women into position. Strong, Snowden, Clark, Lovell, Atchison of New Zealand, Blacksmith, Wright, Party, and Wharton.
Set.
Great start across the field there, Talia Blacksmith. She was so close to that national record in the heats. Can she do it now in the finals? Have a look at Rhiannon Clark on the inside of the track as well. But Talia Blacksmith will look at the clock. 12.33, just outside, but first to the line. Rhiannon Clark so strong. And Danielle Atchison of New Zealand continued her form there for third.
At the start of the race, I was really watching Rhiannon Clark. Her start was electric, but the strengths of Talia Blacksmith opening up. She knew she was so close to running her national time again and her PB, as we can see in the replay now. When she gets to 50, she passes Clark, and then she starts leaning forward, and she's edging closer and closer to that line, and so close with 12.33. Just missing her PB of 12.24. But we've seen it's now been rounded down to 12.32 for Talia Blacksmith.
So well done to Talia Blacksmith. It looks a little disappointed as she walks off the track. Nothing to be disappointed about. Gave that every opportunity to get her own national record. We'll wait on these percentages. Rhiannon Clark strong, but to your point, Blacksmith, once she'd moved past her at that midsection, Nana, she was away. And she was chasing that clock.
When she's up nice and tall, she is a force to be reckoned with.
So it looks as though on percent, and again, we'll wait, but Danielle Atchison at her 13.23, Talia Blacksmith and Marley Lovell look like the 1, 2, 3, but that's not official, so we'll wait for the crew to give you the official result, but a strong women's para 100-metre final sets up for an equally strong men's 100-metre para final. And as we mentioned, some will compete at the Commonwealth Games. Many were at those World Championships last year.
Currently on our screen, we see the discus final with Darcy Miller still in the lead with 57.14 for his 3rd attempt throw.
So Clues?
Clues in the ring right now with 47.53, which is currently placing him at 5th for his 4th attempt.
So unfortunate into the side of the net there. Picks up his own discus. Pretty good around home, I reckon. He's picking up after himself. Be a lot of mums out there who are very happy with the work rate of young Clues. So you can see the media down there. Fantastic talking to young star Talia Blacksmith. Always a great chat on the track. And this crowd is building, Nana. There's not too many seats left around here in the grandstand. But you want to get out there? I mean, Nana's got people.
I'm seeing some friends. It looks like Sydney is excited to watch the finals that are coming up, because I know we are in the box.
Well, have a look at this final ahead. We talked about the national pedigree we saw in the women's. It continues in the men's. Jaden Page out of lane number 1, multiple-time Australian rep, William Steadman. The White Tiger, Chad Peris, is in 3. Thomas Owens in 4. Ulrich Mueller, geez, now he was amazing in the heats, the young Queenslander. He's in 5. Thomas Carano's in 6. Mathama Gamaj Nawan Indika goes out of 7. The Sri Lankan Sami Mwamba is in 8. He was one of your favourites out of the heats, Nana. And Benjamin Kalinjuk is in lane number 9.
It is going to be a really good race. Will we see Paris and Page get into that 10 seconds? They've had 2 attempts already so far. We saw them run yesterday and earlier this morning with 11.03 and 11.14 for Chad Paris. But I know he's edging for a 10 seconds next to his name.
So Mueller was the man who made his para debut last year in Delhi. He made the final in both the 100 metres and the 400 metres, Nana. So he's able to harness some great energy when it comes to finals. Jaden Page, of course, is a 10.87 man. He's a Commonwealth Games silver medalist, 5-time Australian representative, and he is the national record holder for the T47 event. Chad Paris, the White Tiger, the 34-year-old, coached by Matt Beckenham up there in the ACT. He's the national record holder as well at 10.65. 9 times he's worn the green and gold. 6 times he's come home with a medal around his neck. So nothing but class from the White Tiger. Sami Mwamba, that's the man I was talking about, Nana. You took a liking to his running style in the heats.
Mwamba and Mueller are some young stars that I'm really excited to see run today.
You can see here the youngster Carano, 16 years of age. Ulrich Mueller, for mine, so impressive. He was explosive, and then he was just able to hold and maintain.
Yes, his drive phase was incredible, and I'm sure we're going to see that again in the final, and he'll put some big pressure on Paris and Page.
Here he is, Chad Paris, the White Tiger. Always a competitor. William Steadman, the New Zealander. He was in the middle of the 2 from the ACT, and here he is, Jaden Page. Has some fond memories of the Commonwealth Games. Can he be the first across the line? As you said, the 11-second marker is certainly on watch. Page has done it. He's run 10.87 this year. So is Chad. And the man who's looking to go under 11 seconds is Sami Mwamba. He's run 11.06 at his best.
Very strong finish in that heat, so it's exciting to see what he can produce in the final.
So here we go, the men's para 100-metre final. Page, Steadman, Paris, Owens of the NT, Mueller, Carano, Nawan Indika, Mwamba, and Kalinjuk. We're looking for that 11 seconds.
Set.
Good start there. It looked like Chad got the best of it. Page now with him. Mwamba as well. Mueller's so strong in the heat, showing that again here now. But Chad trying to go and get after Jaden Page. Page has got it. 11.05. Takes a look on his right-hand shoulder and says, oh, Chad, I think I might have just got you.
Look at them talking right now. I don't think they know which one crossed the line first, but it looked like Page. But Page had a much better start in the final than we saw in the heat, and that showed because he had the edge on Paris.
So congratulations.
Replay again.
Thomas Owens as well finishes off there. Look at this replay, Nana. You can see Page, Paris starting to push at him. Ulrich Mueller as well. Mwamba, your boy. But Jaden, oof. 100 metres was the perfect distance, 1:03, and I think it might have been Chad Paris's race. So let's get those results. The time.
What a photo finish. And we see Page for the win in 11.04, followed by Chad Paris with 11.09, Mueller with 11.36, and Mwamba, I think my fan favourite, 11.36, so an equal season's best. But due to baselines, we will now look at the results.
So it looks like Thomas Carano, the 16-year-old, I think, should take it. William Steadman from New Zealand in second, and the Sri Lankan is in third. We're waiting for that to be official. So have a look at Sydney tonight. It is lit up. It is ready for a massive night of athletics. It doesn't stop here. If you want to keep watching, make your way over to Channel 7 because it's sure to be an absolute showstopper live from Sydney.
Away, got out well. Despard got a good start, so did Bizzle. Kennedy clearly in front at halfway. All about the time now. Lockie's going for it and going and getting it. Yes, you betcha.
My goal was just to hit the start like I normally do it, hit top speed and just try and maintain it, but I definitely got more in the tank.
They've got 100 metres to go. Hollingsworth time to get through. She can't. Oh, you cannot believe it. Oh, boy. Corporal goes up to Claudia. Claudia comes away. It's not what we wanted. Claudia wins the gold medal. Into the straight he comes. That clock's ticking. Cam knows that. It's the fastest we've ever seen in the 1,500 metres at the Australian Championships. Oh, he's just missed it. It's an extraordinary run. A big warm welcome to Sydney Olympic Park Saturday night at the Nationals, and last night, Tams, it was really special.
It was so special, and Cam Myers, wasn't he just fantastic in that 1,500 metres? It was a jaw-dropping performance. He led it from the gun to tape, ran sub 3:30, and he's going in the 5,000 metres tonight.
Coming back again, can you believe that? And what's happened in the women's 1,500 metre? There's been some drama.
Oh, there was such drama in that 1,500 metres. We were looking forward to that race, and unfortunately Jess Hull hit the deck, and Claudia Hollingsworth was named the champion, and then she went to bed thinking that she was disqualified, and she's been reinstated today as the champion.
She is running tonight, Claudia, in the 800 metres, but Jess is not.
No, she's not, and she hit the deck so hard. We were all worried about her legs and making sure that she wasn't injured, and she's probably pulled up just a little bit sore, so she's not running the 800 metres, but we have our fingers crossed that she'll line up tomorrow in the 5,000.
One thing that's taking all attention is the 100 metres tonight. We're off to the broadcast box. Two guys that know all about it are over here, Shervo and Richo.
Well, I'm joined. Everyone who loves their sunrise loves this man, Matt Shervington, but he is Australian sprinting royalty, 5-time national champion. You've come at the right night.
Richo, nice to be up after midday. Do you know what? The track is still warm. It was a blaze last night. Lachlan Kennedy, 9.96 in the heats.
Yeah.
Unbelievable way to start the Australian Championships. But for Lachie, it really was just an amazing way to build up to the Glasgow Commonwealth Games, like so many other athletes that we're going to see perform here tonight.
So Nina Kennedy will be in action, Claudia Hollingsworth back in the 800. Hey, Peter Bowles back as well, and that's going to be fantastic to see him in action. But this is the reason why you're here, Sherbo. It is Lachlan Kennedy.
For me, Lachie, the most amazing thing is it's quite literally from a broken back to breaking 10 here on Australian home soil. Look at this. He is so conditioned in his core. He doesn't move his head. He doesn't move his shoulders. He just lets everything flow around it. And it is that technical movement that has created the speed that he gets out on the track. We're going to see more of it tonight, which is the most amazing thing. We're not going to see him run once. We're going to see him run twice. Will he go faster than 9.96? I think he's got it in him. He wants a 9.8. Could you imagine that? 9.8 alone by an Australian, new Australian record.
Yeah.
But here at the Sydney track, which probably would have won the Olympic Games back in 2000.
Well, I remember seeing you run unbelievably fast to run 10.0. This guy ran 9.96 last night. However, last year, he went in with great form. What happened?
And the amazing thing here, 10.01 in the qualifying rounds for the final. He's only gone about 500ths slower than his 9.96. But Rowan Browning.
Yeah.
Rowan Browning came out and won the national championship last year, and he's here tonight as well. Here's Lachie warming up at the warm-up track. Rowan Browning is there, of course. Josh, as a party, is in great shape too. He ran a very subdued 10.22, could have gone a hell of a lot faster. So this is what is on tonight. Lachlan Kennedy looking amazing, and it's going to be a huge men's 100-metre final.
Sherbo, we're going to tap into your incredible brain tonight. Bruce, we've got the 100-metre king alongside me.
He is the king, and you're not far behind him as we look at the first of the semi-finals for the women. So Zara Hagan in lane 4 and Georgia Harris in 5 and Olivia Hastings in 6 are probably the key runners here. They're a very, very even group, aren't they, Tams? And there are lots of chances coming in to tonight's final, which will be run in a couple of hours' time. Emily Burge got through the round of prelims and also the heat yesterday, and here she is. We talked about her. She was on her PB yesterday of 11.88 in the prelim, and just outside of that in the heat. And her grandmother, a famous Di Burge in South Australia, the Australian who won 3 gold medals at the Commonwealth Games in sprinting in 1966. And Sybil Mabofo of Queensland, Lauren Percival of New South Wales. And here's the fastest woman in Australia. I say woman, she's still a youngster, and she's Zara Hagan. And next to her, Georgia Harris, who's been in sparkling form. And then South Australia's number #1 sprinter, and Olivia Hastings next to them. Strong late. Annika Swift from New South Wales, and then Shauna Herbst of Victoria, and Georgia
On your
Gibbons
marks.
of New Zealand. First 2 and 2 to go through to the final.
The 18-year-old Zara Hagen, certainly the athlete to watch here. I thought Georgia Harris was fantastic in her heat run as well, so look for Harris, the 21-year-old.
So she's in the red strip there, right in the middle. Great shot as we look down. Hagen 4 from the top. There's Harris. And Hastings next to her. First of the semis, women's 100.
Set.
Good start. Hagen beat Harris out, and Hastings is behind them early. And now Harris goes up to Hagen and takes the lead. And Olivia Hastings has got work to do, but Georgia Harris is away. It's Harris, Hagen, and Hastings, and they're inside 11.50.
Beautiful piece of running by Harris and Hagen. Harris, the 21-year-old who had a knee injury that threatened her career in 2020. She's come back with a vengeance, was fantastic at those World University Championships in 2025. Got out well and just really controlled this race through the middle stages. Held off the youngster Hagen, who finished well as well, but it was all about the way that Harris ran then.
What did you spot there, Shervo? You've got a good view.
She's come good at the right time, hasn't she? Georgia, coached by Paul Pierce, which ironically, Paul Pierce actually won a bronze medal in the World Championships on this very track in 1996. But the World University champion looking very good, progressing through to the next round.
Great stuff, mate. So there she is, Georgia Harris over Zara Hagen and Olivia Hastings. So the first 2 to go through to the final. And then we have to wait. So that time for Olivia Hastings at 11.73 with a little Q, and then Annika Swift. So 11.48 and 11.63. So it was quite decisive in the end for Georgia Harris. So Isabella Fletcher there, and so well in the preliminaries, 11.83 to go through to the heat, and now gets through to the semi-final stage. So Chloe Mannix-Power and Olivia Dodds here, some big names. Riley Day, Olivia Matzer. This is loaded up, isn't it? And Marissa Hanlon, whose sister Monique has been the outstanding 200-metre runner, and maybe is the favourite for the final a little later tonight. So good field here.
It's a great field. The 19-year-old Olivia Dodds, coached by Lynn Foreman, who's been guiding her career just wonderfully to this moment. Her mum, Lenice, was a sprinter and hurdler, and Liv actually started as a hurdler originally, but she ran that 11.3 in the heat at Perth earlier this season, and has been a talented junior and is just really stepping up to the seniors so well.
So Marissa Hanlon goes in 1 from Queensland. Semi-final here. Olivia Honey of Victoria goes in 2. Riley Day, semi-finalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo on the 200 metres, coming back strongly. Olivia Dodds, the teenager from WA, second fastest in Australia this year. Olivia Matzer, the double champion from Queensland. Chloe Mannix-Power, who's been as good as anybody on the circuit so far this season. Taylor Crutton, and so quick early from Western Australia. Piper Cornelius of WA, so Western Australia well represented. The former Bay Sheffield double champion at 7 and 120, Taylor Spackman of South Australia, and Isabella Fletcher goes from Victoria. A full field, so to speak, of 10 here. Those middle lanes probably the focus. So Dodds, Matzer, Mannix-Power. And I wonder what Day might do here. She's 3 from the top. Second of the semi-finals.
Set.
Away they go. So Mannix-Power beaten out clearly there by Matzer and Dodds. Dodds leading at halfway, starting to wind up now, Mannix-Power, and going strongly as Riley Day, but Mannix-Power gets there. I reckon Day might have got second from Matzer, and then Dodds. It got really squeezy for second, third and fourth at the end, but no doubt about our first over the line.
Yeah, Chloe Mannix-Power, the 25-year-old. She's a stall gift champion, beach sprinter, multiple-time Australian champion. In 2016, she made a junior national final, and she disappeared from the track scene and came back in 2025. a pretty quick one, 11.61. And you can see that Riley Day has got that second. And let's just focus on Olivia Dodds here. She was so super fast to the first 60. And Riley Day just held her form beautifully and did squeeze Olivia Dodds out of that second place position there. But you can see it from the overhead shot here that Olivia Dodds is very, very fast out. And Chloe Mannix-Power, her strength paid off.
She was strong late, Shervo, wasn't she?
She stumbled out of the blocks, actually. She missed her second step and then just came home in that familiar finish that she has. She is so strong, but I've got to say too, Riley Day, she would love another run at these championships. She's improving dramatically.
Well, there are the results, and she's got another run, all right, Shervo, at 11.61 and 11.71, Richo.
Chloe's Mannix-Power, of course, a former stall gift winner. We haven't seen anything like we saw on Easter Monday when Sha'Carri Richardson was absolutely brilliant, winning off scratch. And a reminder tonight, straight up to the athletics, Sha'Carri Richardson and Christian Coleman, special guest with Bruce McAvaney for Unfiltered, which is brilliant. What a moment this was. Easter Monday, Central Park stall was lit up like it's never been in the past. It was scintillating stuff. And Bree Rizzo was part of our coverage as well. Of course, Bree not competing tonight because she is pregnant. So wishing her all the very best from all of her friends here on 7. Don't forget, tonight, Unfiltered. Bruce, Sha'Carri and Christian.
Thanks, Richard. What beautiful pictures they are of Bree and her hubby Matt, himself a stall gift winner, Matt Rizzo. So here's the lineup for the third and final of the semi-finals of the 100 for women. Monique Hanlon and Ebony Lane are two that will be very prominent here.
Yeah, Monique Hanlon, hasn't she had a fantastic season, the 21-year-old? She's won the 200s across the board and just holds her form so well.
Katie Sampson, New South Wales in 1, and then Jade Johnson-Matrevska of New South Wales in lane number 2. Keely Boyne, who was out fast in the heat last night of Victoria. Here's Monique Hanlon, unbeaten at 200 this year, and looks like she's in that sweet spot of form. Ebony Lane, as good as anybody this year over the 100. She's been spectacular. Georgia Hulls has run very, very well. She's come through the preliminaries. She's a quality athlete from New Zealand. Bronte Pickering of New South Wales at 11.6. That'll get you close. Olivia Rose Inkster of New South Wales as 11.5 once her personal best, 11.6 this year. And then Kaydell Smith of Tasmania and Samantha Lathwood, the youngster from New Zealand, who's been very impressive so far. Lanes 4 and 5, I think, are the two to watch. I expect Lane will probably lead Hanlon, and Hanlon will be very powerful late.
Yeah, the athlete Hanlon, whose great-granddad Ned was a former Queensland Premier. She's strong late, a great 200-metre runner.
Ebony Lane, so much a part of the fabric of the 4x1s and the Australian sprinting scene. We got a good view there. Here we go.
Set.
Away, Lane got out fast, Hanlon's not far behind her, and then Boyne up there early and Hulls. Lane clearly in front. Can Hanlon reel her in? Not quite for the moment. Lane and Hanlon, they go through. They were both impressive. Lane early and Hanlon late. They were clear-cut at the end. Good run from Johnson-Matrevska behind them. Boyne showed out early, and so did Hulls. Ebony does some very good work early in this 100 metres.
She does. She's played the long game. It's been an athletic career of perseverance. She began in age 4 in athletics and made her first nationals at 19. You see her react to the guns so well. It's hard to beat her out over 60, but you can see Hanlon coming back at her strongly. She actually did her ACL playing AFL in 2016 and never got it repaired.
So Ebony Lane getting through off the back of that run, and you can see it's a margin at the moment with her holding off Monique Hanlon. So the women's semi-finals have been run and we're sorting out the final, and it's the time for the men. We know what happened in the heats with Lachlan Kennedy. Oh, lightning couldn't strike twice. Why not? Spectacular scene, isn't it, on this Easter Saturday night? Well, the Easter show, I should say. Easter was last Saturday night of the Nationals here, and we come to the second of the 100 metres. It's the men now, and here's the lineup with Lachlan Kennedy in lane number 5. The first of 3 semi-finals, and last night he was unbelievable at 9.96. So here we have the fastest men of all time. Patrick Johnson at 9.93. That Lachlan Kennedy fresh from last night at 9.96. Gout earlier this year at 10. Rowan Browning, who runs in the third of the semi-finals at 10.01. And Shervo, of course, our man Shervo, who ran 10.03 when he was fourth in the final, the fastest final ever at a Commonwealth Games in Kuala Lumpur in 1998. So a lot of the men are in the house tonight that have created all of that. And if Patrick's here, they all are. Craig Conceição goes from lane 1, quality sprinter. McGregor Levy's done a great job to get through in lane 2. Malik Kessie's been impressive. He's quick early in lane 3. He's had a very big season. Chris Ewis has had a real breakout season for somebody who's been that good. And here's the man. This is really the man of the moment. The man of the last year and a half in Lachlan Kennedy. As he stands there waiting, what's he got for us tonight? It's cooler, I know, but he took his chance last night. Jacob Despard, the 29-year-old quality athlete from Tasmania. Archie McHugh, young gun on the rise from Victoria. And Donovan Bradshaw, New South Wales. And Thomas Semler, the South Australian sprinter. Kennedy in the middle, he's got Use on his inside and he's got Despard on his outside.
His inner self-belief's incredible, isn't it, Bruce? Not just the time he did last night, but the way he did it. His composure was next level. His ability to show no tension throughout a 100-metre race was phenomenal.
So the women were not super quick, so let's see how fast this track is tonight in these conditions. He's got to come back for the final in an hour and a half, so it's a little different to last night where he knew that he had one run. Here we go. Big moment every time Lockie's on the blocks. Right in the middle.
Third.
Away, got a good start. Yus was with him early, and then Despard. Kennedy's away. Does he run it all the way through to the line again tonight? He looks to be flying away, and again he's run oh so well. That is a great run at 10.0. We put up that list a moment ago with Shervo at 10.03 and Rowan at 10.01 and Gout at 10. He's in the 10.0s. That's serious sprinting. Shervo, how impressive was he to you tonight?
Oh, I love seeing the activity out of the blocks. He's so on through the arms. He takes off so fast. There was a little grimace, though, I noticed, about 40 metres into the race. I wonder what he felt there, whether it was just a misstep and it didn't go perfectly well. If you watch the replay, he gets his head up and he just finds his position and then a little grimace there. And then he keeps going and rolls to the line. He finds his position. He probably has a little bit more in him.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, Shervo. He did have a little grimace on his face at 40 metres, but thankfully he then looked like he's just relaxed and he's got that supreme, confident, composed facial expression towards the end of the race. He looks like he's ready to rock and roll in that final.
So let's check that final time for him. It goes down to 10.05. It is brilliant. Despard second, and then Yus and Kessie. Mitch, very big night in the field.
It certainly is. We start with our men's discus final. So no Matt Deddy. Enter Darcy Miller, chasing his first national title. Now, he was a bronze medalist in 2025, so he was keen to upgrade, and upgrade he did. He takes out his first senior title, 57.14 metres ahead of the rest of the field. Great camaraderie for our men's discus as Matt Denny chases his own world record over in Ramona.
So watching out for that, Mitch. And of course, Nina Kennedy not far away. So the second of the semi-finals. And Josh Azzopardi will be the favourite along with Jai Gordon, Alex Colgan, Sebastian Milverton. But Josh certainly the favourite here. I think he knows that he missed a bit of a chance last night because he was in such good form halfway through that 100. He didn't really run it out. He switched off a bit on a night where he could have got a 10.0, I think, don't you?
Yeah, the 26-year-old, he was really strong out of the block, so he did practice that race execution plan that he'll want to do in the final, but then super switched down very, very early in that heat and looked great. So I think he's one of the main challenges to Lachlan Kennedy, if there's possibly you can even speak about a challenge with the way that Lachlan Kennedy's running, but it is a national championships. You've got to control the nerves as you go through the semi-final to that final.
Luke Timlin goes here from Ireland, so great to have the internationals at 10.6. Speaking of international runners, Pei Vizsla of Papua New Guinea. He's a brilliant 60 and 100-metre runner. A star. His sister was absolutely brilliant. Max Vende got a personal best and then was 100th outside that. He's done a super job. Sebastian Milverton's had a strong season. He's down to the 10.3s. And then Josh Azzopardi, who was 10.09 in the finals last year and the semi-finals, and 10.09 in Perth this year. He's the Oceania champion. He certainly is one to watch here and in the final. Then Jai Gordon next to him of Queensland. He has run 10.17 in Canberra this year. That's great running. Alex Colgan next to him as well. And Alex's personal best is a very fast 10.15 from 2024. Hayato Uneto of New Zealand, and then Hugh Sharman of Queensland. And again, it's those middle lanes, Tams, and that we were looking at.
Yeah, Azzopardi certainly the one to watch. And Jai Gordon, another athlete who was a fantastic junior but is coming back into his best form.
So Kennedy puts the marker down at 10.05 in the first of the semi-finals. First two automatically to go through. Off they go. Azzopardi got out well. Outside of him, Gordon, and Milverton inside of him. Vizsla up there early. Azzopardi, a clear leader. Looks around, switches off. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Looks good, Josh. With Gordon in second placing. Chev, I might just get down to you. That's a good feeling when you're a sprinter, isn't it, when you can do that?
He's saving a bit, isn't he? I mean, from the heat to the semis, he's definitely left a little bit out there, and it may just pay him back in the final. Nice and relaxed to 50, and then he just switches off here and rolls it to the line.
He was very poised, wasn't he? He really worked hard out of the blocks. That drive phase was fantastic. We're so used to seeing that from Josh Azzopardi, but then he knew that he had the race won there, and he was able to switch it down. You can see him looking across at Jai, just saying, I'm going to save my biggies for the final. He knows that's the race that he needs to bring that A game if he's going to take on Lachlan Kennedy.
So let's check those results of the second of the semis. One more still to go. So 10.27 and 10.35 with a lot more in the gas. So Kennedy at 10.05. So Azzopardi, Gordon go through. Milverton at 10.41. Looks pretty much like he's got a good chance. So a little earlier tonight, we saw some great racing in the ambulance sprint. So here's the final here. That's the start of this. Rhiannon Clark always sort of jumps out of the page here, doesn't she? And Eliza Hardy as well.
And it was all Blacksmith. She had a fantastic race. Talea Blacksmith ran brilliantly out there in front. You can see Rhiannon Clark, the all red strip, coming through for that second position.
That winning time for
Atchison from New Zealand was the third place getter.
12.32, that winning time for Talea Blacksmith there. And Clark, and then the Kiwi in third place. Brilliant running. So here's the men. Jaden Page and Chad Pearce have had some great rivalry this year. So let's have a look at them on William Steadman. So here we go.
And Chad in the all green strip, he's had the measure of Page, hasn't he, over the summer season? And it looked like he was going to get the job again, but a wonderful acceleration phase, and Page was able to just hold on in the closing stages, and he was very, very happy with that race. Looking across, he can't quite believe it that he's beaten his training partner, his mate, great mate, Chad Pearce.
So the results there, Page over Pearce as we get to live action. It's the third of the semi-finals. In the men's 100, Connor Bond's been in great form. Rowan Brownie, 3 times the champion, winner of his heat last night. So they're the keys, I think. Let's have a look. Lucas Schmidt, really promising athlete from South Australia. Had a couple of fine seasons. Prince Jackson we talked about last night. James Gebbert of Victoria, terrific season. Then Connor Bond after Aodi, and here's Rowan Browning, the flying mullet, and then Carl Corey Ewings and Rashid Kaba, who was so quick, and then Andrew Clare. Now, if you're watching in Adelaide, in the next minute, there's going to be a change to the main channel on Channel 7. So if you are in Adelaide, put your stopwatch on, not just for Rowan Browning and Connor Bond, but to switch over to the main channel.
Well, Rowan Browning, he was fiery after his heat run last night. He's the 28-year-old defending champ. He'll be wanting to put a marker down here to show that do not write him off.
Well, Connor Bond's going to be a handful. He's confident. He's running so well. Thought Rowan looked good last night, really good. So he's 4 from the left. Just a reminder to those viewers in Adelaide. Third of the semi-finals. Browning 4 from the left.
Third.
Away, he got out well, Browning. He just leads Bond early. Kappa got away well. Browning clearly in front. Bond will try and get to him. Rowan running oh so well here. That's a very good run. He's getting quicker and quicker as the season goes on. As we welcome you in South Australia, if you've just switched over to the main channel on 7, you've got Rowan Browning here, one of the great stars of Australian athletics, just winning the third of the men's semi-finals in the 100. He goes through to the final. Connor Bond was his main opposition here. I thought he looked terrific, Shervo.
This is really exciting, Bruce. I haven't seen him get out of the blocks that well for a long, long time. It's his best race of the season for sure. He looks very well put together. He was under pressure for a little bit there, but he handled it well, Rowan.
You can see him drift in that lane. He's often spoken about how to run a really fast time, he needs to stay straight in that lane. So he's still drifting to the left, but I'm with you, Shervo. I think that was a brilliant start. His drive phase out of the blocks was fantastic. And what I love about this is his relaxation through his face and his arm action. Dare I say it, he's looking like the Rowan of old again.
So there's the results. Browning at 10.22, he is getting quicker, and Bond at 10.38. They're the big qualifiers. Aodi at 10.48. For those viewers that might have just switched, Lachlan Kennedy ran 10.05 in the first of the semi-finals and looked sensational. So women's 800, Claudia Hollingsworth and Abby Caldwell. Well, we know what happened in the straight last night. They're back here in the women's 800 at the Nationals right after this. So this was last night. This was the big incident of the night, of the season, of many seasons, a decade. Claudia Hollingsworth, Jess Hull hits the deck, Abby Caldwell gets interfered with, and Claudia reinstated today as the champion. And now we're about to see Abby, who was relegated to third and protested, go in the first of the 800s here, along with Sarah Billings, who is the 1,500-metre runner-up now. So it was Hollingsworth, Billings and Caldwell in the end, and Claudia to go in a later heat here. So Ruby Madden, New South Wales, Sailor Donnelly, Queensland. We've already had preliminaries, and a lot of these young women have gone through those preliminaries. Neve Walsh of WA, Caitlin McCook-Bell was out here yesterday in the prelims of Victoria. And here's Abby Caldwell, one of the absolute stars of Australian athletics, has been in great form all season. Kayla Rose van der Linden of WA, Rose Ackland, who won her preliminary, very good 400-metre runner as well. And here's the silver medalist in the 1500 last night in Sarah Billings. So a quality lineup, but two women in particular stand out.
Yeah, Caldwell and Billings are definitely the athletes to watch here in this 800 metres. I thought Caldwell was really impeded also in that race yesterday. And the emotion of that will have taken its toll. So it's going to be interesting to see how the athletes here who were involved in that 1,500 metres react. And it looks good at the moment. You can see Caldwell looking like she does not want a slow pace. She wants to stay out of trouble here.
So Abby is the defending champion here. She won the championship in Perth, and Claudia won it the year before. So she's been in such confident form, Abby, all season, hasn't she? We've seen her a lot on the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series. Sarah Billings did a fair bit of running in the United States early. She had the fast 4:01, didn't she,
yep,
in the USA indoors, and we know what a good athlete she is. She has a range a lot like Abby. She's probably just as good at 1,500 as she is at 800, and they've quickly established the lead here. Rose Ackland, who's got good high speed, is in third place, the youngster from New South Wales. And then tucked in behind is Kayla Rose van der Linden of WA. So the two favourites here, they're in the right spot. They obviously don't want anything to happen what happened last night, and they're going to go through Tamsin in about 63 seconds.
Yeah, it's still probably a little bit slow, and that's why the athletes are all there tucked onto the shoulders of athletes who can run 1:57 at their best. But you can see that Caldwell is controlling it. I think this is a good idea for her to stay out of trouble. She's got that lovely long stride, and she is a confident tactical runner. And she was just unlucky last night with the position that she was in when the argy-bargy happened, that she was clipped on the arm, and it really threw her off her line of running as well.
She's the fastest in Australia this season with 2:00.04. She did that in Adelaide, Abby. Hayley Kitching ran faster in the United States indoors. So she's leading with Sarah Billings. So what happens here, Tamsin? Do they test each other at all? Is it a little bit of cat and mouse, or are they saving everything for the final tomorrow?
I think they save everything for the final tomorrow. They'd be a little fatigued after the drama that took place last night, and then trying to sleep after a 1500-metre national final. So they'll just be wanting to get the job done. You can see Sarah Billings looking to her left and right, and they've just got to make sure that they do control the race to the finish line.
So the first two will go through automatically, and after that it gets down to the time. So they cruise through. They do it 2:06.5. Caldwell and Billings take your pick, and then Ruby Madden just behind those, and she has to wait for her time, and Sailor Donnelly. So after all the things that happened last night, it wouldn't have been easy for Abby to get a decent night's sleep, I would have thought. And Sarah went to bed thinking she was the champion and wakes up halfway through today and knows that she's not. So a lot's happened in the world of these two young women.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, with all the athletes who ran that 1500, fantastic people on and off the track. They are brilliant athletes, and off the track, lovely, respectful people. So they all would have been disappointed with the way that that race unfolded last night. And it was due to the fact that no one was brave enough to take the pace. So they all have to cop that on the shoulders, and I think that they'll be better for their 800-metre run after that.
It's about as relaxed as you can be, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's what they'd want to see. And that's what their coaches will be wanting to see, the fact that they've come out after that 1500 metres from last night and they look good and they're ready to fight another day.
Richo, a lot happening here.
Yeah, well, Abby's just taking some selfies. I'll just ask her a very quick question. Hey, Abs, how did you pull up from last night?
Yeah, general fatigue. I run 2 races, it's always going to be hard, but just trying to focus on the 8 and, yeah, putting my eggs in the basket there. So it's kind of nice just to have the one straight focus now and, yeah, going with confidence.
And all the other stuff that's going in the background, you just have to try to park that away from you?
Yeah, unfortunately, that does just become a later problem, so there's no reason to let it disrupt my performance in racing this weekend. So, yeah, just all eyes on the prize for the 800.
Let it rip in the final.
Thank you.
Well, she's in very good form. She should be very confident tomorrow, and so should Sarah. They look great. So basically over the line together, Tamsin, 2:06.48 and 2:06.50, 2:07.15 and 2:07.52, the little cues at the moment. So does that stand up? Well, it's in the hands of the next two semi-finals, and we see Claudia here, the 1500-metre champion. 21 tomorrow, Claudia. She's achieved oh so much. So she goes in lane 8. Jayla Hancock-Cameron wasn't far behind them in that 1500-metre final. She's having an outstanding season. She's run 2:01.74. So Ellie Fleming from Victoria, 2:08. Rosa Twyford of New Zealand at 2:03. So she's a quality athlete. Here's Jayla Hancock-Cameron. She's run 2:01.74 this year. She is a little quicker at her very best, but Olivia Attard of Victoria, and then Jessica Manus, so well known in South Australia, fine athlete, Victoria Schloss there of South Australia as well. And here's Claudia, the champion from the 1500 metres. What a star she is. And then Rachel Schwalst of Piambo LC in lane number 9. So Claudia, boy, a lot would have trickled through her
On your
mind
mark.
over the last 24 hours. So we know just how good she is here. So again, there are two women that stand out, Tams, and Claudia and Jayla are clearly the favourites. Claudia's had a sereneness about her this season. Maybe not last night, but she's had a sereneness about her this season.
No, I think when an athlete is so young and they're learning their championship running, they have to be able to take a positive from every race, and every time they step on the track they need to keep learning, because this is a national championships, but we know that Claudia has the ability to be fantastic at world championship level and Olympic level, and you need to keep learning those lessons.
It was a strange race last night because it was slow. Does that mean it takes less out of you? But surely all the emotion and the drama is double that after the event.
You know, it's bizarre, but when you dwell on the ground and you have to run a slower tempo than your body's naturally used to, it tends to take more out of you than it does that if you find that easy clip that's just comfortable. And I think what Claudia's doing right now, running through the bell in just over 61 seconds, she's going free-flowing again. It'll suit her body a lot more, and she'll feel a lot better after having this hit out.
It was a stressful race because it was such tactical race, and everybody was waiting and waiting and waiting to pull the trigger. So I get exactly what you mean, and she is flowing here. This was a couple of seconds quicker than the first of the heats that we saw. So we can see Jayla right behind her here, Hancock Cameron, and then the New Zealander and Rosa Twyford. Jess McManus trying to hang on behind those. So really important if you're second, if you're behind those first two placings, that you can get under 2:07 here, and it's been set up for that. But let's have a look at our front runner as Claudia is such a beautiful mover. It's a lovely style. Jayla in the form of her life on her shoulder, and then Rosa hanging on, and now they get away from Jess McManus. But nobody really has been able to pass Hollingsworth this season. She was the silver medalist in the World Under-20s a couple of years ago, semi-finalist at the Olympics and World Championships, and she's been the form runner in Australia. She's the 1500-metre champion, and that's a lot quicker. That's so much quicker. 2:03. Jayla Hancock Cameron behind her, and so Rosa Twyford will definitely get through in third place.
Well, Rose has run a great race, the New Zealand champion. She's had a fantastic season. She's really taken her personal best down through all her races, but it's about Claudia Hollingsworth, the way she controlled the race. You could tell that she just wanted to get out there and make it more about her running than all the talk that's happened in the last 24 hours. It's a shame that we don't have Jess Hull here, but main thing is that Jess Hull's okay, because we know the quality athlete that she is, and hopefully she will pull up okay and there's no damage from the hard fall that she took last night. Claudia definitely controlling this race, really cruising to the finish line, doesn't want to do too much, but will feel better being out there and racing and letting her legs do the talking.
And Richard, there was a feeling from here that Claudia wanted to run at a pretty good bat there.
Claudia, you look like you pulled up really well from last night.
Yeah, look, it's been a long 24 hours, but just moved on to this one and got my eyes set on the final tomorrow, and yeah, recovered really well and just came out here and want to stay out of trouble and just feel my legs turning over and yeah, just get out here and get the heats done.
Yeah, you're looking after your body. What about the mind with everything that's been going on in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, look, it definitely has been a big 24 hours, but I've got an awesome team behind me and family and, you know, everyone's support, and, you know, I'm just moving on to the next race now, and I'm, yeah, pretty happy to get to tomorrow.
You're at peace and you've got a smile on your face. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Thanks.
And 21 tomorrow, along with her twin sister who's here cheering her on. Here's the result. It was pretty quick.
It's incredible how even pace that was. Claudia's got this wonderful ability to get to a speed and just hold it.
So some fast running there, close to a personal best, if not a personal best, for Jess McManus as we get to the third of the heats. So Katrina Bissett here, long time the #1 in Australia and record holder, coming back after a little break. Adelina Wright from New South Wales, Brianna Sherry of Victoria, both coming through the preliminaries. It's great to see Katrina here. What a great athlete she's been. 157.78. Ashley Paneka of New South Wales. Georgia Whincup. And then Bethany Halmy of New South Wales. Ivy Boothroyd, who's had a really good season. She's always been a great youngster. And Clara Desi ran very well in that 1500-metre final last night.
You're right, it's fantastic to see Bissett back. She's been training over in the UK under Trevor Paynter and Jenny Meadows, who, of course, coach Keely Hodgkinson, who is the Olympic champion, part of that M11 track club.
So away they go. So Katrina Bissett there in the middle. So you talked about Keely Hodgkinson being a training partner. She broke the world indoor record this year, didn't she? She's had a spectacular run along with Georgia Hunter-Bell in that group.
Yeah, she's a fabulous athlete, and to be rubbing shoulders with an athlete who mentally is so strong and also has been doing great things on the track, and also it's such a fun group to be a part of. And you know that Katrina Bissett has been a great athlete for Australia for so many years. She's almost been the one who's brought this next generation through, taught them that they've got more capabilities over 800 than that sub-2 157 realm, and it's lovely to see Bissett out there in front doing what we're used to seeing her do and leading an 800.
She set the standard for those to follow, didn't she? And follow they did. Ivy Boothroyd's an interesting runner here. So she's in second place, Tams, and she's at a different stage of her career, isn't she?
Yeah, the junior who had wonderful talent over 400 and 800. She's focusing more on the 800s, just got hit with some awful injuries, but she's so tough mentally. She was the bronze medalist at the under 2800 metres in 2024 off hardly any training, but she's having a great season as well.
And again, that's pretty quick. I mean, the first one, that was a slow first lap. That was under 62 seconds, that lap.
Yeah, well, these girls are a lot capable of faster times through the bell, but they're wanting to sort of stamp their authority on the event, but also not use too many bickies in a heat. And you can see here that Bissett is now starting to open up down the back straight. It just means that their 800 race has to be a little bit more of an even pace 400 metre double.
So Katrina's fastest this season's 2:03.19. None of us really know what sort of shape she's in. She's going to find out a bit tonight too, because Ivy's in that 2:03 shape, isn't she? And she's not going to go away at the moment. She's sticking right there with her. The first two to go through automatically to the final.
Yeah, cold in the UK where she was training, so she ran a couple of indoor races a little bit quicker than the outdoor 2:03, so I think she'll have a little bit more confidence and looks like she's running supreme here.
And Clara Dess is not far away as well, so the first two to automatically qualify. There's a real battle going on for second and third. Katrina Bissett coming home. It's going to be about 2:05, 2:06. Oh boy, Ivy Boothroyd has fallen over the line there, and alongside of her was Clara Dess. So right on the line, wasn't it?
It looked like Clara just got the nod there over Ivy, but we'll have to wait on the qualifying times to see what time Ivy Boothroyd has finished with. But she's had a fantastic season, no matter what. She's going to be looking at this season as that next step forward into senior ranks. But it was wonderful to see Katrina Bissett, the way that she was able to, from that 100 metres to go, pick it up and hold her form so well. This is a little bit more like the Katrina that we're used to seeing, and it's wonderful. It sets it up so nicely for that final.
And we'll watch Ivy here with Clara right alongside of her, and she dives towards the line. So the finals tomorrow. Claudia is the fastest of the qualifiers. Let's hope that Ivy's okay and can run in that final. Peter Bowl and the men's 800. It's been a brilliant competition all year. They're next up from the Nationals. Saturday night at the Nationals here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. And here's the lineup with Peter Bowl, the highlight in the men's 800 metres first heat. Big fields. He had preliminaries yesterday for the first time. Mason Cohen's had a good season, personal best of 1:46.40. Lockie Raper, similar time for him. And Evan Dransfield, the top two, in fact the top three from New South Wales. Jack Atherton from South Australia, who's also had a solid season. Lawson Fittler of New South Wales, and here's Pete Bowl, the great Peter Bowl. Well, what career he's continuing to build. The Commonwealth Games silver medalist, fourth at the Olympics in 2021. Ashton Hanna of New South Wales, Jared McAuliffe, who runs for Malta, we know him oh so well here in Australia, and Charles Lay of Victoria. Always a pleasure to watch Pete run.
Isn't it? He's such a wonderful technical athlete, and went to that World Indoors, ran fantastic there, just off the podium. He's come back and we haven't seen him race since then. He pulled out of the Maury Plant meet. It's a hard trip coming back from Europe.
On your marks.
So the first two to qualify for tomorrow's final, and they're going to have to come back.
I spoke to Pete Bowl the other day before the preliminaries, and he actually said to me that he wished that there was 3 rounds. He actually wanted to run more rounds, which I was thinking that makes it a little bit more difficult, but...
What did you pick up there, Tamsin, if anything, at the start?
Well, it didn't look like anyone was accelerating out like a 100-metre sprinter. It's good they're all okay. They get to live to fight another day.
Disconcerting, though, isn't it?
Yeah. It's that moment you go back behind and think, I could be halfway through the race now. I could be at the 200-metre mark.
Here we go. Pete Bowl. 4 from the top of screen in the first of the heats for the men's 800 metres. He started the season in spectacular fashion in Perth, where he ran 1:43.89. It was wow factor, wasn't it, for February? It really was. And then went over to the World Indoors and ran so well, just missing out on a medal there, but He really is going great guns. He went to Hobart and ran a very different race, didn't he? It was more tactical, we know that. He went up to Queensland in the Queensland Champs and ran a 400 there.
Yep.
So he's done the hard yards, but he missed the Maurie Plant meet. He wasn't feeling 100%.
Yeah, that trip back from Europe is often a really difficult one, and I think when you've got the runs on the board like Pete does have this season, he had that luxury where he could step back and then refocus on these national championships. I love what he's done throughout this season, the ability to focus on championship racing and making sure that you have all the tools in your toolkit that you can pull out when you have a heat run in a major championships that could be slow or it could be fast at the bell.
And this is pretty slow at 54, isn't it? It's a slow first 400. You'd probably expect that. Charles Lay took them through, and now Pete's decided, OK, don't want to get into any trouble here. I need to put on the gas. Mason Cohen's behind him, and then Jared McAuliffe as well. He's just such a beautiful mover, isn't he? He's been a front runner. He was a front runner in Tokyo for much of those Olympic Games. He can do it both ways, can't he?
He can, and he's a super brave athlete, but what he does have is that wonderful ability to relax under pressure, and I think he comes into these championships so confident in his ability to do it from a slow pace, fast pace, and he's looking wonderful here with 100 metres to go.
He's going to want to feel good after this, isn't he? He has a look around because he hasn't raced for a little while, and you can see the difference here. So the battle for second and third, and Mason Cohen at the moment's hanging on, and here's Pete as he goes over the line, and oh boy, there's something about this track, isn't there, up the straight? Mason doing an Ivy there and throwing himself across the line. Shervo, you're right down there. I'd love to get your reaction from Pete.
Oh, there's something special about watching Peter Bol run, isn't there? And a career of unfinished business, a silver medal in Birmingham. He'll want to go to Glasgow and make that a gold, won't he? But do you know what this finish is like? It's like making pizza dough. He's stretching and relaxing and stretching and relaxing. And he wanted the rest of the field to come up with him, but he had enough gas just to roll to the line. He's such a beautiful runner to watch, and he loves the national championships. I think nothing makes him more excited than obviously to qualify for the major championships, but to win a national championships along the way too.
And he's won 3 of them, Shervo. So he's chasing Ralph DeBell, the Olympic champion from '68, who won 6 of them. So the little sign there at the end. So here's the results after the first of the heats. It was Peter Bol comfortably over Mason Cohen and also Jared McAuliffe. So that time of 1:48.98. We know how quick it was in Perth last year. I think this field's stronger than it was in Perth.
It's an incredible lineup for the 800, and Pete will be happy with that run, not just for the way that he controlled the race, but the way that he crossed that finish line. He did the love heart symbol. I'm sure that's for his child. He is a dad now, and he goes straight over to the fans. He's such a fan favourite, isn't he, Pete Bol? But he could have blown out a whole cake full of candles the way he crossed that line.
His training partner, Bob Abdul-Rahman, has been outstanding. He went over to the World Juniors, the World Indoors. Peyton Craig here, so it'll be really interesting to see what Peyton does here. Luke Shaw had a very good run in the 1500 metre final behind Cam Myers, a personal best last night, so he's doubling up. So Peyton Craig, young gun, fantastic athlete. He's had a different sort of summer so far. We saw him at 1500. So here we go. Here's Isaac Brooks of New South Wales. And then here's Bob. Geez, impressive. His run in Perth was really outstanding at 1:44.27. Ben Woodhouse, DeGrasse Amakata, South Australia. Fine athlete. Brett Fisk, also South Australia. Here's Peyton Craig. What a star he is. And then Luke Shaw, Sam Chenoweth of Queensland, and Jack Wade of New South Wales. So let's see what Peyton's got here tonight. We haven't seen him run a big 800 so far this summer, have we?
No, and you would feel that Peyton would want to come out in this heat and really gain some confidence from this run.
So Peyton's fastest time this year is 1:46.62, and Bob Abdul-Rahman's fastest time is much quicker. It's 2.5 seconds faster. Peyton, of course, caused quite the stir at the Paris Olympics when he ran the 1:44 lows in the semi-final, and was that under 20 national record. He's got that slightly unusual style. He's such a courageous runner. So Bob Abdul-Rahman, who is smooth, and Peyton Craig's right up on his whisker there, and Sam Chenoweth just behind those early. So Bob's a free flower as well, isn't he?
He is, and he's still learning his caper, is Bob. Like, I mean, he's only 20 years of age, and he sort of feels like he's burst onto the scene. Even though he started running at age 7, he's really come ahead leaps and bounds this year, and we've taken notice because of the way that he did run in Perth in that first race of the season. And Peyton Craig sitting in second position, a really talented junior on the way through, and they've run through in 54.45, so it's similar to that first heat. It's a comfortable place for these athletes at the front to run off the tempo and run quite quickly to finish it off. But, you know, they haven't burnt the athletes off yet as they go into the back straight.
No, so it's Abdul Rahman and also Craig, and then Brooks just behind them. So that's Isaac Brooks of New South Wales, and you can see that they are close. Luke Shaw we can see just in the background after the travails of the 1,500 metres last night. So he's got the number 7. He's in 4th place at the moment, and behind those is Sam Chanel. So Abdul Rahman looks very smooth. So I wonder what Peyton might do here. He's got to hold on to second now. We know he's going to do that because he's just so good. Does he run up alongside Bob and have a little tester here? Let's see. Bob looks across. Peyton's very focused here. Bob's looking back. Then Peyton has a look back. Now he's got to be careful here because Amakata's coming hard. Peyton, you've got to have a look. Oh, no. Oh boy, there you go. That's a really novice mistake. Now, Bob tried to say to Peyton, be careful here, mate, because Douglas is coming, and Douglas not only came, he's tipped Peyton out. So this now gets really, really, really tricky.
Amakata, the 25-year-old who had a 1:47.39 PB run in mid-March. He's been improving. He won the Bay Sheffield's pro race over 550. And he was 6th in that Adelaide Invitational. You can see here Peyton Craig is watching, looking at the scoreboard. He knows that he's made a rookie error. He was such a talented athlete through the junior ranks. Peyton's looking across. He's got more to give, but
well, it looked to us like Isaac, like Douglas, or DeGrasse, I should say, has got him and Mercado. So the photo will show here, but look, you just can't do this when there's the first 2, and it's a slow race. You just can't be doing this sort of stuff. And I think Peyton knows, and he knows, all right, and he thinks he's dipped out here, and dip out he has. So don't know if he's going to make the final. So here are the times. Let's see if there's a little cue alongside his name. So Bob's sweet. He's through, but that little stuff up the straight, that's not what we want to see. 149.87, 149.90. 149.94. Mitch, what's happening in the field?
Yeah, let me take you to the men's high jump. This is a quality field at that. Here is Brandon Stark. The first time we've seen him this year, the 5-time champion, up and over 212. Now, that was on his 2nd attempt for Brandon Stark. This is important when we get towards the countback. Roman Anastasios, he was so impressive. He made that World Championship debut last year. That was his first attempt over the marker. And Yoel Reith, the entertainer, the man from Ballarat, his first attempt at 212 was clean. So maybe not quite as high as Roman. They're up over 216 now. Only Brandon yet to clear that height.
Good stuff, Mitch. So we get to the 3rd heat here. So Daniel Williams going in lane number 6 and Luke Boys in lane number 9. So there's danger here for Peyton because this could be quick. Matthew Goff in 2, and Dylan Egawati of Victoria 3. William Zarkis, New South Wales, goes in lane number 4. They're all around the 149 mark. Then Alex Twatts of South Australia, a bit quicker than that at 147.5. Dan Williams, who was so spectacular in Adelaide with the 144.37. Incredible run by him. And then Hamish Donoghue of Victoria. And then Alex Hannigan is run 147.50 of Tasmania. And Luke Boys, who's been as good as anyone, but I guess Pete Bowl so far this summer with the 144.38. So if you've got a 147 here, I'm saying to myself, let's make this a 148 race and qualify even if they don't run at the first 2.
It's the benefit of being in the last semi-final or heat.
So Luke Boys, generally a pretty aggressive runner. So he's in the outside lane. Let's see what he's got to do. And Daniel Williams, still so young, and at 18 years of age, and he's got a bit of swagger about him, hasn't he, Williams?
Boys and Williams had that fantastic race in the Adelaide Invitation where it was a big breakthrough for Williams, and Luke Boys, he's just got that really calm demeanour about him when he runs an 800 metres. You forget that he's only 22 years of age because the way that he runs tactically, it's almost perfect, and he's got himself into the position on the shoulders of Williams, and he's just super relaxed and just knows that he's got to get the job done, top 2.
Well, this has got to be a lot quicker, you would think, than what we've seen so far, because of the gap between second and third. It's a 10-metre gap at the moment, so they're going to go through. It is much quicker. It's 51 seconds. So in third place at the moment is Alex Hannigan, and just behind him is Dylan Egarawate. So that time of Peyton Craig's is in that 149, quite high. So at the moment, these guys are in a pretty good spot in third and fourth place.
Well, it's actually quite clever, because you know the calibre of athlete that Peyton Craig is, and you can run him out here of a final. And that makes it a little bit easier for that final, you know, medal spots if you do drop an athlete of Peyton Craig's ability.
Yep.
Boy's looking really comfortable here as he comes up onto the shoulder of Williams.
Now, does he try and assert some superiority here? So Hannigan really hanging on tough here in third place. So he's eyeing off that little Q spot, and some runs coming from behind him as well, trying to cut into those leads towards the South Australia as well. So Williams and Boys, they've set it up from the start. They look back now. They can look back because they've got a really big break. Over the line they go, and coming through is Alex Twatson from South Australia in third place, and Alex Hannigan, I think, was just behind him. And the times now are going to be crucial. So I would have thought that we might see one of our favourites not into the finals. So they both look good, didn't they?
They did, and there was a bit of a gap. You know, they slowed it down, Boys and Williams, in that front straight because they knew they'd done the work early. They were able to switch off. It was a really clever race by both Daniel Williams and Luke Boys.
Luke's looking super, and so is Daniel Williams. So we wait, and we think that Peyton might be missing out here, and he's going to be bitter with himself because he knows exactly what happened.
Yep.
So he does miss out. So Dan Williams and Luke Boys go through. Alex Schwartz and Alex Hannigan get through. And Alex's father?
Brendan Hannigan, of course, represented Australia, as did his uncle in the 800 metres. Well, that's devastating news to see Peyton Craig out. But you know what? He's still young. He will live and learn to fight another day.
So the women's 400-metre final here, and this will be fascinating. Here's the lineup. So Carla Ball, Alice Dixon, Alexia Lazou, and Ellie Beer, Mia Gross. No Gemma Pollard, who has been the #1 runner. A tightness in the hamstring, Tams, and with the World Relay Championships in Botswana, where she'll be such a big part of it, I think they've been cautious here, and she doesn't run in the final.
Yeah, she pulled up after that heat with a slight hamstring strain, and she's decided after consulting with her team that the best decision would be to pull out because she knows that she's got some bigger races coming up and huge goals. She'll be super disappointed, though, because she's been making every poster winner this season, and I love watching Gemma race because you can tell she's done the training on the training track because she's able to hit her top speed and just really hold on through that finish line. And the only way you do that in a 400 metres, it's full of lactic acid, it's a brutal event, is if you've done the work on the training track.
Alice Dixon's been one of the big improvers so far this season. She's really made her mark later in the season working in to the Nationals. There's Anna Plessinger of Victoria. And also Ella Penman, who goes from the inside lane from New South Wales.
She's the lucky athlete who's been added to this field after Pollard has pulled out. She would have been the next one in, so she would have been the athlete who would have got that news and would have been grateful to Gemma that she was able to tell the organisers early so that they could fill that lane.
So Ellie Beer, 3 times the national champion. Clear #1 in Australia for the last couple of years, but not so this year. So it's going to be a really tight race, I think, here. So Penman and O'Brien, and then Plessinger, so lanes 1, 2 and 3. Carla Ball, there's Anna. Now Carla Ball normally goes out very hard. She's a top-class 200-metre runner. She's a Stall gift winner. She's quick, and there she is. So hasn't quite hit the mark so far this year, but she's been getting better. This young woman has been outstanding, Alice Dixon, at 22 years of age. She's been a big improver. And then next to her Alex Lazou, who also has got stall gift form behind her, and her season's been outstanding. Ellie Beer, 3 times the champion, goes hard from the start. Mia Gross, who was so good at the Victorian Championships for 51.88, didn't look quite as good yesterday, but she can bounce back, and Brodie Mate is very good over the hurdles and the flat.
She is a firefighter, is Brodie Mate, and would have been absolutely ecstatic, the 27-year-old, to make this 400-metre final. Yeah, I think Carla Bull, there's a few athletes who have great 200-metre speed when they're at their best. Carla Bull, her 200 speed's been down a little bit this season. She graduated as a physio at the end of last year. Fantastic athlete at her best. Training partner Ellie Beer. It's definitely one to watch. Plessinger, the 24-year-old, ran a personal best to make this final.
On your marks.
So the women's 400-metre final about to go. The defending champion is 3 from the top of screen, Ellie Beer. She's won 3 Australian championships.
Mia Gross needs to go out faster if she's going to have any chance of securing this title.
And Mia is 2 from the top in the green, so let's see what happens here. So Mate and Gross are on the outside. She has gone out exactly as you thought, and Ellie's back a bit at the moment, and then Lazou, Dixon and Bull down the back, Plessinger, O'Brien and Penman.
Mia's doing exactly what she needs to do here. She needs to use that 200-metre speed that she's got over the field and put pressure on them, and she has. She's going through the 200 metres and she is leading this race.
But Ellie's really picked up here, hasn't she? Lazou just behind her, and now coming into the picture is Dixon. It's a very even race coming into the home straight. Gross has put it on the line, and Ellie Beer's almost got up alongside of her, and then Alexia Lazou behind those, and a gap to Alice Dixon in the straight. Ellie Beer takes a narrow lead over Mia Gross. Alex Dixon's a fair way back, but coming home hard. But Ellie Beer is going to make it 3 consecutive 400-metre titles, 4 in total, and she's absolutely over the moon. Mia Gross put it out hard early, and Lexi Lazou was behind those. So only Kathy Freeman and Tamza Manu have won more titles at 400 than Ellie Beer.
What a wonderful piece of running by Ellie Beer. She stayed composed as Mia Gross really put it to her down that back straight. And I love the way that she was able to work through the season, because she's had an up and down season, and that's really hard to stay mentally composed to come back to the national championships. She backed herself and she finished really strongly. And it was fascinating to see how well Mia Gross hung on as well, because when Ellie Beer went through Mia Gross, it looked like she was starting to tighten up. Remember, she's quite new to this event. She did run them as a junior. Occasionally, she doesn't love stepping up to the 400, but she held her form very well and managed to hold on to that silver medal.
So 52.13 is the seasonal best, and you can just see the joy here, defending that championship. Look at that, she's done so much. She's still very, very young, but we just got so used to her running for Australia in all the big meets. But that was, Richo, that was really special, wasn't it?
Oh, that was so impressive, Ellie. There's a few people that have written you off this season, and you showed them.
Oh, no, thank you so much. This is so good to be back out here in Sydney. This is one of my favourite tracks. So, honestly, just went out there, just had fun. And, you know, it's I'm so blessed to be racing with these amazing girls. So, no, thank you.
We forget how young you are. You're still so early on in your career. Did you maintain the faith? Because there would have been times in the lead-up races that you were getting beaten by people you weren't expecting to.
Yeah, you know what? I won't lie. Sometimes nerves get the better of me, and I am quite a naturally nervous person. You can definitely tell my coach, my poor parents, and my boyfriend, they really cop it. But honestly, like I said, the main reason we do this sport is because we just go out there and love it and enjoy it, and really just, honestly, I've just learned to retain those nerves, and like I said before, just have fun.
Absolutely, and we love you being part of our relay teams in Australia as well.
Oh yeah, honestly, I'm so excited. Like, Botswana in a couple of weeks, I just honestly can't wait. Like, we have such a good crew going over, and you know, we have a real chance of like getting to Worlds and medaling, and honestly, that is like one of my favourite things about a major chance is running relays with the girls, so it's going to be really fun.
Three national titles in a row, 4 in total. Only Catherine Freeman and Tamza Manu have won more than you. Well done.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
What a star she is. The men's 100 metres, by the way. Lachlan Kennedy, Rowan Browning is not that far off. Oh, Ellie, what a winner she is, and she deserves all of that. 23 years of age. So that men's 100 will be something, and this is going to be something too. This has been much anticipated, this final. Clark, Gilbert, Ravel, Lewis, Sherman, Kerr, Van Rattigan, Holder, Kamaraji and Reynolds. It is loaded up, Tamsin, and we should have a fast one.
It is certainly loaded up, and what was wonderful to see through the rounds was that in that heat yesterday, we could see that Reece Holder is getting back to his best. He looks so fast down the first 200, and it wasn't forced. We could see when he started the season in Adelaide, that 200 metres that he ran against Aidan Murphy, he had to work a little bit harder, and he looked like he's back to that beautiful top speed. And you can see Zen Clark in the inside lane, the 24-year-old, his dad, Darren Clark, the Australian record holder, and Zen's been having a wonderful season.
And next to him is Jordan Gilbert of Victoria, 46.4 this year. And then the New Zealand champion alongside those in Lex Ravel Lewis. So he's got himself into a big final. He's an outstanding athlete in his own right, the best in New Zealand at the moment. Cooper Sherman started the season absolutely brilliantly with a run in Perth, and we know that he knows what to do at these national championships, being the winner in the last couple of years. And then Brenton Kerr had the big breakthrough in the heat. And here's Luke Van Rattigan, a champion 2-3 years ago. And Reece Holder here in a final, which hasn't happened before for him, but his runs at the Olympics and also the World Championships have been out of this world. And then he starts the favourite, I think, because of that. Kalinga Kumaraji of Sri Lanka had a fantastic run in the heats yesterday. And Thomas Reynolds of Victoria's got down to 45.13. He's in the mix.
There's so many fascinating stories within this race, and Reece Holder, the way that we know he can run at championship racing, it's so surprising that he's never taken the start line of a 400-metre open national championship. Brenton Kerr's an interesting one. He's actually got no coach. He only started ATS 3 years ago to improve his speed for AFL, and he originally planned to do 1500s but got better at 4s, and he's looking for a coach after this season. And I think the way that he's been running, there'll be a lot of coaches knocking on his door.
So that meet record of 44.71 was in Perth in 1988. I was there actually with Miles Murphy when he ran it in that Olympic year when Darren Clark went to Seoul and broke the Australian record in the semi-finals, and it still stands. So they two runners were something, weren't they? And now we've got a collective group. Can they break Murphy's 44.71 here? It's been around for a long time, nearly 40 years. Here we go.
Set.
Final of the men's 400. So Reynolds in the outside lane, and then next to him Kumaraji, and then Holder. Holder's quickly up to Kumaraji. Van Rattigan in the red will be very strong late. You can see Sherman, he's 4 from the right of screen. Watch for him. Holder puts a lot on the line in the first 200.
He does put a lot on the line, but he's going through that first 200 in a super quick pace, but he's been able to finish it off in that heat, so he's got an extra confidence coming into this final.
He's got a massive lead coming into the stretch. Van Rattigan and Sherman have got so much to do, and so does Reynolds. The last 80's going to be hard for all of them. Holder leads by a couple of metres over Reynolds. Van Rattigan's the danger. Luke's coming at a big rate. It's Reece just in front, hanging on, and he does. He gets home in 45.1 over the fast finishing Luke Van Rattigan. Those last 50 metres would have been like a very, very sharp set of stairs.
They would have been a very sharp set of stairs for poor Reece Holder, because he certainly put it on the line. If you watched him running down the back straight, then he didn't look as smooth as he looked in the heats, and that's possibly because it's his second run at this level of sprinting in 2 days, and he's probably not as race hardened as he will be in the middle of the year in a championship. You can see how much it hurt him, but he could sense Van Rattigan coming to him, but he really wanted this national title. It's wonderful to see Reece Holder getting through an Australian season uninjured, and that bodes well for him running a super fast time in the middle of the year.
Shervo, that first national title is oh so special. Let's see the results first. I reckon you're going to have a chat to your mate Reece Holder in just a moment. It was 45 and some change, 45.11 over Van Rattigan and Reynolds. Shervo, that first national title is always special.
Oh, that first one, but it was tight, wasn't it? Luke coming very hard. How was it?
I mean, I haven't had a lot of races, but I mean, 400, I don't know, speak. 400 feels phenomenal at the moment, so it's good to see all the boys out running well, and I'm just happy to be here tonight. Awesome race.
Reece said to me he needs a bottle of water so he can actually talk. We're going to get him one right now. There you go. 103 days until Glasgow Commonwealth Games. Have you got that on the mind?
Oh, 100%. I mean, why not win it, hey?
First national title, how does that feel?
I mean, it actually feels awesome coming through the ranks as juniors and, you know, doing it all and keep getting injured when I come here. So it's good to come out here fit and healthy and, you know, run like I always do. So I'm very happy with it.
It's great to watch. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what a great answer there. 23 years of age and the national champion at 400. Women's steeple not far off, but this man, yes, this man, Lachlan Kennedy's final is closing fast. How quick could he be in the final? Well, he's been super quick this weekend. As we welcome you back for another final here at the Australian National Championships, it's the women's steeplechase. Cara Ryan will start the favourite here. She's a consistent performer who often runs her best times in the biggest championships. Amy Cashin did that in Eugene in 2022 at the World Titles, and Brill Urbach are probably the other major hope. Caitlin Kirk here of New Zealand, Eva Pringle, so a couple of the New Zealanders, and then Cara, who's certainly the favourite here. She's run well on the flat again so far this season. And Amy there, whose brother Liam, of course, a fine runner as well. Great family. And then Brill here, who's done it the hard way in terms of some of the training conditions she's had over the years, but she's been able to manage that pretty well.
I love the photos of her training in bare feet on the grass in Toowoomba, coached by her mum, Jodie. She had 2 brutal falls, didn't she, in Birmingham at the last Commonwealth Games. She'll be wanting to erase them from her memory, but the fantastic thing about Brielle is that she's so super tough, so even after the 2 falls, most athletes would have stopped. She was able to get up and complete the race.
It's a big field, Tamsin, with some youth here as well. So off on their journey, 3,000 metres with the barriers and the famous water jump. So tempo always important here. So you would think a time of around about 9:40 is going to be pretty close to a winning time here tonight. Depends on, I guess, how confident the favourites are in terms of taking it out early. So if you look at 9:30 pace, that's 80 seconds for the first lap, and then after a couple of laps, 2:20. It's a little bit tricky, this one, because of the lap's a little different in the early stages because of the fact where the water jump might be.
Cara Ryan, confident with her form that she's shown this season. She's had a great season so far. The athlete who began her athletics career at cross country at primary school, and she had no training group where she lived growing up, so just jogged with her mum or her friends or a local triathlon group. Trained for swimming. Was quite a good swimmer as a junior, and also played netball and water polo. And in 2015, Cara Ryan moved to Brisbane, and at her new school met her now coach Ben Norton.
And a clear leader here. So Brielle in second place and Amy third. And then in fourth place behind them is young Butler. So look at the diminutive figure there.
The 16-year-old Butler, she has had a fantastic year. 23rd at the World Under-20 Cross Country Championships earlier in the year at Florida, and won the Under-17 National Championships over 2,000 steeple in 2025. She's a triathlete and recently completed at the National Championships and came away with medals from there. So the 16-year-old who's sitting in 4th position at the moment in the senior race, be all about experience for her.
So the 3 favourites are leading in the early stages of the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. So much more to come. Concluding stages of this final, lots of field events, and of course the men's and women's 100 metres. Welcome back, Cara Ryan, a clear leader with 3 laps to go in the women's steeplechase final. So we've got 3 laps to go. She started a fast pace here and continues to stretch away. So the meet record, Cara set 9:29.19 last year in Perth, and she seems to be on that target at the moment. So she's inside the last 1,200 metres, so to speak. Brielle Urbacher and also Amy Cashin are in second place. You can see them going out of the straight at the moment. And Helena Rose Butler, the 16-year-old who Tamsin talked about a moment ago. So she would be eyeing off Tamsin. Helena Rose, she'd be eyeing off the fourth woman there in the white. She'll be eyeing off a chance to qualify for the World Juniors.
Yeah, the World Under-20 Championship qualifies 10:36. So there's a couple of races here that we're keeping our eye on. There's Cara Fan Ryan, who's having a wonderful season and looking very smooth over the barriers here as she comes into the later stages of this 3,000 metre steeplechase. And there's the race for the medal, the silver and bronze medals at the moment.
How you get out of that water jump is crucial. A lot going on in the field, Mitch. I know the triple jumper, Nina Kennedy's here tonight. What have you got?
Yes, certainly have. So the men's triple jump, this final is all done and dusted now. Shemaiah James, he's won all of these track classics thus far this year. We know he's been trying to get that long jump lifetime best, but a national gold would have had a nice ring to it to Shem James. 16:08, his best for silver. And Aidan Hinson, the man who's been perennially injured, gets to these major championships and unfortunately hasn't been able to compete at many now. Wins this national title at 16.23 metres. You can see Shemaiah James, the first man to go there and congratulate Aidan Hinson. Only his third competition of the year. And speaking of which, the reigning Olympic champion Nina Kennedy is here on the three-quarter run-up. We saw it at Maury Plant. Now, it didn't inhibit her remotely. Enters at 4:32, and she'll continue past 4:32, Nina Kennedy. So what a start for her national championships.
Thanks for that, Mitch. So we're inside the last 700 metres for Cara Fan Ryan. You can see that she's going past and lapping some of the athletes. So there's been a bit of a sensation behind her in that battle for second, third and fourth.
Yeah, you can see Brielle Urbacher is looking great in that silver medal position. She looks like she's got that sewn up, and Butler is having a fantastic race in the bronze medal position. Amy Cashin has actually just stopped just after 2 laps to go, and she looks like she's just feeling a little bit of discomfort. She's limping, so hopefully she's okay.
And here's Urbacher here. So Amy, twice the national champion. In fact, between them, Cara and Amy have won the last 4 national championships. And here's Brielle, who's in second place. So she's in a strong position to get the silver, but she's got the 16-year-old behind her who's having a great run. So 1 lap to go. So 9:29.19. It's not, well, it's certainly doable here. She goes through at about 8:16. They're not exactly 400-metre laps because of the positioning of the water jumps. Has Cara got it in here to get past that meet record of 9:29?
Well, you know that she can finish strongly. That 2023 World University Games, she finished off that race so strongly in the last lap, and she looks like she's a fitter and stronger athlete here 3 years on, and she's running down the back straight. She's had to do all the work on her own. It's been a fantastic piece of solo running by Cara Fan Ryan in the 3,000-metre steeplechase here.
And so the 27-year-old in Queensland, Ben Norton, her coach. She's studying a Bachelor of Speech Pathology at the University of Queensland. I feel like I'm doing a Tams and tail there, but as we come up to 9 minutes, and let's see how quick she can be over this last little stretch. 9:29.19. As we get into that water jump, oh, that's so hard to get out of when you're in this fatigue situation late in the race.
So just a little bit of tired legs, which is understandable when you've had to really push the pace and the tempo the whole way. It's been a fantastic piece of racing. Cara Fan Ryan is in wonderful shape, and I look forward to seeing what she can do when she's dropped into a fast field overseas.
Yeah, had to do it all by herself, hasn't she, in the first sort of metres of the race. So goes through and wins in 9:35.88. It's a really very good performance. It was a dominating performance, and she wins for the 3rd time. So the national championship adds to the championship of last year and 2023. Here's Brielle Urbacher in second place. She and Cara have had some great battles over the years, and Brielle's going to be just outside that 10-minute barrier. And big story here is Helena Rose Butler, the 16-year-old from Queensland, who gets the World Junior qualifier by a margin of over 25 seconds. She was way inside that qualifier.
A wonderful, brave piece of running by the 16-year-old who multi-sports athlete, triathlete, national medalist, and now a national open medalist over the 3,000 steeplechase. An incredible piece of running, but it was all about Cara and Ryan, the way that she was able to control this race from the gun. She knew the paces that she wanted to hit, and she was happy with that race. It's not an easy thing to do, Bruce, to lead a race from the front to the finish over 3,000 metres, and she's done it wonderfully.
And Richo now has won 3 of the last 4 titles.
Yeah, it's a great achievement, Cara. Congratulations to you. When you're out in front for such a long way out there, what's going through your mind?
Yeah, it's definitely tough to stay locked into what you want to do and just try and stay focused on the hurdles and the water jumps, but did the best I could, yeah.
You happy with the time?
Probably a little disappointed, honestly. I think just a bit cooler, a bit by myself, a few people to get around the last lap was probably slowed me up a couple of seconds, yeah.
You've had a great season though, because also you've combined not only the steeple but also some really good performances on the flat, if you say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't just want to be defined by the steeplechase. I really want to continue to grow in the flat events, so I love challenging myself there too.
Well, you thrilled us tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It certainly was a dominating performance by Cara right from the gun. And speaking of the gun, with the gun's about to come up, yes, this man, Lachlan Kennedy. The finals of the men's and women's 100 metres are only moments away. How quick can he be in the final? Away, got out well, Despard got a good start, so did Vizzle. Kennedy clearly in front at halfway, all about the time now. Lockie's going for it and going and getting it. Yes, you betcha. It was sensational, wasn't it? This was the heat last night when he ran 9.96. What a moment it was for Lachlan Kennedy and for the sport of athletics in this country. He's such a likeable character, and his final's only a couple of minutes away. The women's final before that. Here's the lineup. Riley Day, so good to see her back. Olivia Matson, Monique Hanlon, Georgia Harris-Chloe, Mannix-Power, Zara Hagen, Ebony Lane, Olivia Rose Inkster, and Jade Johnston-Matrevska. So here's Riley Day. She's been a real surprise packet.
She's been fantastic.
Yep, twice the champion at 200. We're going to crown a new champion here at the 100, but Riley's been a national champion. Olivia Matson, the current Queensland champion. And Monique Hanlon, we've talked a lot about her. Probably best at 200, but very capable at 100. The form athlete this season over two. Georgia Harris, the World University Games star, who was very good in the semi-final. From Queensland. So many Queenslanders here. And basically, the first 7 lanes, here's Chloe Mannix-Power. Close in a great final in Perth last year. As good as anyone on the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series so far this year.
And she's strong, isn't she? She's really strong over those latter stages. The beach sprinter, if she can get a great start, react well to the gun, I think that finishing strength could get the job done.
11.18 this year, Zara Hagen. She's on a fast learning curve, a really fast learning curve. Ebony Lane has been so consistent this year, the 27-year-old. She's got a focus about her, hasn't she? A determination. Olivia Rose Inkster from New South Wales.
Into this final by 3/1000ths of a second. They had to look at the film over Olivia Hastings and Olivia Dodds to get that last spot.
Jade Johnston-Matrevska goes in the outside lane.
Jade actually dates Josh Azzopardi, who comes up in that men's final later as well. So it's a his and hers national finals.
Something to boast about. It's hard to be confident. I think the winning chances in no particular order are Mannix-Power, Lane, Hanlon, and maybe Harris. Women's 100 final. Here's one of the favourites. I think she needs to be in front at halfway to win. Three from the left here, Lane. Mannix-Power in the middle. Hanlon, 3 from the right.
Set.
Away, Lane got out pretty well. Mannix-Power behind them. Harris right there with Hanlon early, and Day's having a good run. Mannix-Power starts to pick up. Harris in front of the moment. Mannix-Power, Harris. Harris has won it, I reckon. Georgia Harris gets her first national. It's close. Chloe came hard, but I reckon Georgia has hung on.
It's the 21-year-old, coached by Paul Pearce, Georgia Harris, who had that knee injury that threatened to derail her career in 2020. Had the surgery and has come back super, super strong. Won the World University Championships in 2025, surprised a few people, but has that ability to win under pressure. And it was a fantastic reaction to the gun by Georgia Harris. She would have felt Chloe Mannix-Power coming at her strongly, but she held her form wonderfully just to get the job done there. What a beautiful dip on the line.
Shervo, you singled her out in the semi-finals tonight, and she's got the job done.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? Hanlon put some pressure on her in the semi, so it was nice to see her next door to her in the lane right adjacent to her. But the way she finished that was amazing, because Mannix-Power looked like she was coming through for all money, but she just held on and dipped beautifully. Well done.
So 11.50 was 2/100ths of a second, Matt. 2/100ths of a second it was. It was oh so close. Chloe really stretching. Ebony had a great run, but oh, what a moment this is. You can see, well, it's so obvious what every picture tells a story, what it means to Georgia. It's a huge breakthrough for her, Tamsin, isn't it?
A huge breakthrough, but when you're an athlete that's had to overcome injuries, and, you know, when somebody says to you that you may never run again, and she's been able to come back out here and to be the national champion, is just a wonderful effort by Georgia.
Shervo.
The emotion. You've done it. You're a national champion. What are the tears?
I think, like, the people around me know the struggle that it's taken to get here. This is only like my third comp back from injury. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's more just that I actually did it. I just want to take this opportunity to thank my amazing coach, up there, Paul Pearce. I don't really know what to say, but we've been working at this for so long, and thank you. Also Nicholas Cross for getting me to the start line every single time after injuries, and the biggest one is my parents. You know, going through all the ups and downs that, you know, track is. I've also got epilepsy along with it. They've picked me up every time, and yeah, I definitely wouldn't be here without them. So yeah, thank you everyone.
It's so amazing. You didn't have it all your own way. A lot of pressure right to the line there. It was your dip. Your dip got you there.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see if I pull up sore tomorrow, but it was definitely worth it.
Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, what a beautiful story it is. And what about Mum and Dad? You know all about that, Tams, and you know all about that. Special moments, aren't they?
Really special moments. And I love the way that Georgia was able to bring the people who've been so important in her, you know, career. It's only a young career. She's only 21 years of age, but super talented. I love the way she's able to lift when it matters most.
So it's tight, wasn't it? 11.50, 11.52, 11.54. Harris, Mannix-Power, Lane. Hanlon not far away at 11.56. And Riley Day has made some great progress here, coming back so strongly after a great final for the women. So it's time for the men's final, and whole attention really on Lachlan Kennedy. Rowan Browning and Josh Azzopardi there as well, and Rowan's a three-time champion, but you do feel as if it's a Lockie's race. He goes from lane number 6. He's got Josh Azzopardi on his left and Rowan Browning on his left, and Jai Gordon outside. Shervo, a quick thought from you here.
Lachlan Kennedy, if you watch him in this race, you'll see he has been spending so much time working on his core. He had that broken back. He's been doing Pilates. He's been doing a lot of work in the gym, but you'll see he's almost frozen through the centre of his body, and nothing moves around it except for his arms and legs. His head is dead still. He is really relaxed. Cannot wait to see him finish off this journey to his first national title.
Let's have a look. Well done. Seb Milverton goes from lane 1. A great job to get through. Continually improving. He's had a fine season. He's on the inside lane. Connor Bond's been in spectacular form. He's not without a chance of getting on the podium here. He's been running oh so strongly. He was powerful in the semi-final behind Rowan Browning. Jacob Despot is next to him. And Jacob Had a terrific semi-final behind Lockie. We know that he's got the quality. Here's Rowan Browning, the three-time champion. What a run he had in Tokyo at those Olympic Games. He was final of the Commonwealth Games. He's been getting quicker and quicker each race this season. And he beat Lachlan Kennedy in the final last year. The Oceania champion in Josh Azzopardi, who's been the form runner week in, week out early this season and looks maybe the main threat, certainly along with Browning. And here is the overwhelming favourite, 9.96 and 10.05 he's run so far. Lachlan Kennedy, he has absolutely thrilled us, and he's the hot favourite here. How quick can he go on a night like tonight? So Kennedy there, and then Jai Gordon next to him. Again, real quality, 10.17 for Jai Gordon. From Queensland, the 22-year-old. Chris Ewis has been in great form this year. 10.18 over in Perth. He ran a personal best on the same night at 200 metres at 26 years of age. And Joseph Ayoade goes in the outside lane, and he's down into the low 10.2s in terms of his personal best, and 10.27 this year. Oh, it's a big moment, Tamsin, isn't it? It always is now when you've got a star like Kennedy.
It's a huge moment. We know that he's in shape. That 9.96 yesterday, he made it look easy, and it's not easy to run sub 10 seconds, but the way that Lachlan Kennedy ran it was superb.
10.05 in the semi. Had that little grimace, did he, that you and Shervo picked up on?
He also did a little stretch on the board. He went back and did another stretch. So obviously just doing those last-minute preparations. He knows he's in shape. He looks super confident. How fast can he go?
We know one thing. He's pretty good out of the blocks. He's become more and more consistent out of the blocks and quick. So, and Browning, of course, the defending champion. He tipped Lockie over in an incredible final in Perth last year. Azzopardi in the middle. Here's the 22-year-old. Almost set. Men's 100-metre final. Blue ribbon event. Kennedy fourth from the left.
Third.
Away, got out well. Browning got a good start. Azzopardi behind them, and then Gordon. Kennedy clearly in front. Browning's having a really good run. How quick is it for Lockie? It's very, very quick again. It's 9.97. It may come down. It may come down to 9.96. It is spectacular. His first Australian championship. He's a star. And it is 9.96. Shervo, 9.96 again. What a final it was.
Bruce, we've just seen another evolution in his racing. He didn't get out of the blocks that well. He had a lot of work to do through that first part of the race, but he pulled it together, and that technique, that near flawless technique, got him to the line. Just a brilliant run of races. So 10.03 into 9.96 into 10.05 into 10.05, now a 9.96 again. Unbelievable.
Azzopardi's tipped out Browning. They were quick behind him. Here's the overhead. He took a while to get away from them, Tamsin, didn't he?
He did. We're talking about the best runners in Australia, but look at the gap he takes out of them across that 100 metres. He is just a wonderful technician over the 100-metre race, but I love how super confident he is. He's got this inner self-belief that he puts out onto the track and gets result after result. Wonderful race by Lachlan Kennedy, and I'm excited to see what he does for the rest of this year.
It's hard to get your head around the fact that he's run 9.96 twice here. Azzopardi quick at 10.16, and Browning continues to get faster. Shervo, we've seen an incredible performance by Lockie over the two nights.
Another sub-10, two sub-10s in 2 days, but your first national title. What about that?
I mean, yeah, it's just such a relief to be able to finally say I'm national champ, you know. I mean, I feel like I should have had it last year. Didn't run my best race, but was able to come here, handle business, get the win, and run a pretty good time while I'm at it.
Typically fast out of the blocks. Not as fast in that final. Did you feel like you're a little bit behind or had a bit of work to do?
Yeah, I mean, normally I'm way out in front, but we've been working on different things this year, trying to work on the back part of my race, and if I can keep that good start and nail that back part, man, I mean, I can go so much faster.
9.96, that would have won the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham 2022. Not long now until Glasgow, but before that, 200 metres tomorrow. We're going to see you there?
Oh, hard to say. I mean, might have to. I mean, got to go see what coach and the physio say, but we'll see how I feel in it, see how I pull up. But tonight I'm going to celebrate, tonight I'm going to have fun, relax a bit, and we'll see how the body pulls up tomorrow.
Well done, legend.
Thank you, bro.
Well done, what a final. So at the moment it's on, isn't it? It's Lachlan Kennedy. Oh boy, I hope he pulls up well in the morning, don't you? That's for sure and certain. One way or another, we're going to see Gout for the first time here, and that in its own right is oh so special. Well, he set the fireworks up last night and he did it again tonight. Lightning did strike twice in the one place. It was just a great final. A very, very big sizzle and a lovely sausage at the end. It really was. He was powerful late. I thought as a party was terrific along with Browning. Stay with us, men's 5,000. Cam Myers not far away. Lockie, you're a star. Still a buzz around the stadium here tonight following the 100 metres as we look at the start list for the 5,000. Seth O'Donnell, a man to watch. Cam Myers, the big story here though, after what he did last night with the 3:29 in the 1,500 metres. Jackson Sharp, also one to watch in the mix. But Myers, McDonald, Davies, and certainly Seth are the guys that are going to be so hard to beat. Harrison had a good 1,500. There's O'Donnell. And Davies, McDonald, more in 12. So we go out to Myers. What are you thinking, Tamsin?
Well, I'm fascinated to see how Cam Myers pulls up from that wonderful sub 3:30 1,500 metres last night. He's made every poster winner this season, and he's just a little bit like Lachlan Kennedy. You can tell when he hits the track, he's just got that wonderful inner self-belief. Seth O'Donnell, I think we look to see him take it out fast. He's such a brave runner, is the 24-year-old from Victoria.
There's Cam Myers, 19 years of age. Can he do the 15.5 double? And how aggressive will he be? We saw he front run the 1,500 last night in such spectacular fashion. He had everybody on the edge of their seat as he ran away from Ollie Hoare and Adam Spencer there. But O'Donnell's a natural fast starter and likes to go out early. So let's see what happens. He's the 5th Beetle, Seth, and he's sitting towards the back there on the inside. So Cam coming across now, and you can see those flowing locks well back in the field. So it looks like it's pretty slow, Tamsin.
It does, and I think Cam Myers will be pretty happy with the pace to be a little bit slower so he can run himself into the race after having to not only get his legs right after a solid hit out over 1,500 metres, but also to come mentally off that race and get some sleep, which would have been difficult after running as well as he did. You see now, we can see Seth with his famous locks, the 5th Beetle, as you said, Bruce. He's gone to the front and he's making his intentions clear. He wants an honest clip.
And he did that in Melbourne at the Maury Plant meet, didn't he? And was just pipped off in the last stride by Jackson Sharp. But this is a deeper field. Morgan McDonald ran well in Melbourne. He worked his way through. He was probably short of the run. So it's a slowish first lap. So 65 seconds give you 13:30. They're certainly capable of running a lot faster than that. And Myers is pretty happy to sit back in 5th place at the moment. So McDonald sits in 3rd place. Brock Jackson Sharp up in 2nd place. So early stages of the 5,000 metres as Mitch, we're going to come across to you and set up some of the field events that have been going on. Is the women's pole vault going still?
So the pole vault continues. It's just Nina Kennedy out there. So we're going to go to the high jump first, though, Bruce. This is the end of the competition. So Brandon Stark was unfortunate. It's the first competition we saw from him this year, but couldn't get over 2:16. So he bowed out of the competition there. It was left to Yoel Reith and Roman Anastasios. And on the last time, Roman, he was the only man left because Yoel could not get over the 2:20. So this was your new national champion. And on his first attempt, Roman put the heat on the field. And he loved it. You could hear the big roars of celebration from the big man of Victoria. He tried his hand at 2:23, improved the competition. He already had the gold. but missed it there. So his first national title for Roman Anastasios. He was a medalist at the World University Games last year. We continue here with our women's javelin. This is Liana Davidson, who really gave Mackenzie Little a run for her money. 58-28 for her. You can hear her in the crowd. That is the backing camera picking up on the audio of Liana Davidson, but you can see Mackenzie Little. This is why she's a two-time World Championship bronze medalist, and that is her 5th national title now in the women's javelin. She continues to grow her legacy both here and internationally. Another title for her. So some great results in the field, and Nina does continue jumping here, Bruce.
Thanks for that, Mitch. So 2:42.62 was the first 1,000 metres here. So Jackson Sharp and Seth O'Donnell leading the way. Morgan McDonald sitting right in behind them. You can see Cam Myers there. So he's tucked away in 5th place at the moment. Just up in front of him is Toby Gillen. He's done so much of his running in the United States. Very good indoors and has been working into really solid form. So it's a steady clip, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I think this was what Seth O'Donnell needed to do. Obviously, Cam Myers would love this as slow as possible after a race like last night. He wants to try and keep his legs as fresh as he can for the end. But for Seth O'Donnell and Jackson Sharp, this is the man who mowed down Seth O'Donnell at Maury Plant. So Seth will be happy to see the back of him right now rather than Jackson Sharp looking down the barrel of Seth. Morgan McDonald in there too. So there's some really good hitters at the front here.
Well, the thing that you get out of the racing on the circuit before you get to a national championship is that training in your legs, that race hardness. And the way that Seth O'Donnell ran that Maury Plant meet race from the front as hard as he could and just getting pipped on the line, it wasn't about the fact that he lost the race. It was the fact that he ran so super hard that he was able to get that training run that he would have needed, and he's going to be better off for that race. He's looking lovely and calm and relaxed there. He'll probably be enjoying being able to sit for a little bit of this race, and he knows that he's in shape, ready to go to Seth O'Donnell, the athlete who grew up watching Hawthorn Hawks. He's a mad Hawthorn Football Club fan, was an AFL player through his junior ranks, and then won those 2 Australian cross-country championships. I think his first one was a bit of a shock. Don't you reckon, Mitch, when he came out and he won in the mud?
Yeah, well, it seems quite fitting for Seth O'Donnell now that we know him so much more. Yep. Winning in the mud down there was, you know, quite on form with how he runs, but he's just gone from strength to strength and then came out at the Zatopek and he really stunned everybody last year, didn't he, when he ran a different type of tactic than what we were used to seeing from Seth O'Donnell. He's kind of adopting that here at the moment, isn't he? That breakneck speed that we're used to was on early, but he's settled. He's gone with the tempo here, and I'm fascinated to see how this develops late.
So 7 men have sorted themselves out at the moment. O'Donnell sits in 2nd place behind Sharp, and then McDonald and Gillen, and then Myers and Davies and Hanson. They're the big 7. And Mitch, Nina is going in the pole vault. Bring us up to date.
She does continue here, so she's the last woman standing on the platform. We're going to go back a little bit here. This is her attempt at 4:55. So we saw her jump 4:72 at Maury Plant off the exact same run-up, so she'll have confidence here, and you can see that just squeaked over the top of 4:55. It doesn't matter how much height you have over the bar, so long as you're over it. This is her at 4:65 now, so that 55 attempt, it was on the 2nd time of asking. This is her first attempt at 65, and that is the confidence of Nina Kennedy we're so used to. So stays now at 4:75. This is her 2nd attempt at the height. So Nina Kennedy on the runway here. Can she continue her night? This would be a season's best for the reigning Olympic champion. And just clips it on the way up. So we'll have to go to the 3rd time of asking to continue to progress the heights here.
This is live, that last one, Mitch. So we've caught up to date exactly where Nina's at the moment. So a 3rd attempt to come. So still down to 7 at the moment. 5 have got a little bit of a break. Callum Davies just off the back here, the 7th man. So he won the 1,500, 5,000 double a couple of years ago, the double that Cam Myers is attempting to do tonight. And I would have thought Cam's going to be thinking, this is a really good way for this race to be going for me right now after what he did in the 1,500. He sits back. Jackson Sharp, I think, wanting Seth O'Donnell certainly to come through. Morgan McDonald behind those. And then Cam Myers, Toby Gillen, James Hanson, and Callum Davies is off the back now, Tamsin.
Just off the back, Callum Davies, but you still can't write him off because he is a tough cookie, isn't he, when he's at his best. Morgan McDonald looking great in that 3rd position at the moment. He's the host of a popular podcast, which he does with Ollie Hoare, the Coffee Club, and trains over in the US. Talented athlete, isn't he? We saw him in 2018 Commonwealth Games trials, and you could just tell that he had that lovely technique, smooth runner. And Callum Davies in the back, you can just see that he's stepped off the track.
He ran 3:35 last night, Callum Davies. He was chasing Cam Myers in that 1500. It was brutal for anybody in that field, brutal even for Cam. We saw how he was absolutely spent in the last 10 or 15 metres of that 1500, and
Yeah.
he's back here tonight.
Yeah, he wasn't he? But I mean, he's looking comfortable in that 4th position, Cam Myers. He looks like he's using that confidence that he's got across the season, and he's just covering all the moves in front of him, and he knows that it's just about, if he can just stay relaxed and have the legs to use that wonderful speed that he's got at the back end, he'll be fine. Now, in that Coffee Club podcast with Morgan McDonald, George Beamish and Ollie Hoare, they actually had Cam Myers on, and it was a fantastic episode where the respect you could see between these athletes. They were talking about how Cam had burst onto the scene, and he was the athlete, that was going to take down Jakob Ingebrigtsen.
I spoke to Ollie about Cam last night after the race, and he's just in awe of what he's doing. 8:04 for 3,000, so we're inside 13:30 pace. It's solid.
It is. It's a good tempo, and you can see that what Seth's doing now is he's squeezing down this pace. So he's starting to ask a few questions of this field behind him, hence why we can see James Hansen's just fallen off this group. So Cam Myers has put himself in the box position here, just sits behind Morgan McDonald, who's so good at finding tempo, so good at finding flow. Jackson Sharp was really the surprise package at Murray Plant, and Seth O'Donnell, familiar territory for him. But he's asking the questions of this group behind, and we're curious to see who's got the answers late.
So I reckon Myers is going to move up here. Have a look at this. As Jackson Sharp's just off the back slightly. Cam's not going to want to let Seth get too far away. So they've got a mile to run. There's 4 laps out here. It's O'Donnell. Sharp now closes the gap slightly, but Myers quickly went around McDonald when he wanted to, and then Gillen. So the big problem for Seth here, and for everybody else in the field, how can we outrun a bloke that can run 3:29 in the last mile of this race?
I think that's we're going to find out, aren't we? Because Cam Myers, with that newfound pace that he's got over the 1,500 metres, and I think he's brought a confidence into this season from that learned experience. It's hard to believe he's still only 19 years of age. The athlete who's come through Canberra, Little Athletics, age 6, and he made his first cross-country nationals at the age of 10, where he was 17th or so. He can't even remember where he finished, but it was not winning. And he decided after that race that he really hates losing. At the age of 12, he won his first national title, and he was coached by Lee Bobbin, and then went along at 15 to train with Dick Telford. And I think that's where the writing was on the wall. Dick saw that he had a talented athlete on his hands, and Cam Myers has just come through the ranks. He's been able to learn his caper with the athletes of like Jai Edwards, who's in the group, and they've taken him under the wing, and the confidence he's been able to gain from disappointments. So we see Nina, who's getting ready to...
Just again, last jump at what height?
475 there for Nina Kennedy. So just checking the pole, making sure she's ready to go. This will be her last chance at getting a season's best.
And Cam Myers, he's spoken about the lifestyle of an elite athlete. He loves it. He thrives out of being an athlete who's on the circuit and is learning that competition. It's looking a little bit like an accordion, isn't it, here? You can see that Cam's gone to the front and he's wanting to push this tempo already.
So Toby Gillen now off the bat. He's a better statistician than you and I and Mitch combined, Cam. He knows every bit of athletics. He could tell you exactly the PBs of all the leading contenders. So 2 laps to go. Morgan McDonald, I reckon, thinks he can win this race the way he's running in 2nd place. Seth O'Donnell 3rd. So we go back to Nina. We'll just wait for a moment, Mitch. So we're inside the last 800 metres of the men's 5,000. And it's Myers, McDonald, O'Donnell, and then Sharp. Kennedy on the runway, looking for a season's best here, the Olympic champion in that back straight with about 650 metres to go. They're going to run past Nina shortly, so she's getting herself set. And you can see on the left, it's Myers leading, McDonald 2nd, O'Donnell 3rd. Now she's set, pole up, here she goes.
Here comes Nina Kennedy, so an opportunity awaits her at 4.75 metres, the 3rd time of asking. Nina Kennedy up and just clips it on the way down. What a performance, though. Big round of applause for your reigning Olympic champion, Nina Kennedy, will go to Europe with nothing but confidence.
So 1 lap to go here. So McDonald slightly off the back. Myers picks it up here. They go through at about 12:16. So it's going to be around about that 13:15 pace. So Myers leads O'Donnell and McDonald in the back straight. And runners to pass here. So they go around the outside. Cam, 3:29 last night. It's got to take something out of your legs. Seth will realise he's got a chance here. And Cam looks around at him.
He is looking around and he's going to have to dig deep on those tired legs, but he's lifting down the back straight, but he hasn't quite dropped Seth O'Donnell yet.
And McDonald's in third place. So it's Myers and O'Donnell and then McDonald. So 1,500 metres and 5,000 metres at 19 years of age. He's away by 4 or 5 metres now from O'Donnell. Into the stretch he comes. Cam Myers, Seth O'Donnell and Morgan McDonald. And yes, he's done it. What a double it is. Incredible in the 1,500 metres. Stretches his way out to 5,000. Gets an historic double. Oh, you pick him. I reckon O'Donnell just beat McDonald for second and third, and then behind those Sharp in fourth placing. It's a magnificent achievement when you think about what he has done here. He ran a heat of the 1,500 in the heat. It was hot on Thursday. He came back last night and ran the fastest time ever in Australia at 1,500 metres. No one's ever run that fast. And tonight, he's gone out to 5,000 metres. And he had a battle. It was not easy going. He had a battle.
He did, in a field that's missing Kai Robinson. He had a battle with Seth O'Donnell and Morgan McDonald. But he took it with both hands, didn't he? The way that he's able to lift in that last 400 metres. And they hit the last lap together and he was able to pick up the tempo. And he was tired. You could tell he was tired. But he's so strong through the core. It's hard to believe that he's only 19 years of age. 13 minutes 11. It's a personal best for Cam Myers. Seth O'Donnell's also run a personal best in 13:12, and great to see Morgan McDonald with that season's best as well in third.
Richo, you cannot ask for any more than that when you're a 19-year-old at the National Championships. It's a big weekend.
He's an exceptional talent, and he's about to give someone the prize of a lifetime. One of his signed shoes, Cam. That person's going to keep that forever. Well done, mate.
Sorry, I'll get to all of you guys, sorry.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you. That was bloody hard. 5K is not an easy event, I'll tell you that for free. I got a lot of respect for anyone that runs a 5K.
I was going to ask you which one you prefer, but how do you balance this 1,500 with the adding in the odd 5?
Yeah, it was strange. I mean, I got to the front like 3 and a bit laps to go, and I was a bit surprised I was at the front. I was like, what? And then because we were lapping people, so I just assumed I was chasing someone. So
I love him.
Yeah, I had a bit left the last 3 laps, but God, I was hurting that last one. Yeah. When Seth made the push on me at 500 to go, I was pretty done.
And you're up against some serious athletes. We know Morgan McDonald, Seth O'Donnell. They're quality opposition.
Yeah, these guys are serious runners. I mean, yeah, it's tough racing nationals and having to verse the competition that we do. So it's only a blessing for our sport. And yeah, I really appreciate coming here, having the fans out here, and having a tough race.
You just gave a fan an autographed shoe, mate.
Yeah, luckily I have 2, so someone else get the other one.
There you go, they're going to line up. Well done, mate. What about that? So, Shervo, we've seen...
I thought you wanted the other one, Richo.
No, well,
he's taking it off for you.
He's taking it off, but he'll give it to a young fan, most importantly. What a young star that man is.
Unbelievable. Just watching him run is just something very special, and you know the future is very bright. And what about tonight?
Yeah.
Just across the board, unbelievable, including, of course, the men's 100 final. Lachlan Kennedy running sub-10, not once, but twice in the last 24 hours. It is an incredible feat for any athlete to break that barrier, but for an Aussie to do it at an Australian track and field nationals, just mind-blowing.
And considering tonight was a little colder than it was last night. So, as you know better than anyone, it wasn't as good of conditions as we had last night. It was an impressive run.
Didn't get out of the blocks as well. It was probably his best race of his career. And you can talk about Nairobi too in Kenya at altitude. The 2 runs that he's had here at sea level in Sydney, by far the best 2 races of his career. He's only going to get better, Lachlan Kennedy. And of course, Yeah. It's only going to get better for us here watching the national championships, because tomorrow we get to see the other superstar that is Gout Gout, the 18-year-old super megastar, up against Lachlan Kennedy in the 200.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Lockie does back up. You asked him that question and he's undecided at the moment whether he will. If he does, it's mouth-watering, but even if he doesn't, Gout's got some quality opposition. I think if Aidan Murphy's ready for a really big run.
Yeah, that's right. He was looking at the 400 here as well. We know that he's very fast and he's going to put it to Gout Gout. But the one thing that Gout Gout does know is the 200 metres. Yeah. It's his domain. He didn't get out well in the Maury Plant meet, and he'll want to rectify that on the first 100 bend. And we'll see what he comes up with. But everyone loves to see Gout Gout, and we know that the crowd is here to watch many people, but a lot come to watch Gout.
We've loved having you as part of our team, mate. You've been absolutely brilliant. How exciting was it to have two incredible international athletes in Australia in the last week? Sha'Carri Richardson, sixth fastest woman of all time. Christian Coleman, the world record holder, over 60 metres. Only thing better than that is the fact they got an opportunity to sit down with our good mate in Bruce McAvaney. So, unfiltered with those two superstars coming up. Look forward to seeing you again soon, Turbo. Hope you enjoy the coverage, everyone.
Have a good night.